The first scene shows a drunk walking aimlessly in the forest at night. He soon meets himself in the graveyard where he sits down to think about his life. Suddenly, he hears the sound of a shovel scraping the soil. He looks to his side to see the graves falling over each other, and he screams out in fear. The next morning, police are on site to investigate the incident. The man tells the police what he saw the night before and how everything came to be. The man says he heard someone muttering the word Zhang over and over. The detective in charge, Song, wonders what the Zhang family has to do with the incident again. His attention is called to one of the graves that has been robbed, and the headstone reads, Zhang Shilin. He remembers the grandson of Shilin calling him the day before that he would come to visit the grave because he was on break at the college. He brings out his phone to call him, and just then, a lady shows up. The lady introduces herself as Bao Boa and says Zilin is her grandfather too. At the same time, Zilin's grandson Chulan picks up the call to hear what Song has to say. Song informs him to come by the station when he arrives in the village later in the day. That evening, Chulan arrives in the village of Tatsui. The first thing he does is to go to the station to see Song. He is shocked when Song informs him that his grandfather's grave was dug up. Song then reveals that Chulan has an older sister. From the information he gathered from Bao Bao earlier on, Song was able to deduce that Zilin's son, Yude, who is Chulan's father, had an affair with someone before he met Chulan's mother. However, he abandoned the lady before he gave birth to Bao Boa. Song confirmed this with the police in the town where Bao Bao says she came from. He asks if Bao Bao knows Yudi's whereabouts, but she says no. After hearing all of these, Chulan decides to go to the grave that night and fix everything back. He intends to go back to the college the next day. He is tired of the village already. Song tries to persuade him to wait till the following morning, but he refuses. He starts to walk to the graveyard while the night is dark and the weather is cold. As he gets closer to the graveyard, he hears the sound of a shovel hitting the ground. He is confident that he has found the grave robber. He runs closer to the graveyard and stays in the distance where he can see everything going on in the yard. He is surprised to see a woman digging the graves. He brings out his cell phone to take a picture of the lady. To his surprise, the lady turns to him just when he is about to take the picture, and he takes a perfect picture of her. Unknown to him, the lady is Bao Bao. He gets scared with the way Bao Bao looks at him and starts to run away. After putting some distance between himself and the graveyard, he decides to stop and rest. Suddenly, Bao Bao shows up and hits him with a shovel in the head to knock him out. When he regains consciousness, he sees a zombie staring at him, but Bao Bao eliminates the zombie. Bao Bao drags him to Zilin's grave with the intention of burying him alive. Chulan sees this and mentions that Bao Bao is about to bury him in his grandfather's grave. She pauses when she hears this and asks Chulan to confirm if the grave is truly his grandfather's grave. It then dawns on Chulan that Bao Bao is the lady Song was telling him about. She is his older sister after all. Chulan tries to use this to persuade Bao Bao not to kill him, but Bao Bao reveals that she is not his older sister. In fact, the ID she showed the police people is fake. Chulan screams out in pain when he hears this and asks Bao Bao who she really is, but she gives no answer. As she starts to bury him in the grave, zombies emerge from all the other graves in the surroundings. Bao Bao postpones what she is doing and goes after the zombies. She cuts them down with her knife, and this terrifies Chulan, who is watching everything unfold. Chulan is so scared that he believes that he is dreaming. He closes his eyes and opens them with the hope that he will meet himself someplace else. He opens his eyes to the reality that he is truly in danger. To make things worse, Bao Bao says she is done with the number of zombies she has terminated. She leaves the rest to Chulan. Chulan hears this and freezes over in fear. "How do you expect me to terminate the zombies?" he asks. Bao Bao doesn't care because she has left already. The zombies start to surround Chulan, and he knows that he has no way out. Bao Bao meets up with an accomplice of hers, Jo-san, who has been waiting for her by the car. When he hears that Bao Bao was attacked by zombies, he says, there is the possibility that there is a Jiangxi Ganshi practitioner in the area. It appears that the two are working for a secret organization. Joe is terrified when he hears that Bao Bao left Chulan all alone with the zombies. Bao Bao assures him that Chulan will not die. Just then, they hear a loud sound accompanied by lightning coming from the graveyard. They rush over to the graveyard to find out that all of the zombies are dead already. Joe sees Chulan's college ID on the floor, and an idea occurs to him. He asks Bao Bao if she is interested in going to college. He then makes another ID for her to help her blend into the school system. Elsewhere, a boy, Ro, and a lady, Natsuna, who are members of a secret society known as Zensei, are seen talking about the arrival of Zilin's corpse. The next day, Chulan gets back to college. He goes through his phone and sees Bao Bao's picture there. He deletes it because he doesn't want to remember any of the things that happened the day before. Just then, he looks beside him to find Bao Bao sitting next to him in the classroom. Chulan tries to get rid of Bao Bao, but finds out that he has no chance of doing that. The two attend the lecture together, and after the class, the two meet behind the school to talk. Without asking, Chulan is already telling Bao Bao that he has deleted her picture from his phone, and he didn't tell anyone about her either. He threatens to report to the police, and Bao Bao tells him to do his worst. She brings out her new ID. Her new name is Cho Hao Hao, and she is a student from Taiwan. Hao Hao then turns things around and tells Chulan, who is also known as Cho Soran, that he wants him to become her servant with immediate effect. In addition, Ho Hu says she wants Soren to show her the power he used at the graveyard to defeat the zombies. Soren plays dumb and says he has no idea what Ho Ho is talking about. Ho Ho then decides to attack Soran. He is forced to jump back to avoid getting stabbed by Ho Ho. He kneels down as Ho Ho charges toward him again. He has a flashback about what his grandfather told him. He remembers his father, Yud, also known as Yotoku, hitting him because he defended himself against some bullies. It is a strict rule in the family that they must not show their kung fu skills to the public. Soran's grandfather, Zealand, also known as Shakurin, comes to his rescue and tells Yotoku to stop hitting Soran. The old man then tries to explain to Soran that Yotoku is just being hard on him because of the family's legacy. His grandpa then uses one of his kung fu skills to hit Yotoku as payback for being hard on Soran. The old man tells Soran that Yotoku will tell him more about the reason they need to stay hidden when he is much older. The old man tells Soran that he understands how he feels. He would love to have him live like normal children too. He would love to have Soran live without the stress of having to learn kung fu, but the sins he has committed in the past cannot allow him to leave his family defenseless. He explains that the Cho family are men of Jianghu. The men of Jianghu learn martial arts and other things for honor. However, humans tend to be afraid of people who are special. They will always see or look at them differently. This is the reason the Cho family has decided to live and do their things in secret. They must keep their kung fu hidden at all costs or risk the trouble of everyone coming after them. The old man then tells Soran that he will get to use the kung fu when his life depends on it. Now in the present day, Soran realizes that the said time to use his power is now. If he holds back against Hu Hu, there is the possibility that he will die. He activates his kung fu, and a yellow aura, Kinku, envelopes him. A force battle ensues between Soran and Hu Hu. Hu Hu appears to be fast and agile for someone who is not using kung fu power. Elsewhere, Ro and Natsuna have received the corpse of Shakurin from the mercenary who was sent on the job. The lady in charge of the job is a Ganshi practitioner. She covers her face with a mask and has a zombie working for her. Ro absorbs some of the energy left in the corpse, but says he needs more. He then tells the lady in the mask and the zombie that they will need to bring him Soran before he can accept them into the organization. The zombie and the unknown lady leave with disappointment written all over their faces. However, they are determined to grab Soran and bring him to Ro and Natsuna. After their departure, Natsuna performs some weird ritual on the corpse to get high. Ro can no longer hide it, and he has to say it out that Natsuna is a really weird woman. Back in the school, Hu Hu has defeated Soran already. She has stripped all of his clothes during the battle, and Soran is left bare. Soran is left in shock when he realizes how powerful Hu Hu is. Hu Hu says she is even holding back from killing him because he still wants him to be her servant. She then threatens to tell the whole school his secret if he refuses to be her servant. With pain, Soran accepts to be Hu Hu's servant. He knows he has no choice but to become her servant. Refusal to do so will only lead to more problems for him. She then gives him an old phone model to hold on to. She tells him that she will be calling him via the phone when she needs him. She then orders Soran to start calling him his master, or else he will be punished. She suggests that he waits till the night before leaving. As she departs from the yard, a couple who is making out shows up. Soran quickly jumps into a tree to hide and waits till it gets dark. Later that night, Soran activates his power to fly to his home. He passes by the moon. A couple who is trying to take a picture of the moon captures a blurred picture of him in the process. This picture soon goes viral. A rumor is attached to the picture that any couple who sees the flying man in the night gets to stay together forever. Up next, Hu Hu shows him the viral picture of himself. Soran is shocked to see this. He wonders why someone like him who has no love life is believed to be the one to affirm other people's life. That night, Soran lies down on his bed, thinking of how badly everything has turned out for him. Something strange then happens when he is busy thinking about this. He receives a message from a girl, Ryu Kenken, and this comes as a surprise to him. He wastes no time in accepting the girl's friend request. Kenken reveals that she has always been interested in Soran and would like them to meet for a date. Without thinking twice, Soran accepts the invitation. He has never had luck with any girl, and Kinkin just presented herself on a silver platter. He is not one to let go of the opportunity. They set their meeting to the next day. The following day, Hoo talks to Soran in class. She wants to know about Soran's whereabouts for the day. He tells Hoo that he has something important to do that night, but Hoo doesn't care about what he wants to do. She reveals that she will be calling him later in the day for an assignment. That night, Soran waits at the location where he is to meet Kinkin. He already turns off the device that Hoo gave him, so she will not disturb him during his date. Minutes later, Kinkin shows up, and Soran is absolutely blown away at how beautiful and cute she is. Kinkin asks him to take her to any restaurant that he has been to before. She holds his hand and they head to a restaurant where they can eat. Meanwhile, Hoo is busy trying to reach Soran to no avail. She doesn't need to stress herself because she has a bug planted on him. She shows Jo-san the location of where Soran is and tells him to head there. She plans to discipline Soran when she finds him. Now in the restaurant, Kinkin consumes a lot of food, like someone who has not eaten in days. After she is done eating, they step out of the restaurant and she suggests that they go to her place to continue the fun. Soran is blown away when he hears this again. He cannot believe that everything is going so well for him so far. He thinks to himself that he will finally lose his virginity after 19 years of age. They get into Kinkin's apartment and she wastes no time in getting close to Soran. She extends her hand to the back of Soran's neck and he feels something sting him, but Kinkin assures him that nothing is wrong with him. She tries to get closer, but Soran's manhood stings him. Soran jumps off the bed and demands to know why Kinkin is getting closer to him. Apparently, Soran has a seal on him that only allows his manhood to function around someone who loves him. Kinkin realizes that she has been found out already and reveals that she already has a bug venom planted in the back of his neck. Just then, zombies come out of their hiding places. It turns out that Kinkin is the Ganshi practitioner who had a mask over her face. Soran stands up with the intention of fighting back, but realizes that he cannot use his powers due to the effect of the bug venom that she had earlier planted into his body through his neck. She makes fun of him for believing her lie so easily. They subdue him and he is knocked out. Jo-san and Hoo soon find out that Soran is moving, and he is moving quickly at that. Jo-san wastes no time in figuring out that he has been kidnapped. He has been suspecting that the Zensei are involved in the exhumation of Shakurin's corpse, but this just confirms it. He tells Hoo to keep her guard up because the Zensei are not easy targets. They need to be at their best to be able to take down the Zensei sorcerers. On the other hand, Kinkin and the zombies have successfully delivered Soran to Ro and Natsuna. Kinkin then demands that Ro accept her into Zensi, just as he has promised before. Ro wastes no time in saying Kinkin is now one of them. This comes as a surprise to her because she was expecting some sort of ritual to be accepted into the group. She has no idea that all Ro has to say is yes, and she is a member of the organization. She berates Ro for stressing her and making her do his dirty work before accepting her into the group. Natsuna moves closer to Soran with the intention of having fun with him, but Ro asks her to let him finish with him before she takes over. She accepts, and Ro gets his thing going. He tells Soran that his own power allows him to look into his target's soul to acquire their memories. He activates his power and starts to look into Soran's soul, and this causes him pain. Suddenly, a rock flies past them, causing Ro to let go of Soran. It turns out that the attack came from Jo-san. Soran looks to his side to Jo-san and Hoo walking towards them. He starts to beg them to save him from his abductors. Jo-san tells Hoo that the group is dangerous, but she doesn't seem to mind. She is determined to defeat them, no matter how strong they are. Ro and Natsuka are surprised to see that only Hoo and Jo-san have come to fight them. They were expecting more from Jo-san's company. Kinkin is even confident that she can take care of the duo all by herself. Her zombies emerge from the ground. Jo-san tells Natsuka that they have no business with her and that the only person they have come for is Soran. Jo-san assures her that they will be no trouble once they hand him over, but she refuses. Jo-san activates his power and throws a boulder at Natsuka, but she easily blocks the attack. Hoo charges toward the enemy team and tries to cut them, but Natsuka easily dodges all of her attacks. Jo-san grabs Hoo with his power and drags her back. He warns her about charging toward the enemy head-on. He lets her know that Natsuka is one of the top 4 sorcerers in Zensei and should not be messed with. Even Kinkin is impressed at how strong Natsuka is. Suddenly, someone emerges from the ground and grabs Soran away from the enemy. It dawns on the enemy that Jo-san has only been stalling them while waiting for reinforcements. Natsuka tries to stop the guy, Saru, who grabbed Soran from getting away but ends up hitting him with an attack that pushes him toward his comrades. Soran makes fun of Natsuka for being stupid. He says Natsuka should have just grabbed him instead of punching him. Soran's laugh soon turns sour when he realizes that he is in trouble with his master, Hoo. Hoo pushes her knife into his neck, to dig out the worm that was planted there by Kenkin to prevent him from accessing his power. Saran realizes how stupid he has been. He lies down there with sorrow in his eyes. He remembers his granddad telling him about the events of life. He once told him that good things are bound to come after a series of bad things. He also adds that he should not be proud, because pride comes with downfall. His grandfather told him then that he should be the one to resent and not another person if he faces difficulties in the future. His grandpa says he is the sole cause of all the problems he might face in the future. Saran then tells his grandfather that he can never hate him no matter what. His grandfather then assures him that something good will definitely happen to him. Now in the present day, Saran states that his grandfather is just lying to him because he has just been falling into problems without getting any good out of it. Jo-san tells Natsuka that they will now be taking Saran away. He reminds Natsuka that he gave her the opportunity to surrender Saran to them, but she refused. He is now ready to punish her for that. Several other people from Jo-san's company start to troop out of their hiding places. Ro realizes that there is no way they can take on the amount of superpowered humans who just showed up. He tells Kenkin to run away to avoid getting captured. He wastes no time in running to the van and Kenkin follows him. He drives away in haste, but some of Jo-san's comrades follow him. Natsuka gets on a bike, and Jo-san tells his people to let her go because they are no match for her. She tells Jo-san that they will meet again as she drives away with no one to stop her. Soren says he is saved, but somehow, he doesn't feel happy about it. Hoo-hoo tries to cheer him up, but ends up making things worse for him. Kenkin and Ro are still being chased by Jo-san's people. One of them jumps in front of the van, but Ro gets rid of him with his power. The other guy gets angry and attacks the van with long-range shots. He releases fire shots from his hand to track down the van. Ro tries his best to evade the shots, but the van ends up getting hit at the passenger's side. This throws Kenkin out of the vehicle, but she manages to grab onto the door. She begs Ro to stop the vehicle so she can comfortably climb in, but he refuses. He makes fun of Kenkin for being foolish. Kenkin falls off the van and Ro says she will be wise enough to do her research next time she wants to join an organization. Ro escapes, but Kenkin is captured. Later on, Jo-san receives a report about the chase. He then tells Hoo-hoo to bring Soren to the agency the next day. The following day, Soren is still moping in his dorm room when Hoo-hoo shows up. She cuts down the door and orders Soren to follow her. As they walk through the street, he asks her where they are heading, and she tells him that she is taking him to where she works, so he can talk to Jo-san. They soon arrive at an express delivery warehouse. Upon entering, they are welcomed by Jo-san, who says he is ready to tell him everything he needs to know. Jo-san says people like them are called outsiders. He says there are some superpowered people, but they are not classified as outsiders. The only people who are classified as outsiders are people who can control a certain natural energy known as ki. Soren, his father, and his grandfather are examples of outsiders. Jo-san explains that his own style, which is known as the kinku, was inherited from his grandfather. However, Saran says he didn't inherit it, but was taught. Jo-san then asks him to walk with him. As they enter the elevator, he explains that there are two types of outsiders. There are those who inherited their powers, and there are those who acquired it. Those who inherited it are those who are born with it. However, those who acquired it are taught the art of it. It turns out that Soren acquired it instead of inheriting it. Jo-san assures him that those who inherited it are not necessarily stronger than those who acquired it. He then explains that there are different schools that help to control all of these. However, Zensei is completely different. They just want to do things without anyone controlling them. They count this as freedom. However, this will just create chaos in society because there will be no rules to follow. Jo-san takes Soran to the holding cell where Kenkin is being kept. They need to ask her for details about what Zensei wants with Soran. Yo-san scolds Kenkin for not doing her research before making the decision to join Zensei. Jo-san then offers her the deal to be lenient with her if she cooperates with them, but she refuses. Jo-san is surprised that Kenkin is protecting Zensei even though she just joined them, and they even betrayed her. She then decides to tell them the reason behind her decision. She narrates how she was forced to train hard when she was younger. Her parents and family members never gave her breathing space. She was always under pressure to master the spell to control corpses. If she doesn't perform very well, she gets beaten. She is scolded almost every time and not even given the chance to go outside. Her only friends were the corpses she was left to control. The time came when she finally learned the art of Ganshi very well. She was given the chance to go outside and she thought she was finally able to walk around like normal humans. However, she got annoyed when she was told that she could not use her powers in front of people. She started wondering why she had suffered so much to learn the art if she was not allowed to practice it. This is the reason she made the decision to join Zensei, because they are the only ones who don't care about the rules of the world. Just then, another comrade of Jo-san, who is known as Jo-yan, enters the room. He walks directly toward Kenkin and reveals that he is there to get answers out of her. Jo-san tries to stop him, but he pushes Jo-san away. He hits Kenkin and starts to threaten her that he will terminate her without restriction. Kenkin is visibly scared when she hears this. She sees that Jo-yan is not the type to be messed with. As he continues to beat Kenkin, Soran gets angry and he touches Jo-yan from behind. Soran tells Jo-yan to stop beating Kenkin. Soren is angry, and this is very visible because his golden aura has enveloped him. Soren says he should be the one to be angry because his grandpa's corpse is the affected corpse. The two start arguing with each other, and Kenkin sees how hard Kenkin is trying to defend her. She decides to come clean and tell the group that Zensei is looking for Cho Shakuren's legacy. She reveals that some years back, a group of Zensei warriors were defeated by a single person. This comes as a surprise to the Zensei, and this is the reason they have been interested in Shakuren's power. The team leaves the room after Kenkin tells them this. Jo-yan says he is surprised that someone as weak as Soran is the heir to the Kitagen style. Soran then says he has no idea what the Kitagen style is. His grandfather only taught him Kinko style, so he is sure that he is not the heir they are looking for. Huhu says Zensei will not believe him. They will never stop coming after him if they believe that he is the person they are looking for. Soren sees Saru acting all weird in one of the cells, and he asks Jo-san what is wrong with him. Jo-san reveals that he is being affected by Natsuka's attack. Her power tends to mess with people's desires and get them to do crazy things. He is confident that Saru will return to normal in a few days. After this, they proceed to Jo-san's office to discuss. Jo-san informs Saran that their job is to maintain balance and make sure that outsiders are not going around causing trouble. He offers Saran a job offer, but Saran outrightly refuses. Saran says his dream is to become rich without having to stress himself. Jo-yan then tells Huhu to help them convince Saran. She wastes no time in picking up a bat. She hits Saran so hard that he starts to beg her. He tells her that he is ready to work for the express delivery, and he is giving the hiring paperwork to fill out. That night, Saran is kidnapped in his dorm by an unknown person. Elsewhere, Jo-san is seen asking Jo-yan why he is so obsessed with Soran. He wonders if he is after the Kitagen too. Jo-yan reveals that he is interested in Soran because Zensei is interested in him. This also means the whole world will be interested in him. Jo-yan has the feeling that Soran will make a big difference to the outsiders' world. Shortly afterward, Soran is delivered to who sent the creature after him. He bursts out of the sack to see two girls looking at him. He assumes that they are from Zensei, but the girls tell him that he is wrong. Soran realizes that there are several other people who are after him. Just then, another man in a white robe accompanied by two other men shows up on the scene. They tell Soran that he should come with them instead. It appears that the man in white is dangerous, because the girls decide not to struggle with him when it comes to Soran's custody. Soran activates his power and says he is waiting for who will stop him from going on. At the same time in the office, Jo-yan informs Jo-san that the technique Shakuren taught Soran is a technique that is unique to the Tenshifu clan, which is known as Kinkauju. Jo-san immediately realizes that the Tenshifu will also be after Soren because he is capable of using their prized technique. Back in the woods, Soran is shocked when the two men who came with the man in white showcase their power, and it turns out to be the same as Soran's own. It turns out that the men are from the Tenshifu clan. Jo-yan then says the Tengakai will also be on the move. Meanwhile, Huhu wakes up in her dorm room and makes her way outside to find a woman, Cyan, waiting for her. She says she is from the Tengakai, and she is there to take Soren away. Huhu pays no attention to her and starts to walk away, but Cyan attacks her. Hao dodges the attacks and tells Cyan that she doesn't care which clan Soran decides to join. However, she will terminate anyone who tries to take him away as her servant. Just then, they see a golden light burst out in the distance, and the two are able to deduce that the only person who can do that is Soran. Now in the woods, the two men in black inform the man in white that they have assessed Soran's strength, and it is evident that he can use the Tenshifu technique. The man in white, Regyoku, decides to try him out too. Soran charges toward Gyoku, but he easily blocks his attack and knocks him down without moving. This comes as a shock to Soran, but he still manages to stand up even though he is weak. He continues hitting Gyoku without causing any damage to his body. In the office, Jo-yan tells Jo-san that there is the possibility that Shakuren was a member of Tenshifu. Now in the woods, Gyoku sees Soran as someone who is very weak and shouldn't be worthy of his time. He crushes Soran with his power and begins to leave. They all expect him to give up, but he stands up again, and this comes as a shock to them. Soran then starts to narrate how he has been hiding his power all this time, just because his grandfather told him so. However, he is now tired of their crap and he is ready to let out all of his strength. Gyoku makes fun of him and says he might become a cripple if they continue fighting. and Soran dares him to come at him with everything he has. Just then, Huhu and Cyan show up. It turns out that the two girls who were there before are from Tengakai, and they are Cyan's comrades. Huhu tells Soran to let out all of his power without holding back. She tells him that there is no need for him to hide again. Soran then activates the secret technique his father taught him in addition to the Kinku. His aura changes from gold to white, and this is a technique known to Gyoku, which is called Raihu. The two charge toward each other and a fierce battle ensues. The men in black are shocked to see this. They talk about how only a handful of high-level warriors can use Raihu. The only ones who can teach the technique are the Tenshis. The mystery behind Shakuran continues to become bigger by the day because he must have been high up in the Tenshifu for him to know such a technique. Soran concentrates all his powers on his hand and directs it to Gyoku. Just then, Gyoku does the same, but the only difference is that his own ki is black. Gyoku is so powerful that his ki is able to overshadow that of Soran and knocks him down. Huhu sees this and interferes before Soran gets killed. Gyoku is shocked when he sees Huhu cut his power with just one swing of her knife. Gyoku then tells Soran that he has now considered him a worthy person. He officially invites him to the Raten Taisho. This is an event where they are to choose the next successor to the Tenshi. Soran is totally blown away when he hears this. The following day, Huhu takes Soran to a house that is located in a serene environment. She informs Soran that he will now be training at the house in preparation for the event. Apparently, Huhu told Soran to participate in the event where they were to choose the next leader of the Tenshifu. Huhu says Gyoku is very strong, and this is one of the reasons Soran needs to train hard to be able to perform well in the event. She pushes Soran into the house when he is walking slowly. She orders him not to move, and he concurs. She then touches his head with her own and transfers something into his head. Soran screams out in pain until he passes out. He regains consciousness when Huhu pours water on his head. He asks her what she did to him, and she reveals that she transferred her technique to him. She has come to the conclusion that it will take more than a month for him to greatly improve his Raihu and Kinku in just 1 month. They have only just a month, and he needs to be prepared. She is confident that he will still be able to master her own technique in that short period of time. Soran sits down in a position that will make him concentrate on his ki, but he soon loses concentration when Huhu starts to undress in front of him. She finishes undressing and enters the bathroom, but Soran still finds it hard to concentrate even after she is done bathing. Huhu notices that his ki is flowing towards one place, and that is his manhood. She decides to find a solution to that. She believes that Soran is losing concentration because he is still a virgin. She then provides him with girls that will make pleasure to him. Soran gets angry and shouts at the girls to leave. After their departure, Soran also stands up with the intention of leaving the house. Huhu orders him not to leave, but he tells Huhu that he is not scared of whatever she wants to do to him. As he steps out of the door, Huhu hits the whole house with an air attack that leaves the walls cracked. She appears to be in pain because of Soran's departure, as she drops her knife on the ground. Minutes later, Cyan approaches Soran with the offer of coming with her. She says she would like him to meet with the president of Tengakai, who is her father. Soran decides to follow her, and she takes him to the Tengai Tower, which is a famous place in the city. Soran is surprised to find out that the Tengakai owns the Tengai Group, which is a big company. She takes him to her father's office to meet him. The president is happy to see Soran, and he introduces himself as Chon Hao. He also introduces him to Jia Zhonggu, who is a high-class martial artist and well-known in the outsider world. Chon Hao tells him that he sent for him because he wants him to join them. However, he is willing to give him time to make his decision. The president tells his daughter and Jia Zhonggu to leave the office. He needs to discuss something privately with Soran. After they are gone, he gives Soran the chance to date his daughter. On the other hand, Jo-san and Jo-yeon have learned that Tengakai now has Soran. Huhu has also become worse and depressed because of Soran's departure. They believe that everything will turn out well if Huhu just apologizes to Soran. Jo-san dresses Huhu formally to have her meet with Soran. However, Kenkin enters the room after she has made a deal to dump Zensei and work for the express delivery instead. She tells them that she will be the one to give Huhu the clothes to wear. She is confident that she will give Huhu something that will make Soran reconsider his decisions immediately. Back at Tenga's tower, the president continues talking to Soran to try and convince him to join Tengakai. He reveals that they have researched everything about Soran, and they know that he is a good person. He then adds that his grandfather and his own grandfather have connections between them. He says this connection goes back to the 20th century. Now at the express delivery office, Kenkin dresses Huhu in a purple gown and high heels to make her look more appealing to Soran. The president continues with his story and says outsiders and normal people were living in harmony until a massive war broke out in the outsider world. The president says the cause of the war was hidden from people after the war was over. The president then did research to know why this happened. After years of research, he was able to uncover the truth. It turns out that the outsiders were fighting over the special powers of 8 specific outsiders. One of those powers is the Katagan style that Shakurin used. Another is the one Chonhao's grandfather, Tenyu, used. This technique is called the channeling technique. Chonhao wants him and Saran to unite to uncover the truth about the 8 powers that the outsiders were fighting over. He then tells Saran that he is free to think it over. He already has a room prepared for him, so that he can rest there for the night. Saran thanks Chonhao and heads to the room he has been given. The following morning, Sayen comes into Saran's room with a woman called Nana. She says Nana is there to keep him company and make him happy. At the same time, Huhu has just entered the tower, and she meets with the receptionist. She demands to see Saran, but the receptionist declines her request. Huhu is persistent, and security guards soon show up to take her away. Huhu turns things around and dislocates their arms. She then proceeds into the tower to find Soren. Soren is currently receiving a massage from Nana, and he is enjoying every bit of the moment. He starts to show his excitement by smiling and talking loudly. Sayen is absolutely disgusted, and she wonders what her father saw in Soran that made him decide that he is the right person for her to date. She remembers her father telling her that Soran is the best decision for her. He assured her that everything would be fine because he had never made a decision that would hurt her in the past. Sayen had no choice but to accept her father's decision. After Nana is done with the massage session, Sayen asks Soran if he has thought about what her father asked him, and he says yes. He tells Sayen that he doesn't see himself joining up with Tengakai because it will hurt Ho-Ho. Sayen is shocked to see that Soran still has Ho-Ho in mind, even after he left her. Soran then says Ho-Ho might be maltreating him, but he doesn't think Ho-Ho has any idea of what she is doing. She doesn't have emotions and she isn't greedy either. He is not trying to defend her, he says, but he actually thinks Ho-Ho was just helping him out. He believes that he is wrong for getting angry at her because she actually cares about him. Meanwhile, Huhu is still making her way through each floor while also beating up the guards. She keeps asking them where Soren is, but none of them can give her an answer to the question. She soon encounters 4 of the top people in Tengakai. She walks toward the 4 with no intention of fighting and asks them if they know where Soran is. One of them attacks her, but she easily blocks the attack. She dodges all of his attacks and punches and delivers a fatal kick to his mouth. She now has to face 4 people at once. Another person who appears to have an elastic body wraps around her to give his comrades to hit Ho-Ho. However, she is able to throw them away without even moving her body. They are shocked to see this and they wonder just how powerful she is. They judge her by her small stature, but she proves to be more dangerous than they give her credit for. Back in his room, Sayen tells Soran that he has automatically become her boyfriend once he agrees to join Tengakai. Soran says he is aware of this fact, but tells Sayen that he has a seal that only allows him to get close to women who genuinely love him. Sayen says she is aware of this seal, and she is ready to prove to him that she loves him. She takes off her shirt and gets close to Soren without him feeling any pain in his manhood. He is surprised by this, and Sayen explains to him that she is willing to love him because of her family's desires. Soran is excited that he will finally become a man after so many years, but he starts feeling down again. Sayen is forced to ask him what the problem is. Soran says he doesn't love Sayen yet, but he is open to adult relations from the start. This infuriates Sayen, and she throws him out of the room. Just then, a lady comes to inform him that Huhu has infiltrated the building. Sayen looks to her side to find out that Soran is trying to run away. She decides to deal with him. She punches Soran, and this comes as a shock to him because there is a bit of distance between them, and there is no way that her fist can reach him from that distance. He soon gets hit again, and this time, he is sure that Sayen was the one who hit him. Sayen wants him to get serious, and he does. He charges towards Sayen, but he easily dodges him. She disappears and appears above Soran before delivering a power blow to his head. It finally dawns on him Sayen's power is teleportation. At the same time, the president has been informed that Huhu has taken out the top people in the tower. These are people who are meant to stop her. In the hallway, Huhu leaves one of the executives conscious so he can attend to the other 3. On the other hand, Ja has volunteered to stop Huhu in order to prevent the president from getting his hands dirty. Soren has also made Sayen an offer. Since there is no way he can defeat her, he has made her the offer that she will let him go if he manages to break through her technique. Huhu has now run into Ja, who appears to be very powerful because of the shining aura around him. The fight between the two begins, and the executives show up at the right time. They are surprised to see Ja Jonggu holding out against Huhu all by herself. In fact, he is dealing damage to her body, and this surprises them. They already have the belief that no one will be able to stop Huhu. The president's son says Ja Jonggu is very strong, and this is one of the reasons the president hired him in the first place. Ja Jonggu gets serious, and he attacks Huhu with knives that he is controlling telekinetically. He is getting the upper hand against Huhu, while she is trying to figure out his moves. The president's son explains to his comrades that Ja's skill is different from telekinesis. He is part of the people who are known as arm masters. They have developed a way to make weapons a part of them, and this has brought about accuracy. There is no way a weapon can have precision in the hands of a telekinesis user like that of an arms master. The weapons are an extension of their body, which is being controlled by their Kai. Ja charges toward Ho-Hu with his knives, but she is able to dodge them for the first time. She tells him that it's been a while since she fought someone as serious as him. She tells Ja that she is now ready to get serious with him too. Ja wonders why Ho-Hu is so confident that she has a choice against him. Ho-Hu takes off the heels she is wearing and tells Ja to blame himself for what is about to happen to him. On the other hand, the battle between Sayan and Saran is still ongoing. She punches Saran in the mouth when he is not ready for battle. Saran then tells her to wait for a signal before she starts attacking him. Once the signal is given, she throws a punch at him, but the punch is totally deflected. Saran has his eyes closed, and this surprises Sayan. She tries a speed attack, but it remains the same. She starts to wonder what sort of technique Saran is using to block her attacks. She knows he is not using Kinku or Raihu, but she can't seem to figure out what sort of technique it is. After several attempts to hit him with no success, Saran considers himself the winner of the bet. He starts to leave, but Sayan calls him back to tell him that she never holds back on her word. She then asks him what sort of technique he just used against her, and he says it is the modified version of Raihu that he developed by himself. Sayan promises to defeat the technique the next time they meet. As he is about to leave, he asks her if she truly loves him, but she replies that she only tried to like him because of her family desires. The scene shifts to the battle between Ho-Hu and Ja. After taking off her heels, her movements totally change, and she is able to hit Ja so hard that he is left wondering what type of woman Ho-Hu is. At that time, the president shows up, and Jay starts to get worried that the president has come out to watch him fight. He doesn't want his reputation to be ruined, and he starts forming cool. Luckily for him, Ho-Hu gives him a way out without even realizing it. She tells Ja that she is tired of playing and would just like to take Saran before leaving the tower. Ja fumbles the opportunity by telling Ho-Hu to grovel before him before he accepts that she has thrown the match. Ho-Hu misunderstands him and knocks his head to the ground. Ja feels embarrassed and tries to attack Ho-Hu from behind, but she dodges the attack and pushes her shoes into his head. She then stands in front of the Chonhao, asking him where Soran is. She is still talking about Soran when he falls from the level above, because Sayan hits him in the head when he proposes that they go inside the room to engage in adult relations. Soren comes face to face with Ho-Hu, and this surprises the two. Ho-Hu wastes no time in apologizing to Saran and asking him to come back home with her. Soren is impressed to find out that Ho-Hu infiltrated Tengakai by herself just to take him back home. He starts to think about forgiving her, but doesn't want Jo Yan to think that he is too easy to walk over by a woman. He then asks Ho-Hu if she will do anything that he wants, and she says yes. He tells her not to move, and she complies. Soran then walks over to Chonhao to humbly tell him that he will not be joining Tengakai. After hearing this, Chonhao activates his power, and he looks very dangerous. Ho-Hu wants to get involved, but Saran tells her to stay as she is. Saran is scared, but he knows that he needs to let his decision known to the president. He then tells the president that he is sorry, but he has made up his mind already. Chonhao hears this and laughs out loudly. He tells Saran that he was just messing with him. He informs Saran that he now likes him even more because he didn't back down even after feeling the extent of his power. He tells Saran that he can now leave with Ho-Hu. Ja hears this and gets infuriated that Chonhao is letting Ho-Hu leave. He then throws his knives at Ho-Hu, and they pierce her body cleanly. Ho-Hu looks into Soren's eyes as red liquid drips from her body. She then tells Soren that she is happy that she didn't move just as she was ordered not to. Chonhao is furious when he sees this and grabs Ja by the neck. He regrets inviting him into the Tengakai. He then chokes him till he stops moving. Ho-Hu falls to the ground, unresponsive. Soran grabs her, and at the same time, screams at the amount of body fluid that she is losing. Chonhao then tells Soran to calm down because they can help her. He calls on his son, Shinton, to use one of the souls he has in him to help Ho-Hu. Shinton summons one of the best doctors they have to take over his body so he can take a look at Ho-Hu. He starts to attend to Ho-Hu by getting rid of the knives inside of her first. He then tells his people to get some red liquids ready because she is going to need a transfusion. Just then, Jo Yan and Jo San enter the room. They tell Shinton to stop what he is doing. They have come to take custody of Ho-Hu, and they don't want anyone else to touch her. Shinton screams at them that they are trying to leave Ho-Hu to die. The two then tell him that the express delivery will take custody of her. Chonhao tells his son to back off and let the men take her away. She's taken away, and Chonhao prepares a bus to transport them to their desired location. While they are inside the bus, Soran screams at the two for acting all selfishly. He believes that they are trying to leave Hoo to die, but Jo-san tells him to calm down and listen carefully. He then realizes that Ho is healing herself already. Her bleeding has stopped, and her wounds are already closing. This comes as a surprise to him, and he starts to ask the two about the kind of person Ho is. He wonders why she is so strong as she is, and the reason she is obsessed with him. Jo-yeon replies that Hoo is obsessed with him because she likes him. Jo-san then reveals that they don't really have much information about her. She is working for express delivery in exchange for information about her past. They are helping her to investigate her past because she has no memory of who she is or where she came from. In the next scene, Gyoku is seen meeting with Rin, who is the head of the Ko family. After a brief discussion with him, Gyoku leaves. After his departure, Rin goes to one of his rooms. It turns out that Natsuka is staying at his house. His son, Ketsu, is also in the room. Father and son are both fighting over who will have Natsuka for himself. It appears that Natsuka already has them under her thumb with the help of her powers. She asks him who came to see him, and he wastes no time in revealing who it was. Natsuka realizes that Gyoku came to see Rin because Ketsu will also be partaking in the selection ceremony. Just then, one of Natsuka's comrades enters to tell her that there is something important that she has to see. He takes her to the room where Ro is waiting for them. There is another Zensi member, Shumon, who is also there. Ro says he has been able to extract the last memories of Shakurin. He takes a peek at it and also allows his comrades to see it. He is very sure that the information he has is bound to cause panic within the express delivery. Natsuka is impressed with Ro and says he will one day be worthy to have her. The following day, Soran is still sitting beside Ho because she is not awake yet. Jo-san and Jo-yeon show up to talk to him. They tell him to leave and go to school. They assure Soran that they will stay with Hoo while he is away. He reluctantly stands up and leaves. After his departure, Jo-san and Jo-yeon wonder what will happen when Soran finds out that they are hiding something from him. Hoo wakes up when they are in the middle of this discussion. Jo-san asks her why didn't move when Ja attacked her. She replies that Soran ordered her not to move and she was just doing as told. On the other hand, Soran is still walking alone along the forest path when he notices something off. He heads into the forest and Ro appears behind him. Ro begins to tail Soran, but he soon loses track of him. Before he realizes what is happening, Soran is behind him. Soren demands to know why he is following him. Ro quickly reveals that he has no ill intentions towards Soren. He just wants to show him the last memories of his grandfather, and he knows that he will be interested. He assures Soran that it is not a trap or sort before leaving. After leaving, Soran puts the glowing aura on his head, and he is able to see what his grandpa saw before dying. He is left in shock with what he sees. He starts rushing back home while talking about Jo-san and Jo-yeon's deceit. He gets home to find out that there is no one there. He receives a call from Jo-san, telling him where they are so he can come and meet them. He meets them in a hospital room where Jo-san introduces Soren to the old man on the bed. He says the old man is their father, Jo Shao. Soren wastes no time in asking Hoo the burning question on his mind. He asks her if she is the one who terminated his grandfather 12 years ago, and she says yes. Soran gets angry when he hears this, and he is about to go all out, but Jo-san stops him and tells him to listen to his father before taking action. Sho calls Ho-Amu and says he is ready to tell Soran everything he needs to know about her. He explains that he met Ho in the year 1944. Shu begins to narrate that his father and mother found Ho in the woods, where two men were trying to take advantage of her. They chase away the crooks and take Hoo with them back home. She didn't seem to be able to talk when she was taken home. Shu's father decides to go into town to look for Hoo's relatives, but there isn't any success pertaining to that. Shu's father and mother decided that Ho would start staying with them. Because of her inability to talk to everyone in the village, Ho was given the name Amu. Later on, Sho's mother figured out that Ho knows how to speak, but it seems she has forgotten how to. She started training her, and at some point, she was able to write down her name for them. She doesn't remember anything else, but she is pretty sure that her name is Ho. One day, Hoo tries to remember her past, but this causes her immense pain, and she falls to the ground. Shu's mother tells him to run into town to get to the village. When he and the doctor came back, they were surprised to find her in a weird sitting position. The doctor recognizes this and says, Hoo has the ability to use ki. He then tells Sho and his mother not to tell anyone about what they have just learned. That night, Shu asks Hoo what happened to her earlier, but she says she has no idea. She then tells Sho that he also has the ability to use ki because she can feel it. She tells Sho to sit down and cross his legs so he can be calm. By this, he will be able to feel his ki. Shu doesn't feel it at first, but soon calms down and he is able to feel the presence of ki moving inside of him. As time goes on, Hoo continues to teach Shu how to use ki, but he doesn't tell his family about it. One day, Ho-Hu hears Shou's mother singing a song and she loves it. She asks Shou's mother to teach her and she doesn't hesitate about this. She teaches her the song to make her happy. Ho-Hu soon gets used to the song in no time. 5 years later, one of Shu's family members comes to the house to ask Shu's mother to give her the opportunity to let Ho-Hu marry into their family, but she refuses. Shu's mother and father decide that they will make Ho-Hu a member of their family. Shu's mother then asks Ho-Hu if she likes them, and this creates a complication for her. She doesn't know what like is, and she starts trying to figure it out. This causes her pain, but Shu's mother calms her down and says it is not compulsory that she knows what the word is immediately. That night, Shu's mother realizes that Ho-Hu is still trying to figure out what the word like means, and she tries to explain to her in the best possible way that she can. One day, the village is attacked by bandits while Ho-Hu is out packing firewood. She comes back to see the villagers on their knees but doesn't know what is going on. The leader of the bandits sees her and immediately develops a liking for her. He intends to take her away so he can have fun with her, but Shu's father jumps to stop them. During the altercation, Shu's father is killed. Shu gets up and goes after the bandits, but he is also knocked out. Shu's mother screams out in pain when she sees this. Ho-Hu still doesn't understand what is happening as she is being taken away by the bandit leader. Just then, she turns back to meet Shu's mother. She tells her that she can feel that she is in pain because she is crying. She wants her to stop crying and go back to how she usually smiles. She asks Shu's mother what she can do to help. Shu's mother reveals how envious she is of Ho-Hu, that she doesn't have human emotions. She then screams out that the death of the bandits will be the only thing to make her happy. Ho-Hu does as told, and she starts terminating all of the bandits one by one. Shu wakes up when she is doing this. Shu's mother looks absolutely terrified at the sight of this, and she isn't the only one. All of the villagers became scared of her, and they demanded that she leave. As she starts to leave, Shu and her mother run after her. Shu's mother assures her that she will help her find her family. She then tells her to wait in the forest for them while they leave to get some things. Upon getting back to the village, Shu is shocked to find out that they are leaving the village instead of going back to Ho-Ho. Shu's mother says she can no longer trust Ho-Ho because she lacks human emotions. Shu protests against this, but there is nothing he can do about it. This was how Shu and Ho-Hu separated. Shu was 14 years old at the time. As days go by, Ho-Hu remains in the forest, but it soon dawns on her that she needs to find her family. Fast forward to the year 1993, Shu is now 58 years old. He receives an offer to join the Delivery Express. This was when he saw a picture of Ho-Ho. She was arrested by the police but somehow escaped. Ho-Ho still remains the same as she was back then, and she has not aged a day. Shu then tells the person inviting him to join the company to provide him information about Ho-Hu, and he will join without hesitation. On the other hand, Ho-Hu is living on the streets with some homeless kids. She goes to the market at night to steal food for them. One of those nights, she is captured by some group of bandits. She is then tied up and held in their cell. One day, two men, Dai-He and Tiger, come looking for a slave. Tiger sees her and rejects her immediately. He says he has a conscience and doesn't want to touch the girl. He is about to leave when he hears the stunts that the girl has pulled off. He then enters the cell to talk to her alone. He is able to figure out that he is the person Shu is looking for. He tells Ho-Hu that he knows someone who is looking for her. Tiger then acquires Ho-Ho so he can take her to Shu. The following day, she is taken to Shu and he immediately recognizes her. She also recognizes Shu from his body scent. She sleeps off in his arms because she is at peace. Shu is infuriated and he requests that the slavers and the bandits who abducted her be punished for their crimes. Shu's request is granted by express delivery. The guilty parties were captured and buried alive to punish them for everything they did to Ho-Hu. That same year, she became a member of express delivery. Shu started using the resources available to him to try and figure out who Ho-Hu was and where she came from. Now in the present day, Shu tells Saran that he will tell him about his grandfather, Shakuran, too. He narrates that during his research, he was able to figure out that Ho-Hu was involved in the Kushan War. 12s ago, he received information that the leaders of each outsider style were having a meeting. He calls Ho-Hu to follow him because there is the possibility that there is someone who knows her. They get to the forest where the meeting is supposed to be held to find the bodies of the top leaders lying on the floor. They investigate further into the forest to find Soren's father terminating the last leader of the outsider style. Shakuran talks about how he has successfully terminated all the remnants of the Kushan War. Shakuran made his location known so that the leaders would come after him and he would be able to get rid of them once and for all. Shakuran knows that there are two people hiding in the woods and he tells them to come out. He is surprised when he sees Ho-Hu. It appears that he knows who she is. Ho-Hu runs over to him and starts to beg him. She wants to know who she is or where she came from, and Shakuran appears to be the only person who can help her out. The old man then gives her a condition. He tells her that she will find all the answers she sees if she promises to protect his grandson. He is sure that she will get all the answers she needs if she stays around Soran. To make them believe what he is saying, he reveals that he was the cause of the Koshin War. He says all of Hohu's past is associated with the war. Shu says he is strong enough to protect Soran, and he doesn't know why he is asking Huhu to do so. Shakurin then opens his shirt to show them that he was hit by a fatal attack while he was battling the leaders. He has little time left to live and he wants Huhu to help terminate him. He assures Huhu that she will get the answers she's looking for if she stays around Soran. He tells her not to approach Soran until another outsider tries to mess with his life. He then touches Huhu's head with his own head and transfers his technique to her. He begs her to give it to Soran when the time comes. After he has done this, he begs Huhu to end him, and she concurs. As time goes by, Huhu continues to monitor Soran, but she never gets close to him. She and Sho were only monitoring him from afar. Shout then explains to Soren that Huhu has been the one watching over him for the past 12 years. Sho decides to tell Soren about his grandfather before he dies. He reveals that he couldn't find anything on the name Shakurin. However, he was able to find out that one of the outsiders of the Tenshifu disappeared in the year 1944. It seems that the said person is a comrade of the current Tenshi. The person's name is Kaigi, and there is every possibility that he is Shakurin. Shu then tells Soren that he needs to participate in the succession event so he can meet the Tenshi and ask him for details about his grandfather. After the events of the first season, the preparations for the Raiten, which is the succession event, continue. At this point, we have reached the end of our video. If you like it, do not forget to put the like button and subscribe for more new videos. Jo-yeon tells Jo-san that no one is interested in Soran. They are only interested in the skills that his grandfather passed on to him. Elsewhere, Tenshi is to meet with the elders of the clan. His friend Rikukin wonders why he is so intent on Soran succeeding him. Rikukin lets him know that the elders don't want this, but Tenshi doesn't care. They arrive at a tent where the elders are waiting for them. Just then, Rikukin displays a very powerful technique that he has kept hidden for a while. The power from the technique is enough to take out the roof of the place they are sitting in. This leaves the elders amazed, and Rikukin reveals that the name of the technique is called Tsuten Roku. They are shocked to find out that Rikukin possesses one of the 8 powers that caused the Kushin War, and he has kept it hidden. He then tells the elders that he will willingly give the technique to whoever wins the Raiten. The man who passed the technique to him was Ju Shifu of the Yosei school. He lets the elders know that Shifu told him the names of those who killed him. After this is settled, they leave the elders, and Tenshi tells Rikukin that the pursuit of his secret technique will cause more chaos. Rikukin says he is counting on this. Up next, Soran is busy training with Hoho. He is getting better in training as days go by. He is still trying to master the new technique that was passed down to him. Hoho didn't try to master it, so she has no idea how to put Soran through. In fact, Soran is shocked to find out that Hoho doesn't have any of the martial arts skills. He wonders how she is so powerful when she doesn't know any of the arts. Hoho then reveals that Jo-yeon is teaching her some secret techniques. She uses some of the techniques on Soran to punish him. Meanwhile, Jo-yeon and Jo-san just got the news that 3 top outsiders were killed. Without a doubt, the two know that Zensei has something to do with the deaths. Now, at the Ko family house, Natsuka is still using her charms to control Rin and his son, Ketsu. It appears that she sent Ketsu on an errand. Upon returning, Ketsu reveals that he has messed up. He has terminated some people that he is not supposed to. He has no intentions of doing so, and he starts to beg Natsuka. His father gets angry and starts to hit him for messing up. Ketsu also gets angry and gets up to face his father. Natsuka tries to calm them down, but Rin pushes her away and says he will terminate her after terminating his son. Natsuka starts to wonder if her charm is wearing off on the two. Just then, Kune of Ryan shows up with one of his comrades. It turns out that he is the one behind what is happening to the two men. Before Natsuka can get him to lift his spell, Ketsu grabs his father and bites off a big chunk of meat from his neck. He doesn't stop there. He pushes his hand into his father's chest and terminates him. He starts to scream like someone who is still out for more violence. As Rin loses his grip on life, he speaks softly, and his son hears him. Ketsu starts to feel remorse when he realizes what he has done to his father. He crawls over to where his father is and starts to cry. Kune's associates hug him and assure him that everything will be fine. He is then asked who his 4th target is. He replies that his 4th target is Shokatsu Sei. Shokatsu Sei is the son of Shokatsu Kume, and he is respected in the outsider world. Sei will also be participating in the tournament. Up next, Soran is busy practicing at home when Jo-yeon shows up to inform him that it is time. He is taken to the building where he is to register for the tournament. He gets to know that the tournament is now open to almost anybody and Huhu will participate because of this. Meanwhile, Sei and another participant, Haku, are on their way to the event venue. Elsewhere, a guy, Uya of the Botu sect, is called to his master's chambers. The Grandmaster informs him that he would like him to participate in the Raiden event too. The Grandmaster wants him to join the event so he can find out about what happened to his past. Ouya doesn't really feel the need to dig into his past, but decides that he will consider it. It turns out that Aoya can wield one of the 8 sacred art techniques. Soon afterward, Soren and his comrades make their way to the mountain where the event will be taking place. Soren meets Ouya at the entrance of the mountain. It turns out that Ouya finally made the decision to participate in the event. During their conversation, Soren tells Ouya that he is participating in the tournament to try to figure out what happened to his grandfather. He says he needs to meet Tenshi to do this. Ouya is surprised when he hears this. He lets him know that he can meet Tenshi now. He points to his front to show him the Tenshi where he is taking pictures with other contestants. Ouya then takes him to the Tenshi, and they get to introduce themselves first. The Tenshi is surprised to see Soren, and he tells Soren that he can call him master. In fact, he sees Soren as his own grandson. He then tells Soren to join him in his chambers so that they can talk. When they are inside the room alone, Tenshi reveals that he knows what Soren wants to ask. He then lets him know that his grandfather's real name is Chokaigi. He only used the name Shakurin to escape harm. However, he will not be telling him anything more than that until Soren earns the right to succeed him. Soren tries to persuade the Tenshi, but he lets him know that what happened to Chokaigi is closely related to the Tenshi succession system. After the discussion, Soren reunites with Hohu and the rest. They are to head to the main place where the event will take place. They get to the top of the mountain where they are welcomed by a man. He tells them that they need to cross the large ravine in front of them to get to where they are going. However, there is a rope across it for those who lack the ability to jump or fly over the ravine. Soren is still thinking of how to cross the ravine when some people show up and jump to the other side like it's nothing. More people arrive and they all jump or fly across the ravine. Soren is blown away when he sees this. He cannot believe that he will be going against people who can pull off something like that. Soren opts to use the rope instead. He starts to crawl on the rope while Huhu walks on it. Huhu almost falls off, but she is saved by a man who introduces himself as Ja Seryu. He reveals that he is Ja Jogu's brother. He informs Huhu that he is there to eliminate Huhu for wiping his brother. However, he still helps Huhu get to the other side of the ravine without causing them any problems. After some time, Soren finally crawls to the other side. They get to event gatherings where they see lots of participants. Soren finds Shinton and Seiyin there too. Shinton reveals that he is not necessarily there to contest. He is participating because his father told him to do so in order to help Soren during the tournament. He informs Soren that he has information about everyone participating in the tournament. He then tells him that the 2 people he should be watching out for are Gyoku and Sei. Soren and Shinton see Sei and Gyoku talking, and Soren tries to greet them, but Gyoku ignores him. He gets angry and wants to throw a tantrum, but Shinton stops him. He starts to wonder what he has ever done to Gyoku to make him give him the cold treatment. While they are in the middle of the crowd, Shinton slips and lets everyone know that the guy standing beside him is the famous Soren. People hear this, and everyone immediately wants to talk to him. One of the guys sees Haohu beside Soren and asks if she will be going against Soren, but she says no. She reveals that she is there to make sure that Soren wins the tournament. She is determined to take out anyone or whoever will be a problem for Soren. The people hear this again, and they all go into panic mode. Shortly afterward, the Tenshi and the Elders show up to start off the tournament. The participants are required to draw lots to know the group they fall into and who their opponent is. They are to compete in a knockout stage in groups of 4. Only the sole victor will be allowed to move to the next stage. Soren is under the White Tiger while Shinton is under the Black Tortoise. This means that the 2 will not be fighting each other, and this makes Shinton happy. The first match of the tournament will be Hoho against 3 brothers who registered as 1. The match will basically be 3 against 1. Hoho enters the stage and the brothers recognize her. They know how strong she is, and they waste no time in resigning so that Hoho can take the win. When it is Gyoku's turn to fight also, it is 3 people against 1. However, he easily defeats them. Soren starts to realize the possibility that he will have to face 3 people at once. He starts to wonder what he can do to defeat the 3 men that he will go against. It is now Soren's turn to fight. He enters the arena in a very cool way, looking dangerous and talking like a villain. He starts to talk like a very dangerous person, and the sky also turns black. He introduces himself to his opponents and starts to laugh hysterically. He tells them that he is surprised that they are bold enough to challenge his Kitegan style. The trio knows that he is Shakurin's grandson, and they expect nothing less from him. He continues to get into their head, and he even calls them insects who are not worthy of challenging him. With the way he is talking, the trio realizes that he is pretty confident, and they might have a problem. He calls them cowards for trying to team up to face him. Just then, One of the guys decides that it will be best to face Soren one by one to prove to him that they are pretty strong too. Soren takes it up a notch again. He sits on the floor and says he cannot accept the challenge of anyone who hasn't proved himself. He wants to see who is the strongest among the trio. The trio wastes no time in fighting each other, so that they can have a winner who will then challenge Soren. One of them emerges the winner and says he is ready to take on Soren. Soren then tells him to calm down before fighting him. He tells him to regain his strength and concentrate on his ki first. He wants to face him when he is at his best. The challenger sits down and closes his eyes to get ready. While he is doing this, Soren stands up and walks up to him. He catches him off guard and beats him up. With this, Soren is declared the winner of the match, but the viewers call him a shameless person. Soren doesn't seem to mind because his dirty trick worked, and that is what is most important to him. Later on, Jo-yeon calls Soren to sit with him so that they can watch Sae's match together. He says the match is not something that Soren will want to miss. Jo-san says he is also interested in Sae because of the technique that they use in their family. Jae-yeon says there are lots of skilled fighters in the tournament. Gyoku and Sae are not the only ones that they should be worried about. As the match is about to start, Sae activates a spell circle before he starts to fight the trio that is going against him. One of the three fighters realizes that Sae activated something and decides to attack him from long range, but this still doesn't help. The trio finds it hard to touch him and talk less of hitting him. After elegantly knocking out two of the three fighters, the last fighter surrenders before he is knocked out. After the match, Sae finds his younger brother Haku to ask him how his match went. He is surprised to learn that his brother lost his match. He says none of the fighters should be able to defeat him except Gyoku. Haku then reveals that he got scared when he came face to face with his opponent, Memo. His head went blank and he forgot all the kung fu he knew. Sae then tells him to stop crying, because he will avenge him in his next match. Haku then says Sae will not get the chance to avenge him, because Kinmo has already been defeated by a player whom they didn't know before. The person he is talking about is none other than Oya. Sae is surprised to hear the name and he says things are already getting interesting. He can't wait to face Aoya to see what he is capable of. Later on, Soren asks Jo-yeon and Jo-san what type of kung fu technique Sae is using. Jo-san reveals that his family's technique is one that allows him to predict the enemy's movement and allows him to dodge their attacks before they hit him. This is a very rare technique, and it allows him to dive into the world of space and time. This is the spell and calculations he made before the match began. By this, his opponents were not able to land a single blow on him. Soren wonders if he will be able to defeat someone like that, and Jo-san says he will manage. Soren soon finds one of the contestants, Zuryu, and a girl arguing. It turns out that the two are surfing a betting site to make wagers on who they believe will win the tournament. Soren checks through the odds to realize that he is not among the favorites. Gyoku and Sae are among the favorites to win the tournament. In addition to that, Soren realizes that Ja is also rated high. He wonders why Ja is rated high, and Zor informs him that Ja is considered the weapon master of his family. His match earlier in the day was also amazing to watch. He faced off with 3 opponents at once, and he even has the ability to control 6 knives at once. Ja didn't even break a sweat before defeating his opponents. After the conclusion of the knockout stages, there are now 32 participants left. There will no longer be room for teamwork, because they will be fighting each other 1v1. Soren picks up the card to find out that his next opponent is Zen. Shinton sees this and tells him to be wary of Zen because he is a pretty tough opponent. The opponents he faced during the early stages didn't last a minute against him, he says. Soren sees Gyoku in the distance and tries talking to him again, but he ignores him as usual, and this hurts Soren the more. He keeps wondering why Gyoku is acting strange toward him. Soren sits down with 2 of Gyoku's associates to talk to them about the treatment Gyoku is giving him. One of them comes clean and reveals that Gyoku is acting that way towards Soren because he is envious of him. He reminds Soren of the Rahyu that he used when they both fought each other. He tells Soren that Gyoku's black Rahyu is known as Ingorai. This means his Rahyu is tainted and not pure, just like that of Soren's. Soren's Rahyu, on the other hand, is known as Yugorai. Soren's Rahyu is pure and untainted. This is the reason it is white, while that of Gyoku is black, because it is tainted. That night, Huhu wakes Soren and asks him to follow her. She leads him deep into the woods where she shows him an already bound Zen. She heard Shinton telling Soren that Zen is dangerous. This is the reason she has kidnapped him with the intention of burying him alive so that he won't have to fight him. Soren stops her and says she is doing the wrong thing. He unties Zen so he can be free. Zen is furious and tries to attack Huhu, but Soren stops him. He begs him to calm down so that they can find an easy solution to the problem. He tells Zen that he has an idea, and Zen calms down to hear him out. The following morning, the participants are informed that 4 matches will take place simultaneously. There are 4 arenas to help with that. The first round of matches will feature Ouya versus Tetsu, Riku versus Kumo, Sayen versus Kinka, and Sairoku versus Rei. The matches begin, and Kinka is visibly wary of Sayen's teleportation power. She puts a distance between her and Sayen to avoid getting hit unnecessarily. On the other hand, Kumo tells Riku that he doesn't want to fight her. He suggests that she should surrender, but she refuses even though Kumo can actually end her without breaking a sweat. Surprisingly, Kumo throws the match and reveals that he already swore not to strike a woman. The fight between Sayen and her opponent continues, and Kinka finds it hard to block Sayen's attacks. From all calculations, she realizes that there is no way she can defeat Sayen. She wastes no time in surrendering and giving Sayen the win. Kinka is known as the living computer. She is able to calculate her chances of survival in a fight to know if it is a fight that she can actually win or not. It is now the battle between Ouya versus Tetsu. Tetsu goes on the attack while it seems Ouya is just playing around and not ready to get serious yet. Tetsu techniques allow him to shoot his kai from his body like bullets. This is able to penetrate any defense that he goes against. Tetsu believes that he is going to win the match, but Sei, who is watching the match from the stand, knows that Ouya is just taking things easy with him. Ouya soon activates a calm and cool technique that forces Tetsu to be on the defense. Tetsu then changes his body to what he claims is an impenetrable body. He stands right in front of Ouya with confidence that he cannot hurt him. Ouya hits him calmly 3 times, but Tetsu still stands strong. He continues to trash talk until Sei calls his attention to his back. He looks back to find out that all of Ouya's hits have gone through him to hit the wall behind him. He could have died from the attacks, he realizes. With this, Ouya wins the match even though he looks very unserious. Saran sees this and wonders why Ouya seems unmotivated anytime he is fighting. With the end of the first round, the start of the first round begins. It is a battle between Zuryu versus Gyoku, while Hu will be fighting a guy named Niken. Niken is confident that he will take Hu out in no time. He is even embarrassed that he will be fighting a woman. Hu doesn't waste time, and she already hits Niken before she is informed that the match has not begun. She steps back for the referee to declare the match open. Niken showcases his kai and they turn out to be bright colors. He hits Hou with his attacks with the belief that she will become numb, and it will be an easy win for him. However, Hou hits him in the head with a fatal blow, and tells him that his attacks are very weak and ineffective. Niken gets angry and tries to use another technique, but Hou easily counters him and knocks him to the floor. As he rolls on the floor in defeat, Niken thinks to himself that Hou is an invalid person. He has encountered people like her before, and their kai is always transparent. This is known as the utter destruction of the soul. He realizes that Hou definitely does not have any memories because her soul has been erased, while her mind and body are left intact. It is now time for the Group 3 matches where Saran will feature. His opponent will be Zen. As Saran steps into the arena, the viewers and other participants start to boo him for being shameless. They call him trash and other sorts of names. They expect the worst from him already. They are already with the belief that he has come to cheat in the current match again. In the stands, Yuki approaches Kumo and Kinka to inform them that Rikukin is asking after them. It turns out that Shinten's father is there to watch Soran's match against Zen. After waiting for several minutes without Zen showing up, Soran is declared the winner of the match. The people start to boo him again. They wonder what he has done to Zen to make him not show up for the match. As he walks away from the arena, one of the people Saran defeated in the preliminary stages shows up to fight him. He claims that Saran defeated him in the wrong way, and he should face him fair and square now. Saran looks at him and declines the challenge with no shame whatsoever. He has been tagged shameless already, so there is no need to change that. Chonhao laughs when he sees this, and Shinten asks his father what he likes about Saran. His father tells him to stay on good terms with Saran, and he will one day understand why Saran is a great person. Meanwhile, 2 of the Tenshifu elders, Roji and Uai, are also present, and they see the so-called Soran. The 2 conclude that they should invite Soran to their chambers to talk to him, even though the Tenshi has not given them the go-ahead. Later on, Yuki informs Rikukin and her comrades that Ketsu is going around killing people who are participating in the tournament. He is under Zensei's orders. Shortly afterward, Soran is approached by 2 guards who inform him that Ji and I are requesting an audience with him. Soran is looking for Ho before, but he forgets about this and follows the men instead. Meanwhile, Hu is busy with a fake seer who is about to defraud her. Just then, Chonhao and his children show up to stop the act. During their conversation, Chonhao asks her if she has any idea where Soren is, and this jogs her memory that Soren should be done with his match, and she has not seen him. She leaves the scene in search of Soren. On the other hand, Soren has arrived at the house where I and G are waiting for him. The two waste no time in revealing their intentions. They want him to give them the Kataigan style that his grandfather gave to him. Soren tells the elders that he has no idea what they are talking about because his father didn't pass any style to him. The elders then tell Q to use his technique on Soren. Soren realizes that Q is Ryu's elder brother, and they both have the same technique that allows them to look into people's souls. The two are Roji's grandsons. Q then tells Soren that he is trying to acquire the technique so he can use it to defeat Ryu. He explains that Ryu harmed their family, and this includes her sister. Soren is scared, but Q assures him that his own technique is harmless. It can simply be called a lie detector, just to know if Soren is telling them the truth. He is about to get to work on Soren when Hoo-Hoo shows up. Soren starts to wonder how Hoo-Hoo managed to find him. He doesn't want her to meet the elders yet, but that has burst already. He assures Hoo-Hoo that Q is safe and she should not attack him while he uses the lie detector technique on him. Soren is asked if his grandfather passed the Kataigan style to him, and he says no. Q then tells the elders that he is telling the truth and they can let him go. They are about to start asking him other questions when Josan and his brother show up. They tell the elders that Soren is an employee of the express delivery and shouldn't be messed with. The elders are pissed that Josan and Jo-Yan arrive just when they are about to have their way with Soren. They have no choice but to let him go. However, they tell Soren before he leaves that his grandfather is associated with the Zensei, and this is the reason he had to change his name. The two say they will not be telling him anything other than that. They ask him to go to the Tenshi if he wants to know more. The scene then shifts to the match between Sei and his opponent, Kuhin, who is a fire user. Kuhin attacks Sei with several fire attacks, but Sei appears to be calm, even under pressure. He continues running around while also toying with Kuhin. Kuhin soon gets very serious and attacks Sei with a powerful fire attack that makes Sei become wary of Kuhin. He is able to throw Sei backwards, but Sei replies with an attack that nullifies some of Kuhin's fire attacks. Gyoku is watching the match from the stand and is confident that Sei will end up being the winner of the match because of his amazing technique. Kuhin is not ready to give up, and he continues to attack Sei to the best of his power. He soon gets frustrated, and he asks Sei to fight him very well too. Sei gets serious and activates a technique to allow him to use fire too. The two attack each other with a fire technique that leaves the whole arena in smoke. Sei ends up being the winner of the match. He was interviewed after the match, and he revealed that Kuhin is the toughest opponent he has faced since the tournament began. He assures Kuhin that he is not saying what he is saying to flatter him. Kuhin then hopes that they will get to fight again later in the future. After the interviewer is done interviewing Sei, he comes over to where Soren and Hoo-Hoo are, but Soren doesn't give them the attention he needs. Hoo-Hoo is standing by herself when a man shows up and starts talking to her. It appears to be an interrogation of sorts. Soren shows up just in time to stop the interrogation, before Hoo-Hoo tells the man what he is not supposed to hear. Later on, Soren and Hoo-Hoo join Josan at the arena, where he is waiting to watch the match between Shusho and Ryumon. Josan assures the two that the match will be an interesting one, and they should sit down to watch too. The match begins, and Ryumon uses his spirit technique to expel his spirit from his body to attack his opponent. He knows that Shushu attacks the spirit, and this is the reason he has expelled his spirit before Shushu can get the advantage. He attacks Shuhu with his spirit self, and this turns out to be a big problem for Shushu. He starts to breathe heavily in no time. He starts to wonder how he can defeat Ryumon. He soon makes use of a technique that forms a ball of cloud and air around him to disperse Ryumon's spirit, but his brother's spirit shows up to take the hit instead. His brother then beats him up and orders him to surrender. Ryumon has no choice but to listen to his brother, or he risks getting scolded the more. After the match is over, Rinku shows up to tell the group that her father, Rikukin, would like to see them now. On their way to his chambers, Soren has doubts about letting Hoo-Hoo see Rikukin and the elders. He then remembers that two of the elders already saw her, so there is no need to hide her again. Soren's will to protect Hoo-Hoo is pretty strong, and the Joe brothers finally realize why their father left Hoo-Hoo in Soren's hands. They get to the Tenshi's chambers to find Rikukin and one other elder, Den, waiting for them. The Tenshi assures Soren that he has nothing to fear because Den was a fellow disciple of his grandfather. This also makes Den Soren's master. Soren hears this and gets on his knees to worship Den. He sarcastically thanks Rikukin for bringing more people to the tournament to fight for the right to acquire his technique. Rikukin then assures Soren that he will do any favor he wants for him. This is in return for the trouble he has caused him. The Tenshi looks behind Soren to see Hoo-Hoo. He asks him who the girl is, and he simply says she is one of the express delivery workers. Rikukin wants to investigate further, but Tenshi tells him to forget about it. The Tenshi and Rikukin then decide to tell the group what they are there for. Ketsu is brought forward to their presence. He looks funny with purple eyes. He is very weak, and he just sits down where he is put without causing any trouble. Rikukin stands up to tell the group that they have been watching Ketsu run around the mountain, eliminating people. They decided to turn a blind eye to it so he could leave more trails that led to Zensei. However, the table turned against him when he went after a man named Tu. It turns out that Tu is possessed by a mythical creature called Sprite. He explains that there are certain animals that have trained themselves to use their ki. The Sprite is one of these animals, and they are pretty strong. It took them a lot of conviction before they could get the Sprite to release Ketsu for them. However, Ketsu's mind is already messed up because of the spirit's attack. They need to interrogate him concerning Zensei's plan and the like. Jo-san then lets it known that the express delivery and the people of Rikukin are actually working together in an attempt to wipe out Zensei. This is the reason they offered up Rikukin's technique and the Kitaigen technique to draw the Zensei out. After they have talked about this, Jo-san says that it is time for them to leave. Just as they are about to leave, Soren falls to his knees and begs the Tenshi to tell him if his grandfather is truly associated with the Zensei. He reveals that he heard this from Ji and I, and he wants to confirm if they are telling the truth. He begs Tenshi that he would like to know the truth because he can no longer wait for the end of the tournament. Rikukin then tells Tenshi that he will tell Soran everything if he is not ready to tell him. He believes that Soran has suffered enough and he deserves the truth. Tenshi agrees that they should tell Soran the truth. Rikukin then tells Rin and the rest to leave the room so that they can privately discuss with Soran. Once they are the only ones in the room, Rick tells Soran that it is true that his grandfather joined the Zensei and swore allegiance to them. He adds that the man who created the technique he is currently using also joined Zensei. Even Chonhao's grandfather was also among those who swore loyalty to Zensei. In total, 36 men swore fealty to Zensei. These 36 men were known as the 36 rebels. The leaders of the different styles were devastated by this and never believed that their students would join forces with Zensei. The leaders then ordered the destruction of the rebels. Den and Tenshi then decided that they would be the ones to go after Kaigi. They begged their master back then to let them go after Kaigi and bring him back. This way, they will be able to protect him in the mountains away from the others. The master agrees and tells them to go after their friend. That night, Tenshi and Den left the mountain to search for Kaigi. However, Den was attacked by some unknown people. They demand to know where Kaigi is. He was fatally injured and the marks are still on his body till present. Soran hears this and immediately gets sad. He realizes that Den was injured because of his grandfather. Den is now forced to use a wheelchair and it appears that he is even blind. Soran falls to his knees and starts to beg Den on his grandfather's behalf. Den moves closer to him and says they have never blamed Kaigi for what happened. They are aware that Kaigi cares about his friends and he doesn't want to cause trouble for them. This is the reason he didn't want to return to the mountain and he wandered off by himself. Den then tells Soran that no matter what happens, he still considers Soran his grandson. He assures Soran that he always has the Tenshifu to fall back on. During the conversation, Huhu leaves the room. She gets outside and starts to act aggressively. Soran tries to stop her but ends up receiving a share of the beating. Soran doesn't take offense to this and says he knows why Huhu is acting all weird. He assures Huhu that he will help her find her own home too. Tears fill her eyes when she hears this, and she calms down. Later that day, Niken, Rin, and Yuki approach Soran and beg him to show them his manhood. They want to check out the seal on it and study it. Soran makes a big fuss about this but ends up declining their request. He is then informed that there will be a party that night and he is invited. That night, Soren heads to the party and Huho follows him too. While everyone is partying, Gyoku is busy talking to Sei. They are in the middle of this when one of Gyoku's friends shows up to talk to him. Sei stands up and puts a distance between them. He says he is not ready to listen to their boring conversation. The lady asks Gyoku why he is jealous of Soran. He then reveals that he is acting weird towards Soran because of the difference in their Raiho. He is already thinking of apologizing to him. Unknown to the two, Sei is actually using a technique to listen to their conversation. Later on, Niken approaches Jo-san and Jo-yan. He threatens with an attack and reveals that he is there to ask them some questions that he needs honest answers to. He demands to know if the two have ever hurt Soren and Ho-Ho. The two replied that they had not. He then asked to know how they ended up employing Ho-Ho, but the two decide not to answer that. The two know that Niken must know something about her, and that is the reason he is asking them the questions he is. He then comes clean and says he will tell the two what he has learned about Ho-Ho. However, he needs to know if the two have good intentions toward Ho-Ho. After he has confirmed this, he starts to wonder how he will tell them about Ho-Ho's invalid soul. Elsewhere, Soran and Ho-Ho are having fun in their own ways. Jo-san tells his brother to let the two enjoy themselves for the night. It is pretty obvious that Soran is drunk already when he takes off his trousers to reveal his manhood and the seal on it. The following morning, Soren comes back to his senses and he starts to wonder if he has done anything embarrassing during the night. He learns from Jo-san that they saw his little pickle the night before. Everyone starts laughing at him. Soran asks Zur if he took pictures and he says no. He makes it worse when he says he recorded a video instead of pictures. It seems Hana also took a picture and she has been obsessed with it. She can't seem to take her eyes off the pickle. Soren soon finds out that lots have been drawn and his next opponent is To. He realizes that all he has left are tough matches. Even if he manages to defeat To, he will be going up against Sei or Uya. Both of them are both dangerous and not to be meddled with. He figures out a way to deal with the problem. He calls Zur to a private place so he can have a deal with him. On the other hand, Huhu will be going up against Shushu. Niken warns her that Shushu is a dangerous opponent to fight. She will have no chance against him if she lacks the ability to use long-range projectiles. Shushu hits Niken in the head for revealing his tactics to her. However, Huhu doesn't even take the tips into consideration. The two enter the arena for their match. There are people who are seated already to watch the match. The elders are among the people interested in the match. Sei and his brother are also there. Haku asks Sei why he is interested in watching Ho-Ho's match instead of Soran's. He says he followed the elders to know which match they were going to view. He wants to know why they are so interested in Ho-Ho, whom no one pays attention to. On the other hand, you are waiting for Soran to enter the arena. People are counting on To to defeat the shameless Soran so that they can be happy. It takes some minutes for Soran to enter the arena, and they already believe that he has thrown the match. Upon entering the arena, he walks up straight to To, who is confident that he will easily defeat Soran. Cyan and her father are also there to watch the battle between the two, and Cyan believes that Soran will lose against To. The match begins, and Soran goes on the attack without wasting time. Tu is surprised by this, and he has sustained several hits before he can even re-strategize. He then covers his body with poisonous mist. That will be the end for Soran if he gets in contact with it. He is shocked when Soran stays in the distance and hits him with a lightning strike. It turns out that Soran called Zur the other time to ask him what Tu's powers are. During the conversation, he learns that Tu is a Tumon-style user. Soran hears this and gets infuriated. He remembers that the attack that killed his grandfather was from a Tumon user. This is the reason he cannot hold back against Tu. This is also the reason he attacked Tu from a long distance. He knows that Tu is not responsible for his grandfather's death, but he can't just control himself when he comes to Tumon users. Elsewhere, the battle between Huhu and Shushu has started. The elders are able to figure out that Huhu has lots of training, but she fights crudely. She has no pattern to her attacks. Tenchi reveals that he looked into her eyes the last time he saw her, and it looked like someone who has no light inside of their eyes. This can only be achieved by someone who has trained for over 100 years. They are sure that she is not up to that age, and there is no way for her to have that sort of training. They deduce that Huhu is making use of her instincts while fighting. Rikuken says he has tried to get information about her, but the only he was able to find out is that she is a part-time worker for the express delivery. She has no information on her again. Back to Soren and Tao's fight. Soren defeats Tao without him having the opportunity to land a single hit on him. Shitten asks his father if Soren is stronger than Tao, but he says no. He explains that Tao underestimated Soran from the start of the game because Soran has never shown his strength in all the fights he has taken on. This is what gave Soran the advantage to hit Tao hard before he could rearrange himself. Everyone in the arena is blown away by this. They wonder how Soran was able to defeat Tu. Zen is also in the arena, and a guy asks him why he forfeited his match against Soran. The scene then goes back to the night Huhu was trying to bury Zen, and Soran was begging him not to take the crime personally. Soran proposed a 1v1, and it was during this 1v1 that Zen realized how powerless he is against Soran. He also realizes that Huhu is pretty strong that night. This is the reason he didn't bother to show up for his match, because he is able to come to the conclusion that he needs to start his training all over again. Now in the present day, Soren finishes his match and heads to the other arena to watch Huhu's battle against Shusho. He gets there to learn from Jo-san and Jo-yan that Huhu is struggling against Shushu. During the battle, Huhu then remembers what Niken told her. She needs to use long-range attacks if she is to have a chance against Shushu, he says. Huhu then remembers some months back when Yojan told her that she would need to reinforce her skills with long-range attacks if she was to survive against some opponents. This was the first time Huhu dispelled Kai from her body as a means of attack. She hit cans back then as target practice. Now in the present day, she expels a large ball of Kai from her body and shoots it toward her opponent. Shushu managed to dodge the attack, but realized that he would have been done for if the Ki hit him. Huhu tries again, but Shushu manages to dodge the attacks. He makes fun of Huhu and says she will need to make her projectiles faster if he has any hope of hitting him. Huhu switches it up and makes the projectile much faster. There is no escape route for Shuhu and he gets hit. However, he doesn't feel pain like he was expecting to. Huhu then realizes why this is so. She has only used the skills against cans and not humans. She has not been able to adjust to the level at which she needs to hit someone before they are damaged. The elders laugh at this and wonder why Hoo is so dumb. Joyeon shouts at her from the stands to tell her to make her attacks stronger, but she replies that she has no idea how to do that. She has only practiced against cans. However, she is confident that she will not lose against Shushu. Shushu then charges up a powerful attack and shoots it at Hoo, but he is surprised when she dodges the attack. She has been able to predict where his attacks will hit. She is able to get close to Shushu before he even realizes what is going on. She shuts down one of his attacks in his mouth. With this, she wins the match. Sei then tells his younger brother that Hoo wasn't predicting the attacks. She was looking at Hoo's breathing patterns to calculate her movements. Hoo turns back to realize that Shushu is losing control of himself. His soul is about to escape from his body. Tenshi wants to get involved, but Rikuken tells him to leave the situation to the youngsters. Hoo opens her mouth to suck up Shushu's soul to prevent it from escaping. She is seen as dumb and reckless as she does this because it is too risky. She gets filled with the soul she has consumed and finds it hard to breathe. Tenshi is about to interfere again, but Rikuken stops him. Just then, Sei jumps into the arena and creates a barrier around them to prevent the soul from escaping. Ouya then joins him and creates a medium for Hoo to release the soul fragments into. She does this, and Ouya is able to return Shushu's soul to his body. He falls unconscious, but he is alive. Tenshi claps for the youngsters and says they deserve their respect some more. Since Ouya and Sei are in the arena together, the referee suggests that the two begin their match and they agree. Everyone in the arena cheers when they hear this. Joseon tells Soran that Ouya is a master of Tai Chi, but there is no indication that his technique will work against Sei. Before the match begins, Sei tells Ouya that he will be expecting him to fight to the best of his ability. Ouya does as told and he charges towards Sei, but he easily dodges the attacks. Ouya continues coming after Sei, but he easily blocks all of his attacks. Sei ends up cutting Ouya's face, and Ouya is well aware that he could have ended him with the attack if he didn't hold back. Sei knows that Ouya is a Fangshi just like himself. The people are surprised to learn that Ouya is also a Fangshi. Ouya starts to talk calmly to Sei. He has now admitted that Sei is pretty strong. With a serious voice, Ouya asks Sei if he has ever lost before. He then asks him if he will be ready to accept a defeat that will crush his dignity. He then walks up to Sei and says he will give him the chance to look at his chances. They are both Fangshis, as he has said, and he wants him to look at his fortune. He tells Sei that he is not trying to be rude, but he suggests that Sei surrender and go home. Sei refuses and activates a powerful spell. He shoots a massive boulder toward Ouya, but he is surprised when Ouya returns it with a more powerful version. He uses the fire technique, but Ouya easily blocks the attack. Ouya asks Sei if he has divined his own fate to find out that his struggle is pointless. Sei refuses to back down and says he is willing to go to the extreme end to know the truth. He activates a powerful spell that shines bright light into the middle of the arena. His brother sees this and starts to cry because he knows that Sei is already putting his life at risk just because he doesn't want to lose. Sei goes after Ouya at full speed, but Ouya manages to dodge his attacks and deliver a fatal blow to rupture his chest pressure. Sei starts to spill red liquid, but he is still not ready to admit defeat. His brother is already crying because he knows that Sei's persistence will lead to his death. Sei tries to activate a powerful spell that might consume his life force, and Ouya quickly grabs him to stop him from going ahead with it. He tells him not to act foolishly. Sei insists that he needs to know the type of art that Ouya is using. He needs to know the technique that is causing him defeat. Ouya regrets coming to the tournament. He says he is sure that his quiet life is officially over. He then tells Sei to take a look at his technique to figure out if they are truly the same. Sei does this and realizes that Ouya is not only moving in the direction of luck and misfortune, he has conquered space and time himself, and he can easily change the battle to what suits him. He reminds Sei that one of his ancestors was able to do this too. After seeing all of this, Sei has no choice but to admit defeat, and Ouya is declared the winner of the match. Tenshi and the rest of the elders wonder what type of technique Ouya is using that makes him so formidable. After some thought, the elders are able to deduce that the skill Ouya is using is one of the 8 secret arts, and the name is Fuku Chimen. It is now time for the battle between Ja and Sayin. Sayen's father tells her not to push herself during the battle because he doesn't want to deal more blows to Ja's family name. Upon entering the stage, Ja does as usual, and he starts to call his mother on the phone to talk to her. Sayin gets angry and hits him in the mouth, destroying his phone. Ja starts to panic and says his mother will be worried that the reception suddenly disappeared. He starts looking for a phone to call his mom, and Sayen's father gives Ja a phone to call his mother. He informs his mother that he will be fighting a woman. His mother then tells him to give the phone to Sayen so she can talk to her. He does this, and his mother tells Sayen to do everything in her power to defeat Ja. so he can return home without delay. Saiyan acknowledges this and assures the woman that she will deal with Ja to the best of her ability. The battle begins, and Saiyan is the first to hit Ja in the mouth before he realizes what is happening. Meanwhile, Soren has begged Hu to help him take care of Ouya so he won't have to fight him. Ouya concurs and leaves the arena. Soren then picks up his phone to talk to someone. It turns out that the secret person he is talking to is Aro Ryu. The scene goes back to some months earlier, when Ryu shows Soren the last image that his grandfather saw before dying. Soren then exchanges contact with Ryu so that they can continue talking. He assures Ryu that he doesn't want anything to do with Sensei. He only wants business with Ryu. Now in the present day, Ryu texts Soren to inform him that he is currently in the mountains too. He is after someone, but he is not going to tell Soren who the person is yet. Soren then asks him if he truly hurt his family. Ryu replies that he didn't hurt his family, let alone murder his sister. He says he was framed for the act. The battle between Saiyan and Ja continues. Ja says he needs to defeat Saiyan so he can fight Hu and get revenge for his brother. However, Saiyan says she wants the same thing too. She assures Ja that she will fight Hu for him, but Ja is stubborn. The two continue fighting and are looking exhausted already. The two have pushed each other to the brim, and Saiyan's father can see that his daughter is really struggling and pushing herself. He tells her to take a step back, but Saiyan is not ready to listen to her father. The two then decide to use their ultimate techniques at once. Saiyan has been reserving the technique for Ho, but she doesn't mind using it against Ja. Saiyan is not ready to surrender, and Ja is also not ready to surrender. The two charge at each other. Ja sends multiple knives at Saiyan, and Saiyan also opens several spatial portals to change the knive's direction, but at the same time, hits Ja too. The two fall down together, and Soren thinks it's a draw until Saiyan stands up. It seems that the two changed the trajectory of their attacks at the last minute to make sure that they were both not fatally injured. Saiyan is the only one who can still stand up, and she is declared the winner of the match. However, Saiyan and Ja have gotten close in the course of the battle. It seems the two actually understand each other. Later on, Hu tells Soren that he is still tailing Ouya. She waits till night, when Ouya is sleeping in a tree before making her move. Hu grabs Ouya while he is asleep, and he ties him in preparation to bury him. She starts to dig a hole and also pours water inside of the hole to turn it into mud. She wants Ouya to be properly sealed inside the hole when she is done burning him. She has learned that Ouya is strong, and this is why she needs to take strong measures. Ouya uses his time skills but doesn't have an effect on Hu. He turns the tide with his powers and buries Hu inside the hole instead. He believes that Hu is done already, but he is shocked when Hu bursts out of the hole with her powerful ki. She picks up the shovel and comes after Ouya again. Elsewhere, Soren sees Rikuken chasing the Tenshi around. Soren asks Shinton why this is so, and he reveals that Gyoku defeated Rin in the worst possible way during their match earlier that day. Rikuken is chasing the Tenshi around because of this. He wants to punish the Tenshi for allowing his disciple to defeat his own daughter. After this, Shinton and Soren make their way to the room where Saiyan and Ja are receiving treatment. Upon entering, Shinton's father commends him for his fight against his opponent earlier on. The scene shifts to Shinton's fight with Yufuku. Yufuku is the man possessed by the sprite, Ryu Konsei. Yu is confident that he can take on Shinton, but Shinton shocks him when he doesn't show any sign of fear when Yu calls on Ryu. Shinton even turns things around when he acquires the sprite from Yu. He assures him that he will return the sprite to him after the competition. He is interested in the sprite because it is powerful, and Shinton wants to test out his powers. Shinton has various spirits in his possession, but most of them are not good with combat. This is the reason he wants Ryu till after the tournament. He assures Yu that he will take good care of Ryu till after the tournament. This was how Shinton won the match, and everyone started cheering for him. His father is also impressed with him. Soren leaves the room to call Haohu and asks for an update concerning Ouya. She warns him not to call her again until she is done with the job. She is still chasing Ouya around the woods. Ouya is doing everything she can to get rid of Hu, but none of it is working. In fact, Hu proved to be more difficult than he anticipated. She easily breaks through all of his tricks and evasive measures. The following morning, it is time for Soren and Ouya's match. Soren is already in the arena waiting for Ouya. They are already waiting for minutes without Ouya showing up, and this is giving them concerns already. The spectators and other participants are already accusing Soren of cheating. They know that Ouya's disappearance can only be from him. Soren, on the other hand, is happy that Hu is dependable. He won't have to fight Ouya. Just then, Ouya comes running into the arena with Ho hot on his tail. She still has the shovel with her. She is hellbent on burying Ouya, but she soon realizes that she is in public and she has no choice but to pick up her shovel and retreat. Ouya turns to Saran and lets him know that he is aware that he is the one who put Ho-Ho up to the task. He promises to deal with Saran severely, and Saran is already shaking when he hears this. Ouya is given the option to postpone the match, but he refuses. He wants to fight Soren at that very moment. He then requests for something odd. He tells them to bring him and Soren bowls of mantu dish each. He wants the battle to be a food battle. Since it's not stated in the rules the mode of battle, he is choosing to have a food fight with Soren. When the food is delivered to them, Ouya starts eating while Soren stands there in total shock. Ouya orders him to start eating, or else he will kill him with one blow. Saran then sits down with Ouya to eat with him. Saran asks Ouya why he has come to participate in the tournament. He then explains the way of the Fangshi to him. He tells him how they are able to see certain things in the future. He explains that they are able to see some minor things that will not change the fate of the future. This requires little strength to perform. However, there are rare moments when they dive farther into the future. This takes immense strength, and they might even die in the process. He then tells Saran that he divined the fate of the tournament before he came, and he almost lost his life because of this. He tells Saran to ignore the tournament and give up right away because a bad fate awaits him if he continues with it. Saran retorts and says he wants to know the truth about his grandfather, and this is the reason he cannot give up. Saran will also not be the only one to be affected by the worst fate that will befall him, Ouya says. Ouya leaves one ball of mantu so Soren can make his choice. Ouya waits for Saran to make his choice. Saran picks up the balls of mantu in front of him and finishes everything, which means he is the winner of the food battle. Ouya kicks him in the head after he has made his choice, and he starts to walk away. Saran then tells Ouya that he is not making the decision for himself alone. He apologizes for not heeding Ouya's warning. Ouya doesn't take offense and says he only came to give Saran a choice, and he has made his choice already, so there is nothing else for him to say or do. In the next scene, it is the battle between Huhu and Cyan. Cyan is raring to go against Huhu because of what she has against her. Huhu enters the arena eating a cucumber, and it seems she doesn't care about the battle. She tells Cyan that she will not be fighting her because she knows she is wounded from her previous fight. This means she will be the one to fight Saran, and she doesn't see her as a threat to Saran. Either way, Saran has made it to the finals. As Ho-Ho starts to walk away, Cyan gets angry that she is withdrawing from the fight when she was expecting an intense fight from her. She is about to attack Ho-Ho from behind, but Cyan's father interferes. He tells Cyan to heed Huhu's benevolence. He affirms that Cyan is not in the mood or position to take on Huhu because of her injuries. Huhu will easily defeat her, he says. He believes that Huhu is doing her a favor by withdrawing. Cyan's father then tells her to apologize to Huhu and be the one to throw the match instead. She is about to do this when Ja jumps into the arena to interfere. Chonhao warns him to stay back because this is a family affair. He remains stubborn and wants to continue acting manly, but Cyan shows up behind him and puts him in his place. Cyan then turns to Huhu and apologizes to her. She also withdraws from the match, and Huhu is declared the winner. Saran realizes that he is automatically in the finals because his next opponent is Huhu. He can't seem to believe that he has only fought one proper match since the tournament began. After leaving the arena, Chonhao receives a rather terrifying news, and he rushes over to a shed where he sees Shinton lying on the bed all bloodied. It turns out that Shinton's match was against Hei, who is U's grandson. Saran also learns of this and wonders how Shinoten lost. Jo-san then narrates how the battle was. He says Shinton was supposed to fight Ketsu, but Ketsu wasn't available because he was arrested in connection with Zensei. Ai then says his grandson, Hei, should fight Shinton instead. When the battle began, Shinto was shocked to find out that Hei could also use his family's technique of summoning spirits. The battle between the two was intense, and Hei tried to steal Ryu from Shinton. Shinton knows that he cannot allow that to be possible, and he does everything in his power to capture Ryu and return him to Yu and his brother, who are the rightful masters. He tells them to quit after he has acquired the spirit for them. Shinton was about to forfeit the match when Hei continued to fight him. He then brings out an important spirit that Shinton was holding in him. This is the spirit of his grandfather, Shichu. He was a doctor who didn't want all of his knowledge to go to waste. Shinton was still young when Shichu noticed that he was dying. He then asks Chonhao to allow Shinton to take his spirit and continue to allow him to be in this world. This will help him to help Shinton perform certain medical operations. Chonhao didn't want to agree, but the old man insisted. He chose Shinton because he loved the boy, and the boy also loved him. This is the reason the old man's spirit is very important to Shinton. He screams out in pain when he realizes that Hei is on the verge of consuming the old man's spirit. He continues to struggle with Hei, even though he is weak and on the verge of death. This is the reason Shinton fought so hard to make sure that the old man's spirit didn't fall into Hei's hands. He fought hard to destroy the old man's spirit before Hei could consume it. Hei was so angry at this, and he started hitting Shinton very hard with the intention of terminating him. However, the referee of the match interfered and stopped Hei from hitting Shinton, who had already lost all will to fight. Hei wants to prove stubborn, but the referee assures him that he has no chance against him if he decides to take him on. Hei was forced to leave when he realized that he would only be hurting himself if he went after the referee. This was how Shinton was defeated. After hearing the story, Soren wonders why someone who is not a member of Shinton's family is able to use the technique that is unique to them only. He adds that they won't have carelessly taught a stranger the technique, and this brings about more questions to be answered. Just then, Hoo-Hoo throws his knife into the tree behind them. She reveals that she felt the presence of someone eavesdropping on their conversation, but the person proves to be very fast. The person had disappeared before the knife could get to where they were. Jo-yeon says they need to be more careful of where they talk now. He knows that the only people who can be after them is Zensei. They have been looking for ways to get the 8 secret arts, and they believe the competition is the best place to do so. Now in the shed, Chonhao demands an explanation from Ai. He wants to know how Hei was able to use the summoning technique known only to the Fu family. Ai shocks him and says Chonhao's grandfather taught them the technique. He then narrates the connection between the U family and the Fu family. He explains that Chonyao's grandfather, Tenyu, was captured by the U family during the Kushan War because he was one of the rebels. Tenyu started to beg for his life, and Ai's father gave him the option to teach him their family technique in return for protection. Tenyu accepted the deal, and he taught Ai's father how to use the summoning technique. Ai's father also instructed him not to show his descendants the full power of the summoning technique. In short, he must not teach them everything about the technique. This is the reason Shinton lost to Hei. Hei has everything, while Shinto only has a small percentage of the technique learned. Chonhao is surprised to hear this. This is the first time he will be hearing something of such concerning his family and the U family. Chonhao realizes that they owe everything they have to the U family. He falls to his knees and bows to Ai for being rude to him in the past. He then assures Ai that he is now ready to do anything he tells him to. Ai hears this and smirks. He realizes that Chonhao is now under his thumb, and he can make him do whatever he wants. Up next, Hana, Rin, and the rest of the squad plant outsider detectors around the mountains and start to monitor them in case any of the Zensei members show up. One of the team members soon finds 2 old men who are requesting to see the Tenshi. After he has taken permission from Rin and Hana, he takes the men to Tenshi. Rin voices out her displeasure that she will not be able to watch the match between Hoo-Hoo and Soren, which will turn out to be a great match. Hana knocks her head to remind her that Hoo-Hoo only participated in the match because of Soren, so there is no way that something serious will happen during the match. The scene shifts to the arena where Soran and Hoo-Hoo are having their battle. The two put up a performance to make the people believe that Soran won the match. However, the people are not stupid, and they can clearly see through their deceit. Ho-Ho and Soren managed to escape with their heads after the match was over. On the other hand, Tenshi is seen receiving his friends who are from foreign lands. Tenshi met them a few years ago when he visited Europe, and it appears that the two of them are from England. Tambor is the headmaster of an academy in England, and the person that came with him is his friend. Tenshi tells Hane to bring tea for the visitors. As he enters the room, he trips and is about to spill the drink, but Tambor's friend uses his wand to create an ice support to hold the kettle and cups. He then uses his magic to transfer the cups to the respective tables. He explains to them that they are magicians and not kung fu warriors. Tenshi urges the men to stay till the next day so that they can watch the final events where the next Tenshi successor will emerge. Up next, it is the match between Hei and Gyoku. He seems very confident that he has a chance against Gyoku because he is nothing but a spoiled brat. Gyoku beats him up and puts him in his position. It turns out that Natsuka is among the people watching the match, but she has transformed herself into a man to disguise her real identity. After Hoo-Hoo and Soran's battle, the two go to a serene location to relax and talk about the series of people they have met. On the other hand, Sayen is hell-bent on avenging her brother, but her father tells her to let it go. He says the battle is over and there is no reason to keep going back. Meanwhile, Yu and his brother are planning to talk to their grandmother about the Yu family. They also want to know why they were able to use the summoning technique. Elsewhere, the man who came to the event under the guise that he was a reporter is seen talking to his boss. He informs her that they have been able to acquire one of Hoo-Hoo's hair strands, and this should help them in what they are planning to do. In the next scene, Sei and his brother see Uya on their way as they prepare to leave the mountain. Sei stops to tell Uya that he heard everything he told Soren. He used his eavesdropping technique to hear everything. He then assures Uya that he will always be there if he needs his assistance. All he needs to do is call him, and he will be there in no time. The two say goodbye to each other in the weirdest way possible, possible. Ouya looks into the sky and falls on his knees afterward. He thanks his masters for teaching him the technique he is using. At Tenshi's place, he is seen hosting Gyoku for a meal. He informs Gyoku that he is sorry for dragging lots of people into the event for Soren's sake. He tells Gyoku that he is free to scold him if he wants, but Gyoku tells Tenshi that he has a lot of respect for him and would never think of scolding him. Just then, the other disciples call Gyoku's attention outside. They beg Gyoku to win the battle against Soran. They cannot imagine Soran being the next successor to Tenshi. This is the reason Gyoku must win the match at all costs. They already see him as the next Tenshi. The following day, the people gather at the arena for the final match between Gyoku and Soran. Gyoku gets to the arena to find out that Soran is already waiting for him. He sits in a calm position while focusing on his Kai and the arrival of Gyoku. The match begins, and the two waste no time in charging toward each other. The two initial attacks are Kinku, which they are both used to. Soran is able to withstand most of Gyoku's blow, thanks to his 1 month of training under Ho-Ho. Even Gyoku is surprised by this, and he commends Soran for his hard work. He says it is an impressive feat to have gotten better in the space of 1 month. Gyoku then decides to use the Ryo technique to see how much Soren has improved in that aspect too. The two Rahyu hit each other, causing a blinding light even to the people watching the fight. The two remain in a standoff, and Gyoku is surprised that Soran is holding out against him even though he only has 1 month of training. He realizes the reason Tenshi is particular about him. The Tenshi and Den start to talk about Gyoku. They say Soren is getting the upper hand because Gyoku is ashamed to use his Ingorai in public because of what people will say about him. The Tenshi says he cannot use basic attacks to defeat Soran's Raiho. Soran's Raiho is white, and this means that he is untainted. Tenshi explains how the Ki works. He says there are 5 types of Ki. The Shinki governs fire, the Haiki governs metal, Jinki governs water, the Konki governs wood, and Hiki governs earth. The combination of the positive effects of this gives rise to the Yugurai, which is Soran's Raiho. However, the impure ones that are achieved through trial and error are what is known as the Ingorai. This releases negative ki instead of the positive ki that the Yugurai releases. Just then, Gyoku finally decides to reveal the true form of his Ingorai. He starts to release the black ki from his body, and before Soran knows it, the whole arena is filled with black ki already. Everyone is blown away when they see this. Soran is forced to use his defensive technique against Ingorai, but it still doesn't match the strength of the Ingorai. Soran releases a burst of lightning from his body to get rid of the black Kai that is trying to overwhelm him. A quick flashback scene reveals that Soran has arrived in the arena before everyone else. He has taken the time to analyze what he truly wants with himself and the battle against Gyoku. He sits down to ask himself if he is scared or not. He realizes that Huhu will not be scared if she is the one in his situation. This gave him the idea that he is only overthinking things, and he should just let everything flow according to the best of his ability. His thought of Hauho is enough to grant him the strength that he needs. Now in the present day, Soren thinks of Gyoku as himself. He sees Gyoku as a more evolved version of himself, who has mastered everything that needs to be mastered concerning the technique he is using. He is able to encourage himself to surpass Gyoku. Soran uses a powerful technique of his to clear, where he is standing of the black ki. Gyoku appreciates this and says, Soran has really evolved past his usual self. Gyoku charges towards Soran at blinding speed, but Soran matches his speed with no problem. They run around the arena trying to hit each other. Gyoku stops and commends Soran for having the strength to match up his speed. Soran giggles and says he is not catching up to Gyoku. He is confident that he is faster than him. He activates a powerful spell that gives him the chance to get close to Gyoku before he can react. He punches Gyoku in the chest and Gyoku spills out blood. Gyoku holds his chest in pain and envelopes Soran in the black ki to trap him. Soran is clearly feeling the pain coming from the effect of the black ki, and he wonders if this is the Suizurai technique that his grandfather told him about. He remembers when he was younger, and his grandfather was telling him about Jinki and Konki. His grandfather tells him that there are limits to the Kai he can use. There are Ki that are opposite of each other and cannot be used together. He tells him about Haiki, which is the calm version of Kai. He warns him about a particular Ki, Inki, that he must not use. He says no matter the pressure he is facing, he must never lose control and use Inki. His grandpa tells him that the Ki that he has mastered is opposite of the Inki, and they must not come in contact with each other. Now in the present day, Soren calms as he gets enveloped in the black Kai. He decides to make use of what his old man told him. With this, he is able to dispel the black Ki around him. However, he is already weak and getting exhausted. Gyoku is also wounded, and the two seem to be on the same level of strength. Gyoku then takes back all of his black Ki into his body. He then tells Soran the story of how he inherited the Ingorai instead of the white Kai. He reveals that he trained as a monk, but he abandoned his purity, and the Suizurai is a sign of his guilt. He then starts to apologize to Soren for taking out his frustration on him. He confesses that he is envious of Soran, and that he hates Soran because Tenchi was trying to make him his student. After he is done apologizing, Soran faces him and says he has not accepted his apology. He wants them to conclude the match so that they can know the winner. The two continue to fight each other again. Everyone in the arena is left in awe at the sight of these two great fighters battling it out. All those who have seen Soran as a weak and shameless cheater are blown away by the way he is holding out against Gyoku, and even giving him a tough time at that. Shinton asks his father if he has always known that Soren is strong. He replies that Soren has been acting himself since the start of the tournament, but people choose to believe that the unserious side of Soren is all there is to him. Chonhao guesses. Soren wants people to see him that way. However, he is quite sure that Soren is not wearing a mask. He is just acting like his normal self. He has left the people in total shock, and they find it hard to believe that Soran is the same person who cheated his way to the finals. Chonhao then adds that he sees Soran as someone who is resilient and doesn't give up easily. He is also the type who adapts to his environment quite easily. His time in the outsider world is still short, and he has been able to develop himself to a level where he is considered powerful. Soran and Gyoku hit each other with their respective techniques at the same time. The two feel the effect because their techniques are quite the opposite of each other. Two of them are exhausted already, but they have one last attack left in them. Soran says the battle has turned out to be that of endurance. He asks Gyoku if he is willing to let him attack first, and Gyoku agrees. Soran activates a spell that acts like a homing missile. The attack starts to follow Gyoku around. Gyoku leads the spell towards Soran, with the hope that he will get hit by his own spell. However, the spell diverts at the last minute and continues going after Gyoku. Soren reveals that his spell will only target the enemy and will not back down no matter what. Gyoku tries his best, but he gets hit by the spell and he is fatally wounded. He manages to stand up to commend Soran for his brilliance, and Soran returns the favor. Everyone in the arena is amazed by this, and this includes Ho-Ho. The girls in the arena start to urge Gyoku to stand up and defeat Soran. Soran realizes that he no longer has the strength to cook up another attack, and all he can now do is hope that his chances are bright against Gyoku. Gyoku starts to cook up a powerful spell, and Soran realizes that he is done once the spell hits him. Gyoku charges towards Soren, and Hu already believes that Soren has lost the battle. She takes her eyes off the battleground and laments that the Tenchi will not tell them what they need to know, because Soren failed to inherit the right to Tenchi. Just then, Joyeon calls her attention to the battle. She stands up to check, and she is surprised to find out that Gyoku is lying down in front of Soren. Gyoku finds it hard to move, and he starts to wonder why that is. Gyoku can no longer stand up to fight, and he surrenders. Tenchi says Gyoku must have eaten something that didn't go with his body. With this, Soran is declared the winner of the tournament to everyone's surprise. Meanwhile, Hana and Rin are still carrying out their duties in the woods. They are shocked to find out that Soran is the winner. Rin is the most concerned of the two because she has used budget money for the month to bet on Gyoku as the winner of the tournament. She accuses Hana of knowing that Soran will win, but she says no. Hana says she just assumed that Soran had someone helping him. He made it to the finals by fighting one proper match. This is the reason Hana bet on him to feature in his luck too. After waiting for some minutes, Rin starts to wonder if Zensei is really coming to the mountain, or if Rikuken is just overthinking things. They have been on guard for quite some time, but they have not seen anything suspicious at all. On the other hand, Tenchi is informed that Tambor and his associate have successfully made it down the mountain. Tenchi then looks back to see Gyoku lying down on the bed with his body bloodied. This makes him remember when he first saw the draws and found out that Soran would be facing Sei. He was worried about this because he knew that Sei was a strong opponent. He was still thinking about this when Ouya entered the room to offer a solution to the problem. He tells Tenchi that he will take care of Sei for him. Tenchi was in doubt if Ouya could really stand up to Sei. Ouya then tries to show Tenchi how strong he is. He tries to hit the Tenchi but finds himself outside the room. Before he knows what is happening, the Tenchi is already behind him. The Tenchi calmly hits him, and he knows the extent of the Tenchi's power that night. Tenchi thinks to himself that Tenshifu would have been handed over to Kaigi if he had not left the mountain. Now in the present day, Gyoku wakes up to see the Tenchi beside him. He quickly gets off his bed and apologizes to his master for losing. The Tenchi says he is not blaming him. In fact, he was the one who drugged Gyoku. He added a liquid that reduced ki to the food he gave him on the morning beginning of the fight. This was the reason he lost, he says. Gyoku takes the news calmly, and this surprises Tenchi. He is expecting Gyoku to flare up and start asking questions as to why he did what he did. Gyoku then says he knows that Tenchi would have told him already if it is something he is at liberty to say. Tenchi then tells him to get ready for the award ceremony tomorrow. The following morning, people gathered at the arena once again for the award ceremony. Soran is presented with the book containing the Tsudan Roku, which Rikuken offers to give to the winner. Soran rejects the technique and says he doesn't want it. He complains that the Kataigan style he has is still causing him trouble. He doesn't want to add more to his troubles. This is the reason he is rejecting the technique. Tenchi then suggests that the technique is given to Gyoku because he took second place. Gyoku doesn't want to accept it at first, but remembers what Tenchi told him. Tenchi had earlier told him to choose the opposite of what he would have chosen. He reluctantly collects the technique from Rikuken. Meanwhile, Natsuka and her comrade stand up from the arena after they have gotten the info that they wanted. Elsewhere, Sen and Ja are seen having a good time together. Later on, Soran and his comrades from the express delivery wait for Tenchi and the elders at their chambers. While they are there, Jo-san and Jo-yan receive an urgent call that they need to attend to immediately. Tenchi then tells Soran to follow him so he can show him the way of the Tenchi. Hohu is interested in following them into the Tenchi's chambers, but the Tenchi tells her that she cannot follow them. Soran is the only person allowed inside the room. Soran assures Hohu that he will be fine. Elsewhere, two Tenshifu monks run into Zensei heretics. At the same time, Gyoku is attacked by another batch of Zensei warriors, who are in search of the new art he just acquired. His attackers show their faces from inside the woods where they are hiding. They are led by a man named N2. Meanwhile, the ritual to officially become the Tenchi successor is still ongoing inside the Tenchi's chambers. He activates his power and turns golden. He raises his hands towards Soren, and the bright light is visible in the whole area. Even Hohu is amazed when she sees this. This is her first time seeing A-Ki so bright. Back in the forest, En informs Gyoku that all they need is the new art and they will be on their way. They assure Gyoku that a copy of the art is enough for them. One of the Zensei warriors is overconfident and he comes after Gyoku, but he easily rendered him powerless with his black key. En makes fun of the warrior and says Gyoku is not just any warrior who can be attacked with basic spells or attacks. En then asks Gyoku one more time if he is ready to consider his offer, but Gyoku refuses. En assumes that Gyoku wants war with them. He tells his subordinates to make sure that Gyoku's black key doesn't touch them. He warns Kantan to be the most vigilant of all. Gyoku tries to hit En from behind, but his attack is nullified and this shocks him. He says the best defensive spells find it impossible to block his attack, and he starts to wonder what type of art that En is using. En orders his comrades to go after Gyoku, but Rikuken shows up just in time. It appears that the two know each other, and they have a history together. Just then, Rikuken's students appear from the forest and they surround the Zensei warriors. En tells his men to retreat and they do so. Rikuken and Gyoku go after En and Kan, while the rest of the students go after the other Zen warriors. Zur is the only person left to keep an eye on the wounded Zensei warrior. Mare catches up to one of the Zensei warriors and tries to hit him, but the warrior counters the attack and hits Mare with his staff instead. He reveals that he watched Mare fight during the tournament, and this has given the idea of how to handle him. Mare finds it hard to move the hand where the staff had hit him. Just then, Kumo shows up to protect Mare. Shushu also shows up at the same time, and the Zensei warrior is now outnumbered. Kumo wastes no time in hitting the guy and he ends up making him bleed. The Zensei warrior reveals that he has been touching corpses with his staff. This has made the several dead ki attached to the staff. He assures Mare that he is not poisoned, but feels the effect of the dead ki in his system. The warrior says the trio is lucky that they didn't go after En and Kan because they are the strongest among them. Meanwhile, Huhu looked at her back to see someone who looked like Soran jumping around in the forest, and she entered the forest to confirm this. She starts running around the forest, looking for the said person. Back to the fight between Gyoku, Rikuken, En, and Kan. Gyoku asks Rikuken what type of art En is using that gives him the ability to be able to block his attack. Rikuken then explains to Gyoku that En is not using Kung Fu. Rather, the power of the rosary in his hand is what is blocking Gyoku's attack. To put it short, Rikuken reveals that En is an enchanter. He says enchanters are very rare to find. Those who have granted objects unique abilities with the use of their ki are called enchanters. Rikuken points out that being an enchanter requires skills that not just anyone can boast of. Rikuken then tells Gyoku that En might seem unstoppable because of his skills, but they will have to overwhelm him with their strength. A fight breaks out between Gyoku and En. Gyoku finds it hard to stand toe-to-toe with En. He charges toward En, but En releases a smokescreen that covers the whole area in an attempt to hit Gyoku in a surprise attack. However, Gyoku is also prepared. He covers the whole floor with his black ki in preparation for a surprise attack, and this is able to save him. Gyoku tries to hit En, but his defensive wall is too strong and appears to be impenetrable. Gyoku starts to think about what Soran would do if he were the one in the situation where he finds himself. All he can come up with is Soran asking Rikukin to take care of the situation, and Gyoku is not that type of man. Gyoku continues to attack the wall with the intention of breaking it down, but he soon realizes that there is more than one layer of wall around En. He is about to get himself fried from behind when Rikukin blocks the attack. Rikukin tells Gyoku that the attack would have ended him if he didn't intervene. He tells Gyoku to take a step back and let him handle the rest. He considers En someone above Gyoku's level, and he should not be toyed with. Rikukin uses one of his talisman attacks to destroy all of En's walls and leaves him defenseless. However, En doesn't look like someone who is defenseless. He is even scarier than before. He finds a way to mess with Rikukin to get him angry. Rikukin changes his appearance with the level of Kai burning through him. En attacks him, but he easily blocks the attack and returns with a more powerful blow that destroys En's rosaries. Rikukin is cut in the neck, but it starts to heal in no time, and this surprises Gyoku, who has never seen such an art. Gyoku believes that En is now powerless since he has lost his beads. Rikukin goes after En and hits him into the air. Gyoku tries to do the same, but Kan shoots water balls at him, and Rikukin quickly intervenes before he is hit. Rikukin tells Gyoku to be more careful and not underestimate the two warriors. He adds that this is Gyoku's first time against enchanters, and he should be careful when handling them. He says Kan appears to be stronger than En because he is also an enchanter. En then tells Rikukin that his masterpiece is not the orbs, but Kan himself. En orders Kan to produce some rabbit slippers for them to use. He does as ordered, and the slippers give Kan and En to move at blinding speed. Rikukin is not one to lose in this type of battle. He creates a spell that makes him and Gyoku very light. They go after the two escapees with this technique. Gyoku keeps getting surprised at how powerful Rikukin is because of the several techniques that he has shown him. It appears that En and Kan were expecting Gyoku and Rikukin to chase them down. This has been their plan all along. On the other hand, Hu is still chasing after the person she saw earlier. She soon realizes that she has been led into a trap, but she is far more superior than them. She is able to hit them hard before they even realize what is going on with them. She disappears and reappears in the blind spot, and this gives her the chance to take out all of the enemies who were laying an ambush for her inside the forest. However, there is still a warrior who has buried himself amidst leaves, and he is waiting for the right opportunity to attack Hu, but she steps on him and has his cover blown. Hao soon catches up to the guy pretending to be Soran. She takes a good look at the guy and realizes that he is not Soran. She turns back to leave, but an old man shows up. The old man tells the guy disguised as Soran that Hu is not someone to be easily deceived. Suddenly, Hu is attacked from behind by a man who appears to be a soldier. His name is Baron, and he is able to push his knife into Hu's hand. Hu twists her hand to break free from Baron's grip even though she is wounded. Baron is impressed with Hu's skill and resilience. She didn't mind dislocating her own joints to break free. He tells the old man that Hu is truly skilled, just like he heard. The old man says Hau's skills are intuitive. She didn't train to get the skills, but she was born with it. Soon afterward, Gyoku and Rikukin catch up to En and Kan. En laughs when he sees this and says Rikukin has made the mistake of chasing them for far too long. En is sure that Rikukin's students are currently being trashed, but Rikukin says he believes in his students. He knows that they are currently holding out no matter what they are faced with. Meanwhile, we find out that Zensei brought lots of warriors to attack the mountain. However, agents from the express delivery also show up to join the battle to try and stop Zensei from taking over the mountain. With the intensity of the battle, Josan starts to suspect that Zensei is after something very important. He starts to suspect that they are not just after the secret art. He deduces that they might be after Ho. He rushes to where he left Hu and Soran to find out that she is not there. He only finds two monks standing at the door of the chambers. They tell him that he cannot disturb the ceremony that is currently ongoing inside the room. Inside the room, the Tenshi is trying hard to instill the way of the Tenshi into Soren, but his body keeps rejecting it. He stops after the third trial to ask Soren why he is not ready to accept the way of the Tenshi. He wants to know what the problem is. Soren then tells the Tenshi that he has one question to ask him, and if he can answer, he will make his decision whether to accept the way of the Tenshi or not. Josan is still arguing with the monks when the Tenshi throws Soran out of the room. Soran tries to tell Tenshi that he is not trying to provoke him with the question he asked him. He then tells Tenshi to attend to the chaos happening in the mountain. The Tenshi moves away from the scene at blinding speed to check out the people who are causing trouble in the mountain. One of the Zensei warriors is busy tormenting two weak monks when Tenshi shows up. He lectures the guy about the teachings of the founder of Zensei, who is known as Yushu, He lets him know the areas where the Zensei teachings are wrong. Tenchi defeats the guy without even lifting a finger. Tenchi soon joins in the main battle that is going on between the monks and the heretics. The people are surprised to see Tenchi in the middle of the fight. This is the first time they have ever seen the Tenchi participate in a battle. The Tenchi appears to be so powerful that he doesn't even need to move before knocking down the enemies coming after him. No matter how much they are, the Tenchi terminates them all. Some of the heretics make the wise choice of running away to avoid getting terminated by the Tenchi. The scene shifts to the battle between Rikuken and En again. En suggests that he takes out his anger and his frustration on the other Zensei warriors who have infiltrated the mountain. Rikuken says he intends to do this, but he needs to annihilate En before thinking of any other thing. En insults Rikuken's monster, and this infuriates him. He goes after En, and he barely manages to escape with his life. Gyoku tells Rikuken to calm down, so En will not use his rage against him, but he tells Gyoku to leave him alone. Rikuken soon finds out that something doesn't feel right. He is able to figure out that they have fallen into Zensei's trap. Just then, Kune appears from where he has been hiding. He is the one who used the spell on Rikuken. His spell allows him to make use of his target's negative to control them. Rikuken gets trapped in the negative field, and he tells Gyoku to leave him. He informs him that Kone and the two other sorcerers who just arrived are pretty strong. The group standing in front of them is known as the Zensei's 4 powerful sorcerers. He informs Gyoku that he is no match for these people, and the only thing he can do is to run. Natsuka also shows up on the scene, and it seems Gyoku has some sort of history with Gyoku. Gyoku is trying to protect Rikuken after he has told him that he should leave. Gyoku gets hit by one of the enemy attacks, and this hurts him a lot. Rikuken tells him that the negative field is quite powerful, and he has no chance while he is inside of it. Kune's attack preys on the negative emotion until he makes it take over his target's body. Gyoku doesn't want to cause Rikukan any more trouble, and he leaves. However, Natsuka follows him. After Gyoku's departure, Rikuken tells them that he is going to exterminate all of them. He thanks Kune for feeding him with negative emotions. Since Kune is trying to plunge Rikuken's heart into darkness, Rikuken doesn't mind again. Rikuken decides to let it all loose because of the Zensei warriors. He has always wanted to exterminate them, and they just gave him the perfect opportunity and weapon to do so. Kune tells his comrades to be careful of the person they are looking at, but En believes they can take him out when he is vulnerable. Kune informs En that Rikuken has turned himself into a weapon of mass murder. He has been able to use everything he has to maximize his strength in an attempt to terminate everyone in the area. On the other hand, Natsuka and Gyoku are battling it out with talks. It appears that the two were lovers before Gyoku decided to end things. It doesn't seem that they have stopped loving each other with the way they are playing around. Gyoku wants to return to the fight, but Natsuka is not allowing it. They take a look beside them to see the Tenchi watching them. Gyoku gets up from Natsuka's body to defend himself and says he doesn't know Natsuka. The Tenchi, on the other hand, knows Natsuka is Gyoku's girlfriend. Gyoku tells Natsuka to leave, but she tries to use her lust spells on the Tenchi with no effect whatsoever. The Tenchi then tells Gyoku to head to the valley to assist the rest of the monks, while he tries to subdue Rikuken, who is on the verge of murdering all the enemies he sets his sights on. After Gyoku's departure, Natsuka accepts that Tenchi is very strong, and he is only choosing to ignore her. The Tenchi advises Natsuka to think about her choices and set her priorities right. Up next, Rikuken already has En and his comrades pinned down and hiding. They have no chance against him, and they know the only choice they have is to hide and wait till his strength fades away. Just then, the Tenchi shows up and ties Rikuken to a tree with one of his powerful spells. He then gives the Zensei warriors in hiding the chance to run away because he bears no ill intentions against them. He threatens to annihilate them if they should get him angry. All he wants to do at the moment is to deal with Rikuken, and he doesn't want any disturbance. Kune and the rest stand up to leave after Tenchi's generous offer. As they are about to leave, En decides to attack Rikuken with one of his beads, but the Tenchi destroys the bead with little or no effort. They get scared, and they start to run away before the Tenchi grabs them. Kone berates En for taking such a risk, and he defends himself by saying they might not get another chance to terminate Rikuken again. Kaoni reveals that he was able to check out Tenchi's murderous instinct, and realizes that it is very strong. He would have definitely killed them if they had made one more wrong move. Meanwhile, the fight between Rikuken and Tenchi has begun. The two powerful men charge against each other with deadly techniques. Tenchi figures out that he needs to get rid of the evil thoughts that have taken over Rikuken. He starts to build up a spell that should be enough to return Rikikun to his senses. Tenchi knows that there will be trouble if the spell he is trying to use on him doesn't work. On the other hand, Jo-san and Soren are taking out Zensei heretics while also looking for Hoo-Hoo. Jo-san asks Soren why he has chosen not to succeed Tenchi, and he tells Jo that he will explain everything to him later. They need to find Hao-Hao first, because she is their priority at the moment. Soren decides to venture further into the forest to look for Hao-Hao. Jo tells him not to hesitate when going up against Zensei warriors, because hesitation might end him. Soren replies that he knows this. A quick scene shows Tenchi and Rikuken charging toward each other. Tenchi is able to deliver the cleansing spell to Rikuken's head, but Rikuken pierces Tenchi's chest with his hands, and red liquid starts to drop. As Soren continues his search through the forest, he runs into two Zensei warriors. One of the warriors realizes that he is looking at Soren, and he gets the bright idea that it will be great to take him out. The Zensei warrior attacks Soren, but he is able to dodge his attacks. Soren realizes the type of situation in which he has found himself, and he knows that he needs to calm down. He takes a deep breath to analyze his opponent's attack pattern. Upon realizing this, he uses a speed attack to cut through his enemy's blind spot to deliver a massive and fatal blow to his chest. The enemy falls to the ground and loses consciousness immediately. Zensei realizes that it might be time for him to start killing enemies who have plans to do the same to him too. The other warrior makes it known to Soren that he has no intention of fighting him. He just wants to carry his friend back home because he can see that he is still breathing. Soren continues his search for Hoo-Hoo and makes up his mind not to hesitate again. He knows this will put him at a disadvantage against someone who is willing to terminate him. He soon finds several Zensei warriors surrounding Riku Rinron and her friend, Hana. Hana has been captured already and she is being tortured to get Riku to surrender. Hana starts to beg Rin to surrender, but Rin tells her to stop being a weakling. She reminds her that they have trained for dire situations like this in the past. She then assures Hana that no one will touch her as long as she is still breathing. Soren can see this from where he is hiding. He contemplates whether to interfere or not. His priority is to find Hoo-Hoo and nothing else. However, he cannot leave Rin and Hana in the hands of the Zensei. After considering his options, he decides to interfere. He charges toward the big guy in the group, but he manages to dodge the attack. Soren grabs Hana and tries to rescue her, but realizes that he is surrounded. He releases a burst of lightning from his hand to distract his enemies. He throws Hana to one of the enemies, and he pushes his hand into the neck of an enemy to terminate him. He uses his speed attack to get through to Rin and get her away from the scene. As they hide in the distance, Soren tells Rin that he chose to save her first because he cannot save the two of them at once. He informs Rin that the big guy is very strong, and that is the reason he tried to take him out first, but he dodged the attack. Soren was forced to change his tactics because of this. Soren then gives the Zensei warriors 4 chances. In reality, he is only giving them 2 chances if they should critically think about it. They can either leave or die fighting him. They also do not have the liberty to take Hana with them. The big guy tries to take Hana with him, but Soren uses a ranged attack on him to get him to drop Hana. One of the warriors considers their option very well and decides that it's not worth it if they stay and fight. He starts to leave, and the rest has no choice but to join him because it's not worth it. After their departure, Rin runs to where her friend is to check on her, while Soren looks at the guy he just terminated lying on the floor. His friends don't even care about him. They have all left him to die there. Soren then continues his exploration of the mountain to try and find Hoo-Hoo. Meanwhile, the battle between Hoo-Hoo and Baron is still ongoing. The old man tells Hoo-Hoo to focus on the fight and forget about Soren for now. He says distraction will get her killed against Baron because he is a skilled fighter. Baron notices that Hoo-Hoo has already stopped the bleeding from her wound. He realizes that Hoo-Hoo is actually a strange girl. He then charges toward Ho-Ho with a prepared attack. Ho-Ho does the same, but she falls to the ground. Baron then reveals that he struck Ho-Ho's vagus nerve to paralyze her. He then tells the old man to do what he wants with her. Hoo-Hoo manages to stand up and starts running away, but Baron catches up to her and knocks her out. After knocking her out, Baron makes it clear that he doesn't detect any sign of animosity in Ho-Ho. He only agreed to work with the Zensei, but he has not made the decision to join them. He came to the mountain with them to know the kind of people they were. He has been able to find out that they are not seeking the truth about what happened during the Koshin War. Baron says he would have joined them if that was their aim. However, he is thankful that he is able to meet someone as interesting as Hoo-Hoo. Just then, Hoo-Hoo stands up again, and she escapes into a tree in front of her. Baron has no intentions of chasing her, and he leaves instead. Meanwhile, Rikuken has come to his senses to find out that he has hurt Tenchi really badly. He starts to cry because of the possibility that he has terminated Tenchi without even realizing it. Just then, Tenchi speaks out and makes fun of Rikuken for thinking he can kill him. He says Rikuken is nowhere near the level of someone who can terminate him. He then reveals that he had protected himself with his kinku before he charged toward Rikuken. All of his vital organs and blood vessels were under protection because he knew how dangerous Rikuken had become at that stage. However, Rikuken was able to break some bones in his body. Meanwhile, there is a part-time worker of the express delivery company going around, terminating Zensei warriors because he enjoys it. It appears that he is under another team leader's jurisdiction. His team leader is Raku. Taku tells the man to be careful because the company has started investigating their part-time workers. They are in the middle of this conversation when Hohu runs past them in search of Soren. She is able to contact Soren on the phone, and he tells her where they are to meet. The two soon rendezvous with everyone else. They get there to find Mare and Shushu lying on the floor unresponsive. Shushu has lost his arm, and it appears that the two are dead already. Kumo then tells everyone that the two are still alive, but barely. He narrates how the whole incident came to be. The scene goes back to the fight between the trio and the guy using a staff. He starts to cry, and Kumo starts losing focus. Shushu steps in and says the guy is crying to draw his soul in. The guy releases some dark aura from his body that enters into Mare without them realizing this. Shushu finally realizes this and tells Kumo that they should try to retreat because something is wrong with Mare. Kumo refuses and says they can defeat the guy and make him reverse anything happening to Mar. The two charge toward the guy and start to hit him hard. The guy falls to the ground and continues crying. They have dropped their guard when a seemingly possessed mare attacks them and cleanly cuts off Shusho's hand. Kumo is forced to fight Mare to try and get him to stop. He manages to hit Mare with a powerful blow that knocks him out. The guy stands up to run, and he is confident that he will escape. He laughs at Kumo and says he has two choices. It's either he chases after him and lets his friend die, or he saves his friends and lets him escape. Instead, Kumo chooses the latter. Now in the present day, Kumo starts to cry because he blames himself for what happened to Shushu and Mare. On the other hand, the express delivery is rounding up the Zensei warriors who have been captured. They are in the middle of this when Taku shows up to talk to Joyon. He informs Yon that the HQ is planning to eradicate the part-time program. They don't want any part-time workers again, and there is nothing they can do about it. They have not made it official, but they are already working on it, Taku says. This is because one of the district leaders was terminated by one of the part-time workers under his jurisdiction. Joyon is heartbroken to hear this and says, it is hard for them to get things running without the help of part-timers. Joyon says they have no choice but to follow whatever the HQ says, even if they don't like it. Up next, Jo-san assures Rikuken that the express delivery medical team will take care of Mary and Shusho. They even have Shushu's severed arm with them, and they will try to reattach it. Moments later, Tenshi arrives on the scene to ask them what is going on. Jo-san explains everything to him, and he commends Jo-san for a job well done. He tells Jo-san that it is not his fault for the casualties they suffered. Tenshi then tells Soran to follow him because he has something important to ask him. The two enter the forest together to talk. He asks Soran if he is willing to become the Tenshi or not. Soran then asks him the same question that he did before. However, we still do not know what the question is. Tenshi then replies that Soran should already know the answer to the question he is asking. He hears this and falls to his knees. Soran then humbly rejects the offer to become the next Tenshi. The Tenshi says it hurts him that all the efforts he made to make Soren the Tenshi have come to waste. However, he is not upset with Soren. In fact, he says the Tenshifu is Soren's home, and he can come to him anytime. He adds that Soren is free to come to him as his master, as long as he doesn't do anything evil. If he continues to do good, he will always have a home with him. The Tenshi is sure that Soren is also safe under the express delivery's watch. Just then, Izan appears and throws one of the monks he has beaten to a pulp in the Tenshi's direction. On the other hand, Zensei warriors have met to talk about their mission to the mountain. One of them is known as the Master of Zensei, whose face is not revealed yet. He tells his comrades that he is able to acquire what they went for. Back in the forest, the Tenshi asks Izan what he is doing in the forest when he should be guarding Den. He reveals that Den told him to leave and help out his comrades. He is sure that Den is fine because people don't go deep into where Den is staying. Tenshi, Soran, and Izan then decide to check on Den. Izan is blown away when he finds out that Den has been murdered right where he sits. At the same time, Hane is seen with the Zensei warriors. He tells them that he has terminated Den. He narrates how everything unfolds to them. A flashback scene shows Hane running into where Hane is. He tells Den and Izan that the Zenseis are everywhere, and the monks might have a hard time dealing with the enemies. Den hears this and orders Izan to leave and help his comrades. He doesn't want to leave, but Den insists. After Izan is gone, Hane knocks out the last disciple with him and reveals his true colors. It turns out that Hane is the acting master of Zensei, QK. Den is shocked to find out that the person who has been taking care of him for the past 3 years is an enemy. Hane reveals that he is there to know the real truth about the Koshin War. His instincts tell him that Den has an idea idea of what happened, but he doesn't want to spill it. He tells Den his conclusion that Den was tortured so badly because his torturers wanted to know Kaigi's whereabouts. He asks Den if he is right, and he says yes. However, he reveals that he was captured and tortured because they believe he had the knowledge of where Kaigi went to, but he doesn't. He didn't see him, so there is no way for him to know where Kaigi was. Heine laughs when he hears this. He says Den is truly tight-lipped, just like he heard. He then tells Ryu to enter. Ryu is under a disguise too, but he transforms to his real self as he enters the room. Heine explains to Den that Ryu has the ability to look into his memory with his ability. Heine then continues with his inference. He explains that he once saw Den trying hard not to sleep, and this gave him an idea. He went to Tenchi to ask why Den doesn't sleep. Tenchi says Den has been like that since the incident that happened and made him look that way. Hane is able to conclude that it's not that Den doesn't need to sleep, but he is afraid of something. He doesn't want to lose his will while sleeping because sleep makes people vulnerable, and he doesn't want to be vulnerable. Hani says Den must have known where Kaigi is, and this is the reason he didn't want to sleep, so that the people who tortured him would not return. They allowed him to live because they truly believed that he had no idea where Kaigi was. Dian then insists that Hane's conclusion is right. Hane says he doesn't need to argue with him again. He has brought someone who will help him in that aspect. He orders Ryu to begin what he has to do, and do it quickly, because the monks might return anytime soon. Ryu begins the process, but soon finds out that Den is a crack nut to crack. He tells Hane that he needs to copy all of Den's memories, instead of searching for a particular one. He asks Han to keep watch while he does this. Han accepts and leaves to stay on watch. Moments later, Ryu informs Hane that he is done, and they need to leave immediately. They are about to leave when Den calls Hane back. He starts to say hurtful words to him, but Hane begs him to stop. Hane reveals that he has no ill intentions against Den. He just wants the memories, and that's all. Den continues to trashy talk Hane, and this hurts him. Den then dares Hane to kill him if he knows that he is truly Zensei. As Hani is about to kill him, Den remembers when he went down the mountain and saw Kaigi. Kaigi told him something very delicate that he blames himself for even asking about it. He realizes why Kaigi had to run. Kaigi then begs him not to tell the current Tenchi, Jie, and his master about what he learned. Kaigi knew that Den is a very tight-lipped person, and this is the reason he told him what he did. He would rather have died than to tell anyone else what he did. However, Den was attacked on his way back to the mountains. His legs and hands were cut off during the torture. After this, Den tried to unalive himself, but his master stopped him and told him to continue living. He then decided to do so even though he didn't want to be a burden to his master and Jie. One day, Jie told him that he usually speaks when he is asleep. From that day forward, Den decided that he will not sleep again to avoid spilling the secret he is trying so hard to keep. He blames himself for asking Kaigi about what he was up to. He admits the fact that he did that to himself. He should have just let Kaigi go without asking him the details about where he was going and what he was up to. He thought to himself and apologized for putting his master and everyone in discomfort. He has been a burden to them all this while. Den is finally able to rest as Hane pushes the death needle into his head. Hane closes his eyes as a way of respect to him and wishes that he sleeps well. After telling his people how he terminated Den, he tells Ryu to show them the memories he got from him. The team then accepts for Hane to continue being their boss. He gave them something important after all. He then decides to give out an order since he is the master. He tells everyone who is a member of Zensei to mourn for 1 week because of Den. He says anyone who doesn't do it should be terminated. En has doubts about this, and the old man tells En that he might as well kill him where he stands. The master has given an order and they need to follow it. Hane then adds one more instruction. He says deciphering the memories might take a while. He doesn't want anyone to cause any trouble during that period of time. He wants them to lay low and not do anything till then. Now at the mountains, the monks and everyone has found out that Den is dead. Izan especially blames himself for this, and he cries out like a baby. Huhu tries talking to Soran, but Josan tells her to leave him be for the time being. Later on, Uya's master, Unryu, learns that Uya has been expelled from the sect by the Grandmaster. He learns about this and runs over to the Grandmaster to question his decision. The Grandmaster reveals that he took the decision because Uya used a skill that is not known to the Butu sect. The Grandmaster insists that he will continue to take actions as long as he is the master of Butu. Just then, the Grandmaster is informed that Grandmaster Ro has awoken. The Grandmaster then heads into one of the caves on the mountain to see the old man, Ro Shike, talking to himself. On the other hand, Uya is on the train when he realizes that he is being followed by some people. He uses his skills to get off the train before they even realize it. He stays by the roadside till one of his father's employees shows up to pick him up. It turns out that his father is the president of a big company. He has left home to train as a monk for quite some time now. In the next scene, Soren realizes that Huhu has been silent since they got back home from the mountains. He asks her why she is silent, and she reveals that Jo-san said she shouldn't talk to him because he is mourning the person who died. She wonders why Soran is mourning Den when he has only known him for just a short time. Soran then sits down to talk to Hoo-hoo. He thinks of telling her about what Ouya told him and the reason he didn't accept the role of Tenchi. He also finds out that Hoo-hoo is worried because she has no home to return to. He then decides to come clean to her. He calls Jo-yeon on the phone to tell him everything that he needs to hear. Jo-san is present, so there is no need to call him on the phone. He tells them that they have been misled from the very beginning. He lied that the only way to uncover the truth of the Koshin War was for Ho-ho to protect him. He only lied to Jo-sho and Ho-ho. However, he wasn't totally lying. He only created a pitfall in his story. Kaigi knows that Ho-ho's past must be connected to the Koshin War, but not all of it. He reminds them about the meeting with the elders, where Tenchi refused to speak while the rest were speaking. This is because the Tenchi is withholding some vital information. This is because the truth lies in Soran becoming Tenchi. He then narrates that he noticed something was wrong when Jie was trying to pass the right of Tenchi to him. This is the reason he didn't accept it. He was able to figure out that something will happen to Jie. He questions Jie about this, and he angrily throws him out. This was when he realized that the Tenchi ritual was being held to tie him down to the Tenshifu. Soran assumes that the way of the secret arts is conceived from the Tenchi. Soran then says their task is to find out about Hoo-hoo's past and not know about the Koshin War. Soran thinks the survivors of the Koshin War know something about Ho-hoo's past, and they are the people they need to go to. Rikuken is one of these people, and he might be willing to share information with them because he saved his daughter. Jo-san agrees with Soran, but tells him not to contact Rikuken in the meantime. He wants everything to blow over first. He then informs Soran that he has a mission assigned to him from the office. He is told to head to Beijing immediately. At this point, we have reached the end of our video. If you like it, do not forget to put the like button and subscribe for more new videos. The start of the first season has Chulan narrating how the events of the first and second seasons went by. He talked about the 36 rebels who were being hunted by their masters in the name of cleansing. In reality, they just wanted the 8 secret arts which have been created among these 36 rebels. Chulan was once a normal college student, but now he has to work with the express delivery company. While at work, Chu finds out that he has been sorting boxes for the past couple of hours, even though Sai told him to come early, because they have something important to discuss. He turns his back to find out that C is busy taking pictures of him and Bao is even encouraging him. Chulan is complaining about this when San shows up to take him off the box's sorting task. They enter his office to discuss. He reminds them that those at the Taosu Mountains had the secret to the 8 sacred arts all along. This is the reason they wanted him to have the Taoist seal, but he is not interested in it. They now need to figure out who the 36 rebels are on their own. They don't really have much information pertaining to this, but they are lucky to have met several people during the tournament event, which took place in the second season. Chulan says there is no way he will get information from Shaye after he refuses to accept the seal that is supposed to be passed on to him. They have Elder LV and Elder Wang, who wouldn't give them answers too. The only person they can run to for now is Elder Lu Jin. C then says he has someone who might be connected to the 8 secret arts. However, San tells them to put a pause on the quest for their answers. He reminds Chulan that a client has asked specifically for him. Elsewhere, Ye is seen being driven home by his family's driver, Du. Ye has been away from home for years. He has been on the mountain training as a monk. They soon get to the large family estate, and Ye's mother is very happy to see him. She rushes outside to hug her son and welcome him home. His mother is still assessing his body and the differences over the years when he starts asking about his father. Du informed him that his father was sick and in a worse condition. This is the reason he wants to see his father real quick. While in the middle of this, his brother, Yi, his wife, and their son show up to welcome him too. Yi's mother then takes him to his father's room to check on him. When he enters the room, his father appears very weak and can only beckon his son to come. He talks about how he has missed him. When Ye asks about the illness affecting his father, his mother mentions lots of illnesses, and this surprises Yi. Yi touches his father's hand. After he does this, he goes to his drawer to check out the pills he has been using. Yi finds out that his father is not sick at all. He is just pretending. His father gets up and says he was pretending to get Yi to come back home because he has missed him. He is even happier that Wudong has kicked him out. He no longer has any reason to return to the mountains, his father says. Yi makes fun of his father and says he will return to the mountain again. His father then threatens not to leave him a single cent in his will if he drives him to his grave. Yi retorts and reminds his father that he has never asked him for money before. While the two are busy arguing, Yi's wife calls him to the veranda to talk about how Ye's arrival has got her thinking. She talks about how Ye's arrival might hinder Ye from being the successor of the company. Yi tries to remind his wife that Ye is his little brother, and the corp will be handed over to whoever is more capable. Yi's wife doesn't care about this. She just wants to make sure that everything goes to his husband. In reality, Ye doesn't even care about the money or the company to begin with. Ye sits down in the living room to have something to eat, while also discussing with Du. Du is impressed that Ye was able to defeat someone from the Zug family. Du then tells Ye that he has searched the house and found spy cameras everywhere. Ye knows that only an outcast could have placed the camera without being noticed. The two agree to hire outcasts to protect his family before something bad happens to them. Du reminds him that they are going to need money to pay for the services of the outcasts that they will hire as bodyguards. Ye realizes that this will be the first time he will be worrying about money. Later that night, Du and Ye go to the club to have a fun time together. They soon find out that they are being tailed by 3 unknown people. They get into the car and start driving away, but the unknown people follow them too. They get to an overpass and use the intersection to lose them. They are already happy that they have escaped when something hits the car tiers. The tiers burst into flames and the car is forced to crash. They get out of the car to come face to face with the trio following them. The two start to run away, but the unknown trio follows them. They get to an alley and Yes suggests that they split up. They plan to meet at the southern park. The unknown trio ignores Du and follows Ye instead. They can be seen running on the rooftops, alleys, and through the street. Ye is almost caught, but he manages to lose them and make it to the park. He finds Du at the park, and Du is about to start celebrating when the trio shows up again. Yi says he intentionally brought them to the park because there are several security cameras there, and it would not be advisable for the trio to fight them under the cameras. The trio shocks him and says they don't mind battling it out with Ye. Even if there are 1,000 cameras looking at them, they have masks on to protect them from the cameras. Yi realizes that the trio is persistent when they activate a magic circle that Yi recognizes. He tells Du to take a step back and let him handle the assailants alone. Du does as told, and the trio are left to fight Ye. The trio starts to exchange blows and fists until the trio realizes that they can't beat him in hand-to-hand combat. They are forced to change tactics and attack Ye with long-range spells. Even with all their attacks, Ye manages to stay alive. He dodges their attacks elegantly, and also nullifies the ones he can when necessary. During the fight, he realizes that each of the fighters is actually on the same level as Qing. He is not done thinking about this when he gets a call from Qing. He immediately figures that Qing set the trio up to attack him. Qing makes fun of him and tells him to get serious with the trio. After he drops the call, Ye gets serious just like Qing had told him. He activates his own magic circle, and the trio is defeated in no time. The trio, Du, Ye, and Qing then meet at a restaurant to have fun. Qing then introduces the trio to Ye. The guy with a scarf on his head is Guan. The guy with the green and black jacket is Sheng. The last guy is Meng, and she is the only girl among the three. The boys are Qing's cousins, while Meng is his aunt. He then explains to Ye that the trio were dying to meet him after they had lost to Ye at the tournament. They contacted Wudang first, but they learned that he had been expelled by Xie. All they had to do was make a search on the internet, and they were able to find him through one of the articles which has been posted about him and his family before. The three cousins are very impressed with Ye's technique and skills. They start to ask him how he managed to defeat them, but he really doesn't have the answer to all their questions. After so much fun, Du takes the trio to their hotel rooms while Qing and Ye go to have a talk. Qing realizes that Ye is worried about something compared to when he was on Mount Longhu. He talks about how people will want to lay their hands on Ye's secret technique, which is the 4 dials. Ye asks Qing if he is one of the people who would want to take his art, but he says no. He reveals that he is content with his own art and would not even accept if Ye offers to teach him. The main reason for this is that he doesn't want to become an obvious target like him or Zhang Chulan. Once he has a secret art, enemies who want it will start to come after him, and he doesn't want this. Ya then talks about how worried he is that he and his family are under constant watch, even though his family has nothing to do with the technique he possesses. Qing then suggests that Ye find some professionals to help him handle the case. The only people he can recommend are the Nadutong delivery company. Qing says there is one person who works for the delivery company who will be willing to help. He is obviously talking about Chulan. Soon afterward, Chulan and Bao arrive in Beijing and they are received at the train station. The 3 cousins don't believe that Chulan is strong and even won the tournament because he looks really weak. He even almost became the youngest Taoist master if he had not rejected the role. Yi shakes hands with Chulan and welcomes him to the city. Chulan reveals that he is there for him on special request. He brings out an agreement form and how much Yi will be paying for his services. Yi is shocked when he looks at the amount of money he is asked to pay for Chulan's services, and his mouth is left wide open. He then asks Du to take the 3 cousins out for a tour of the city. Du takes them to check out the best things they have on the streets. Guan is able to figure that Du and Ye are just trying to get rid of them, while Ye, Qing, Ching, Bao, and Chulan are having a meeting. In reality, he appears to be right, because the four are currently having a meeting while Du is taking the trio on a trip through the city. At the start of the meeting, Bao tries to make things easy and tells Ye to just give his pursuers what they want. Chulan laughs when he hears this and says Bao has given them a plausible solution. Ye then asks Chulan why he has not given people the technique his grandfather handed over to him. He reveals that he has not learned the technique and he has no intention of learning it yet. Ye then tells Chulan that he cannot hand over the technique for reasons best known to him. Chulan then suggests that they play the patient game instead. Since Ye is capable of protecting himself, they are to hire some outcasts from the delivery company to protect Ye's family while he is not there. Ye wonders why they have dragged his innocent family into their mess. Chulan is sure that the old men they met in Longhu are responsible, but they will not involve themselves directly. Their best option is to hire people to do their dirty jobs for them. Chulan gives him the payment form, and he is required to pay in advance. After the meeting, Ye realizes that there is only one place he can get the money that Chulan and the company are asking for. He has no choice but to employ the trick he doesn't like using. Soon afterward, he takes his father on a basic kung fu training. After the training session, he tells his father that he needs 110 million yuan. His father rejects his offer and says he should join the company if he wants money. He reminds his father that he has never asked him for money, but his father still insists that he is not giving him any money. His father is ready to hand the business over to him and give him all the money he wants as long as he joins the business. Upon hearing this, Yi tells his father that he will now be heading to the Baiyun Monastery, which belongs to the Zhen sect. They are the only Taoist sect that forbids marriage. Yi starts to walk away, and his father doesn't want him to leave home again. He calls him back and agrees to give him the money he asked for. Yi confesses that the 10 million on the money is for him. This is payment for him not asking his father for anything over the years. His father agrees to this and says he doesn't want his son to go to any monastery again. During their conversation, Ye looks up into the tree with the feeling that someone is watching them. A little while later, Ye calls Chulan to tell him that the payment has been made into the company's account, and he is surprised that Ye is quick about it. Meanwhile, Du is taking the three cousins around town. Chulan and Bao get to work in no time after the payment has been made. Ye and Ching start to walk around town to give Bao and Chulan a good fix on the people following them. Chulan appears to be right, because there are three guys monitoring Ye and Ching's every movement. The three guys are happy with the pay they are receiving from tailing Ye. All they have to do is tail and report. They are rewarded with good pay because of this, and this makes them happy. One of them suggests that they pressure Ye's family, but the other two are not interested. They say the nature of the job will immediately change once they do that. The guy says he is just saying this so that other mercenaries will not grab Ye before them. They need to get things done quickly. It's been 3 days, and Chulan has not contacted Ye to tell him anything. Moments later, Chulan calls Ye and tells him to find a way to get to him because he is still being tailed. That night, Ching and Ye wait at a stop sign, and Chulan's van passes by to pick them up. Ye is curious about where they are heading, but Chulan tells him to calm down. He will soon get to know, he says. They get to an apartment, and Chulan informs Ye that he has been able to figure out that 3 teams are tailing him. They have gotten the location of the 3. They are at the location of one of them now. They enter the apartment, and Bao gives them gloves to wear. They break into the target's room and catch him sleeping. Ching, Ye, and Chulan step on a bottle, and this alerts the target. He gets up from the bed and tries to run away, but Bao catches him. She rounds up the targets all by herself, while the men are messing things up. Bao then hands out tasks to the 3 guys. Ching is to stand outside and make sure that no one comes in. Ye is to check the rooms to make sure that no one else is hiding. Finally, Chulan is to gather information on the targets. Chulan finds a bunch of flash drives that he hands over to Bao for checking. She goes through the drives to find out that they contain videos of the guys watching Ye's family. They also find a flash drive that allows external devices to connect to a home Wi-Fi. They realize that all of Ye's houses have been rigged already. They find a drive that contains audio files. They listen to it to hear Yi telling his wife that she can now relax since his brother has taken money from his dad to set up his own company. Yi hears this and tells them to shut it off. This creates a matter of urgency in him because he wants them to get rid of the people tracking his family. Bao then tells the boys to wait in the van while she tries to find out if there will be more bad guys coming. The following morning, Bao comes out of the apartment and starts walking toward the van with the bulk load of documents that he is able to gather inside the house. Meanwhile, Chulan is telling Ye that the delivery company will investigate the information on the bad guys to find out who their affiliates are. A security guard stops Bao to ask her what she is pushing in the cart. The boys are already scared that things are about to go out of hand, but Bao replies to the guard very calmly to get rid of his suspicion. She tells the man that she is out for delivery, and the man lets her go without further ado. Bao loads the cartons into the vehicle. At the same time, Chulan receives a call from San informing him that the bad guys received payment from someone a few days ago. The name of the man who paid them is Lu Wang. Lu is just an ordinary man who has never met Ye, but San finds something interesting in his workplace. One of the shareholders in his company is the elder from the 10 Wang Ai. Later on, Bao and the boys round up the second group. This leaves them with the last group only. The team makes their way to the known location of the last group. Meanwhile, the group is still busy talking about how they have lost Ye. They have been trying to find him with no luck whatsoever. They assume that must have noticed them, and this is the reason he is running. However, they are not worried because his family is still in Beijing, and they can just use his family anytime they want. However, the guy with a scar on his face is able to deduce that Ye didn't run. The boys have tripped off a trap without them realizing this. The trap belongs to the guy with a scar on his face, and this is how he knows that the trio is coming for them. Chulan. The boys get to where they are supposed to find the 3 bad guys, but they only find one, and that is the guy with the purple hair. Out of nowhere, the team is attacked by darts, but Ching is able to stop the darts from getting to them. He reveals that he has kept his guard up since he noticed that the guy is alone. Just then, the big guy shows up and starts to push Chulan through the walls. Ye is left to face the guy with a scar on his face instead. They have picked each other one by one. Chulan will be fighting the big guy, while Ching will be facing off with the purple-haired guy. The purple-haired guy has no chance against Ching. He tries all the tricks he has and knows, but Ching simply evades everything and ties the guy to the wall with a spell. The guy starts to beg that he doesn't even know Ye. He tries to tell Ching that he is just a guy who was hired to tail Ye, and that's all he knows. On the other hand, the big guy appears to be giving Chulan a tough time. He is jumping around the place, delivering blows to Chulan's body like he is a punching bag. After Chulan has had enough of his nonsense, he shakes off the dust on his body and moves closer to the guy before he even has time to react. He delivers a punch to his chest to weaken him, and then kicks him in the head to knock him out. The only person left to defeat his enemy is Ye. Ye continues to chase the scar-faced guy and dodges everything he throws at him at the same time. He soon manages to corner the scar-faced guy. The scar-faced guy believes that Ye has fallen into his trap, but he doesn't know that it is the other way around. Ye extends his magic circle to reach the guy, and the guy is shocked to see this. Before he realizes what is happening, Ye appears behind him with a portal. Ye is about to hit him in the head when the guy manages to deliver a powerful punch to Ye's chest, and he falls to the ground. When Ye looks up, the guy is gone already. Ye is weak, but he manages to stand up and walk toward where his friends are. He gets there, and he is shocked to see the scar-faced guy tied up with the other 2 guys. He asks Chulan and Ching how they managed to catch the guy. Chulan is surprised to hear that Ye is not the one who defeated the scar-faced guy. He reveals that Ching found the guy while he was out looking for Ye. Ye says he was knocked up by the guy and has no memory of him defeating the guy whatsoever. Later on, the boys decide to interrogate the scar-faced guy alone because it seems he is the toughest guy in the bunch. The guy insists that he will not be telling them anything because he doesn't want his street credits to go down. Chulan tries to get into his head by saying the guy will be severely punished for his crime against one of the men who are contributing to the economy of their great nation. He tries to remind the guy that Ye is the son of one of the richest and most important men in the nation, and his acts have caused Ye some irreparable damage. The guy is starstruck when he hears this, but he is still stubborn and will not yield. Chulan then decides to use another means to try and get the guy to talk. He asks Bao to hit him with a brick in the head, and she does this. Chulan's mouth turns out swollen and disfigured after she does this. Chulan then reveals his plan to pin the crime on the guy's head. He takes a picture of himself with the guy as proof. Chulan says the company he is working for will now pay close attention to the guy for causing one of their employees harm while he is on the job. Just then, Ye receives a call that gets him infuriated. He grabs the scar-faced guy by the neck and demands that he tell him who sent him. Chulan gets Ye to calm down and release the guy from his grip. Ye then tells Chulan and Ching that his family has just been attacked. His father and his entire family were about to be kidnapped, but they got lucky. Chulan tells him to calm down and says those who tried it will want to wait for the next 2 days or more for things to blow over. Chulan then tells Du to take the 3 cousins to help protect Ye's family. Chulan tells Ye to calm down and let them sort things out within the next couple of days. Chulan gets serious and cracks his knuckles in preparation to beat up the scar-faced guy. The guy starts to beg and say his guys will never have gone after Ye's family. He quickly accepts to tell Chulan and the boys everything he knows. Later on, Chulan receives a call from the company telling him that they have not made much progress concerning the investigation. Chulan says the only option they have is to use Ye as bait to draw out whoever hired the guys. They have no clue who hired them except Wang Ai. The guys were hired on an online platform, and they have never made any physical contact with their employers. Chulan then says he has another idea. He reminds Ye that he once told him that he can calculate the winning numbers of a lottery ticket. He says they are now lucky that he has two outcasts in front of him with the same art. Ye doesn't want Ching to join him in using the art because of the risk, but Ching insists and says it is his choice. While they are divining, Ching wants Bao to protect them because Chulan will also be joining them. After telling the team everything they need to know before starting, Ching activates the 4 dials in an attempt to have answers. Yi knows that the real reason Ching is offering to help is to see him use the secret art again. Ching and Ye sit down at the respective places where they are supposed to sit. Ching tells Chulan where he is to sit in the magic circle. The trio activates their powers, causing the circle to spin at a high speed. This causes them pain, and Chulan is the first to give up. However, he gets thrown into another dimension where he finds Ching and Ye. Ching tells Chulan that he and Ye are now in his spiritual world. There are no directions in his spiritual world, and Chulan needs to get used to that, he says. Ching explains to Chulan that the punishment of divination depends on how much info he reveals in the world. Ching wants to continue explaining, but Yi stops him and says Chulan already understands the basics. Yi activates a spell to begin the real process. He creates a glowing bulb. Ching tells Chulan to shoot the bulb with his thunder art, but what comes out of his fingers is wood. Ching explains that this is so because he entered into the realm as a reincarnation of Yi Wood. Ching, on the other hand, enters as Bing Fire, while Ye is Ding Fire. The trio hits the bulb with their powers. As they exert their powers on the orb, it starts to affect them in real life. Blood drips out of their noses while sweat comes down from their faces. The trio finally breaks through the orb, and Ye reveals that he would have lost half his life if he went through the process by himself. They are able to figure out that there is one more person above Wang Ai. He is the number 1 figure in the sect of Shu. He is also one of the 10, and his name is Chen Jinkui. Suddenly, Chulan's eyes turn red and his body starts to glow. At the same time, this is happening in real life. This is happening to Chulan because he seeks an answer to the question which has been troubling his mind. However, this is very risky because what he seeks is hidden deep in history. A giant flame orb emerges in front of him and starts to draw him in. Ching and Yi see this, which gets them worried. They grab onto him with the intention of dragging him away, but the grip of the orb on him is quite powerful. Yi says he needs to snap out of it by himself, or they are in big trouble. Bao realizes that the 3 are already glowing, and this spells trouble. She begins looking for ways to get them out of the problem. She hits them hard with the hope that this will get them out. She is finally able to get through to Chulan and help him break free from the grip of the orb. Chulan wakes up, and this helps the rest to break free too. They return to real life, and Ching reveals that the orb would have torn them to pieces if they had stayed longer than that. However, they are happy that they now know who they are up against. Chulan tells Ye to leave the rest to him. The following morning, Chulan hires 3 guys who are known associates of Bao. He gives them a task that he knows they will love to do. The boys do not hesitate when it comes to helping Bao. Up next, Wang is in his home when he receives mail. At the same time, Junkui receives mail at his home. He is still playing with his lovely granddaughter when the mail comes in. Wang opens the package to see pictures of his grandson at the hospital. He realizes that his grandson could have been killed if they wanted. The package was sent by Ye so he would know who to be afraid of. Kui also realizes that they have pictures of his granddaughter while she is at school. She could have easily been taken out if they wanted. The 2 men get angry and scared at the same time. They realize what needs to be done. They immediately withdraw all the people they have, watching Ye and his family. Unknown to them, Chulan and the team had previously rounded everyone up. The tail team soon receives a message from their employers to withdraw from going after Ye and his family. They were all in the same place when they received this message. They believe that Chulan will terminate them after seeing this, but he shocks them by handing them stacks of bills instead. The guys appreciate this, and they tell Chulan that he is free to call on them anytime he needs help. The bad guys walk away with joy in their hearts. As they walk away in the distance, the man who defeated Ye the other night is seen standing in the distance watching everything unfold. The man has the same appearance as the scar-faced guy. After they have discharged the guys, the team makes their way to a restaurant to eat and regain their strength. Bao consumes every dish served in front of her like an elephant. Chulan does the same, and he claims that he has not had anything good for the past couple of days. As they eat, Chulan explains why Ye is scared of the people he is up against. He says he is scared because they are not people with honor and dignity. He is stronger than them, but he knows that they will do anything just to achieve their goal, and this is where they are different. Chulan reveals that this is the reason he hired scoundrels like them to pay a visit to their grandson and granddaughter. The 3 guys that Chulan hired did their job to perfection, and they were able to convince Wang and Kui that their beloved family was in danger. A quick scene shows Wang Ai rushing to the hospital to check on his grandson to make sure that he is okay. He is relieved to find out that his grandson is fine and has not been put to any harm whatsoever. There are also no traces of the people who took the pictures around the hospital. Yi then tells Chulan that he still has two problems left. The first one is the guy disguised as the scar-faced guy who struck him down. The second is those who tried to abduct his family. Chulan then points out that the scar-faced guy might be a problem, because by the looks of it, he can totally defeat Ye, so there is no need for him to go after his family. He then says those who tried to kidnap his family were sent by him, and this leaves Ye in shock. Chulan explains that everything was part of his plan to scare the crooks and get them to talk. This is the reason he hired some people from the company to pretend that they were bad guys and go after his family. He then advises Ye to leave the city once the matter is resolved. He says his presence in the city will continue to draw attention to his family. They will continue to come after his family since they are aware that his family is his weakness. Chulan makes a joke and says Ye's father did put up a fight when they tried to grab him, and Ye says he is used to brawling. Chulan suggests that he hire some people to look after his family. Yi turns to Qing to ask him if he will be interested in staying with his family, but Qing says no. He prefers traveling the world. His father might not be rich like Yi's father, but he still has money that Qing can chomp on. Qing then recommended his three cousins to help out in the bodyguard aspect. Later on, the trio takes on Ye's father's bodyguard to be able to convince him to hire the cousins as his bodyguard. After seeing their performance, Ye's father has no choice but to hire the trio. After they have settled their business with Ye, Bao, and Chulan, prepare to leave. Ye thanks the two for their help and wish them luck. Chulan says it might take long for them to see each other again, but he appreciates the help they have rendered to him. Later on, Yen and Qing sit down at the park to discuss. Yen narrates the reason he became a monk. He says he has always seen his father get worried over the business and other things. Yi didn't want this kind of life and chose to become a monk instead. He just wanted to live free without thinking of the little things in life. However, his study of Chulan and Bao has made him realize that he is still not free the way he wants. He says Chulan and Bao really don't care about anything. They just live life the way it comes to them. And this has taught him that he is just lucky to be who he is. He is now ready to live his life as carefree as he wants. Qing advises him not to dabble into crime, and Ye says he has no intention of doing that. Now at the Wudong Mountains, Ye's Shai enters the cave to see Master Lu talking to himself and acting all weird. Lu finally comes to be, and he sees Shai as his enemy. Shai tries to tell Lu that he is not his enemy. He says he is his disciple, Zhou Meng, but Lu doesn't want to believe it. He has difficulties differentiating reality from what is in the spiritual realm. He believes that he is looking at an illusion of Meng, and he needs to take out that illusion. He activates the 4 dials known as Feng Ho Chimen and tries to use this to cover everywhere, but the formation stops, and he starts to wonder why. Meng then uses the chance to get through to him. He says the formation is not expanding because he is in the real world and not the spiritual realm like he believes he is. Meng says he can no longer control the Feng Ho Chimen. Rather, he has been controlled by it. Lu finally comes to his senses and asks Meng if he is sure that he is in the real world, and he says yes. Meng says Lu is in the original world of reality that he belongs to, and he can assure him of that. Lu is happy that he is finally back. Meng then uses the opportunity to tell him that the Chiman now has a new successor who is a young disciple. In the next scene, Ye is already preparing to leave the city. He has packed his bag and he gets on a train to leave the city. On the other hand, Qing is still in his hotel room. He soon hears an incessant knock on his room door, and he starts to wonder who might be looking for him in the middle of the night. He uses his power to open the door to reveal the person at the door. The person he sees is a girl who looks so much like a door. He doesn't stress himself and closes the door again. The door continues to hit her head on the door to annoy Qing and get him to open the door. He picks up the phone to call the management, but the knocking stops. He turns back and walks toward the window to see the door looking at him. He realizes that the doll is intent on meeting him, and he decides that he will go to the roof to meet the doll or whoever is controlling it. Qing gets to the roof and he is attacked by the doll using a dart whip. This is no match for Qing, and he manages to dodge the dart whip even though it is very close to him. He activates his 4-dial spell and finds out that there are actually 2 dolls that are prepared to attack him. He fights them effortlessly without breaking a sweat. After pushing away the 2, Qing mentions that he is very sure that there is one other person in the area. The third person shows himself and says he is very impressed that Qing managed to catch wind of him, even though he didn't breathe more than once. He regards Qing as someone very impressive to have been able to pull this off. The two dolls get up and try to attack Ching from behind, but he holds them in the air with his power. Ching turns to the guy and asks him what he wants. The guy reveals that he is a messenger from someone known as the Patriarch. On the other hand, Ye is eating in a restaurant when a strange man approaches him. He gives him a package to open, and when he does, he sees the pictures of the guys who were tailing him before. They have been beaten and wounded. The man then gives Ye the phone to talk to his boss. The man on the phone talks to Ye respectfully and says he would like Ye to become his companion. He wants them to be together and walk the path of the earth together. Yi replies that he likes being alone and doesn't appreciate the deal of having a companion. The man reveals that he is also a successor to a secret art, and it would be great for them to be together for better protection. The man tells Ye that he will be giving him the chance to think it over. He is not in a rush, and when Ye has made up his mind, he will be waiting for him at Bu Village. After he drops the call, a lady shows up to ask the man if Ye has agreed, but he says no. However, is convinced that he will have a rethink. Back on the rooftop, Ching has dismantled the dolls, and this puts fear in the heart of the messenger. He starts to confess and says he means no harm to Ching. He explains that the Patriarch asked him to test Ching before inviting him to the village. The messenger brings out his phone to contact the Patriarch. He hands over the phone to Ching to talk to him, and it turns out that the Patriarch is the same person who talked to Ye. The Patriarch apologizes for his messenger's behavior and reveals that he doesn't belong to any sect. He then properly introduces himself as Ma Xianhong, who is the head of the Bu village. He wants Ching to come to the village, but Ching says no. Ma seems disappointed, but he is not ready to force Ching. He tells him to give the messenger the phone, and he does. The messenger brings out a device and uses this to collect the remains of the dolls. He is about to leave when Ching reconsiders and tells the messenger to take him to Bu because he would like to meet Ma. On the other hand, the man with Ye tells Ye that Ma has promised to remain his brother, even though he chooses not to accept his proposal. He has also promised to take care of those who would harm Ye. This also includes those who are close to him and are pretending that they love him or care for him. Ma has promised to get rid of all of them. After the man leaves, Yi picks up his phone to call Ching and ask him where he is. The two find out that they have been reached out to by the same person. Yi advises Ching not to go because he sees Ma as a dangerous person, but Ching replies that there are things he would like to know. He is already with Ma's messenger and they are on their way to Bu village. In the next scene, Si and San explain the concept of the temporary worker to Chulan. Each large region of the company has a general director. Each director has the right to assign one temporary worker at most, and the identities of these workers are strictly confidential. The temporary workers operate under the name of fake names and identities. This is how Bao has been with them, without anyone raising an eyebrow or trying to investigate her. Si is currently the director of the Northwest region, while Liao is the director of the Southwest region. Liao is a good man, but they have received a report that he was terminated by his temporary worker. The head office has now given an order, mandating all the other regions and temporary workers to work together in hunting down this traitor. She is either to be taken alive or dead. Either of the two works for those at the top. Chulan goes outside to ask Si if the temporary workers have ever come together since the start of the system, but he says no. This is the first time in history since Si's father initiated the system to help keep Bao's identity safe. This is the reason Si is worried. He doesn't want people to see Bao, but he doesn't want to refuse a direct order from the top too. If he does this, it will give the head office more reason to check out their temporary worker. They might even lose the protection they have for Bao in the worst-case scenario. He needs Chulan's advice on this, but Chulan decides to take the matter to Bao because they usually do not ask for her consent in matters relating to her. Bao gives a simple solution to the problem. She tells the team that she is willing to go. San says there is the risk that there will be people who will come after, and Bao simply says she will run away if this happens. Since Bao has decided that she will go, the team agrees on this. Si brings out the mission brief for them to read and go through. After Liao Zhang from the south region of the delivery company is terminated by his temporary worker, Chen Do, the HQ orders a joint mission among the other region's temp workers in an attempt to snuff out Chen or eliminate her. Si knows that he cannot reject the request from the HQ because that will bring more trouble for them. Chulan assures him that he will be going with Bao. They are given a smartphone that contains a messenger app which will allow them to communicate with the rest of the temporary workers whom they will be working with. Bao and Chulan get on a plane to meet with the rest of the temp workers. The duo soon arrive at their destination and they book a hotel room where they will be staying before meeting up with the rest of the squad. They are briefed that Chen met someone, Wan Liangkai, after she touched down in the city. One of the temp workers, Xiao, puts it to the general group that he will be making contact with Wan, since no one else is willing to show their faces. Just then, the temporary worker from Southwest, Chu, replies to Xiao on the group chat and says he will be willing to follow him. Chu appears to be excited that they are going on a mission. Chulan and Bao remain in their hotel room, listening to everything that has been said in the group chat without contributing to the conversation. Xiao makes his findings from Wan, who informs him that Chen Duo came to inquire about a granny named Mei Jinfeng. Wan informs Xiao that Mei once came to his restaurant, and she enjoyed the lamb noodles that he made for her. She then gave him an address where he would be sending the noodles. Xiao already has the address with him, and he plans on heading to the location with Chu. Chu and Xiao are in an alley when they are attacked by a swarm of rats. They know this is not normal, but Xiao doesn't break sweat when he takes out the rats. Chulin and Bao are in the distance watching everything unfold. They ask Si for help concerning the rats that they saw, and he tells them that it is the work of a goo practitioner. The duo puts this on the group chat so that everyone else will be informed. Elsewhere, Mei is seen receiving a visit from the old man, Xia Liu Qing. He was also on the mountain with the heretics when they came after Bao. It appears that he and Mei have a history together. He tries talking to her, but she bursts out of the house and kicks him in the head for ignoring her all this while. Xia then asks Mei if she still has the stuff he gave to her. She's about to give a reply when she notices something strange in the air. She looks into the distance to see Chen Duo standing there. Duo asks Mei to come with her, but she refuses. Chen insists that Mei must come with her, and this infuriates Mei. She is ready to fight, but Ji calms her down and asks her to let him handle the situation. Xia says he is willing to terminate anyone who gives Mei trouble. He charges toward Chen, but he is blown back by an air attack. Chen breathes out something from her mouth, and it turns into a black snake. Jia sees this and reveals his surprise that Chen is a goo practitioner. Chen then replies to Xia that he is not there to hurt Mei or do anything to hurt her. She also corrects Xia by telling him that she is not a goo practitioner. She herself is a goo. Soon afterward, Xiao and Chu make it to the secluded area where Mei is living. However, they are attacked by a bunch of unknown assailants. Xiao sees the assailants as too weak, and he is not convinced to kill them. He chooses to knock them out instead. However, a girl shows up and she appears to be strong. She wields what looks like photon swords and is also able to withstand Xiao's initial attacks on her. She is even strong enough to break through Xiao's defenses and try to cut him. Xiao concludes that the lady in the mask is dangerous and he is willing to terminate her. Chu then tells Xiao to leave the lady to him. He promises to handle her. The enemy rushes toward Chu, but he hugs her and she suddenly loses all will to fight. However, she regains herself and tries to cut Chu, but he jumps back. Chu then tells Xiao that the reason he is not able to hurt her is that she wears shield armor. The armor protects her against malice and anyone who bears her ill intent. She runs toward Chu, but he knocks her down in one blow. Chu reveals that he is able to harm her because he bears no malice against her. What he has for her is pleasure. He uses this on her and she starts to scream in pain. Meanwhile, Bao and Chulin are in the distance watching everything happening without making a move. Just then, Meng, who is the temp worker from the northwest, shows up. He tells the duo that he is there to try and convince them to let Chen Duo live. Xiao is surprised to hear this, and he asks Meng if he is telling them to abandon the mission, but he says no. He just wants them to capture her alive and hand her over to the HQ for punishment. Xiao then asks him why Chen is important to him and why he is trying to save her. Meng reveals that he is the one who extracted Chen from the Yaoxian assembly. Meng reveals how the Yaoxian assembly is known to gather kids and give them the goo poison. The last kid standing is known to be the goo child Sage. Their practice became known and they were annihilated. However, the cult was resurrected 50 years later. The company wasted no time in tracking down the cult when they heard this. They wanted to eradicate them before they had the chance to expand. Meng was part of the squad that went after the sect. This was when he saved Chen. She was a kid then, and an innocent one at that. Meng then took her in so that he could care for her. She soon became a temp worker and he was happy for her. Meng then tells the two that his goal is to stop them from terminating Chen. He knows he is no match for the two, but he is prepared to risk all. Just then, Chulan puts it on the group chat that they should vote if they want Chen to be captured alive. Bao votes that she should be taken alive, and Chu does the same. After the votes came in, they agreed that they should capture Chen alive. Zhao is not ready to oppose this, but says he will be terminating the lady in the mask, whom he has decided to spare before. After no one puts up an argument concerning his decision, he terminates the lady. Meanwhile, Xia is still fighting off the assailants at Jin Feng's home when the temp workers arrive there. Chu is surprised to see Xie, and he tells his comrades that he almost joined Guangxing because of Xie. Bao sees Xie from a distance, and she remembers him from the Longhu Mountains. It appears that Xie was Ku's old master. He then begs Chu to bring Jin Feng back to him. Chu demands to know what happened at the house. He explains that he was ready to stop Chen from taking Jin Feng away, but he was met with shock when he found out that she had lots of backup. He thought he could easily take them out, but he soon found out that they were armed with talismans. The men were able to hold Xie down until Chen took Jin Feng away. Xia begs Qiu to save Jinfeng even though they are going to terminate him. Xiao then tells the old man that he just ate and is not interested in terminating him for now. Just then, the report comes in that Chen has been spotted and she is moving with a van toward a scrapyard. They also learn that there is someone else who was with Chen. There are no records of him in the company's data. Apparently, he is not an outcast. He is just a regular guy, and his name is Huang Tao. Qiu is surprised that Xia was taken out by a regular guy. Bao and Chulan waste no time in following the track where Chen was spotted. Bao says she can sense someone following them too, and it appears that he is the temporary worker from the Central. Chulan tries to analyze the personality of everyone in the group chat, from the way they talk and how they act. He has been able to gather that Xiao is a ruthless murderer while Meng is an introvert. Chu is an ex-trainee of the Guangxing. The group soon makes it to the scrapyard, where they believe Chen is hiding out. They are attacked by a swarm of insects which appears not to be natural. Bao attacks the swarm with her ki from behind. She is able to take out as much as possible. Meng releases a ball of ki from his hand, and this attracts the insects. Qiu then burns them to a crisp with fire. Chen and her comrades are aware that they have been found out already. She soon comes face to face with Meng. Meng screams out and asks her why she killed Liao even though he was a good person. Chen seems a bit surprised when she hears this, but quickly changes her countenance to reveal that Liao got in her way, and this is the reason she terminated him. While she is busy discussing with Meng, Tao, and two other guys come out of the warehouse. Chen tells Meng that she even hates him for saving her. She calls Meng the start of all her problems. Tao and the other guys smile because they know what is coming next, and that is a battle between them and the temp workers. Meng tries asking Chen how he is the source of all her problems. He can recall that he didn't see her again after he saved her back then. He is still trying to instigate a conversation when Tao and his men attack Meng, Xiao, and Qiu. The battle is then split between the three men. They each have an opponent to face off with. Xiao sees Tao and his men as inferior to him. However, he is still interested in fighting Tao because he uses some metal orbs as his weapon. Tao is confident that his talisman is more than enough to defeat Xiao. He throws the orbs at him, but Xiao kicks them away and delivers a counterattack at Tao before he can even realize what is happening. Qiu has also defeated his opponent without breaking a sweat. Meng is still battling it out with his opponent when Chen orders them to retreat and come back to her. She vomits a black substance from her mouth and asks the trio to ingest it if they want to continue fighting their opponents. The trio is excited by this, and they lick off the elixir in no time. Upon doing this, the trio receives a new surge of power. They appear to be more dangerous and scary than they were before. They run toward Meng and his comrades. They attack them ferociously without mercy whatsoever. While they are in the middle of this intense fight, Chen gets into the van and starts driving away without resistance. Just then, Chulan and Bao burst out of where they were and started running toward the van. They tell the rest of the team to focus on their fight and leave Chen to them. This is the first time the team will be seeing the North Temp. Xiao calms down when he is ready to take Tao seriously. Tao has been the one on the offense since the fight started. Chu and Meng are also ready to get serious with their opponents. Chulan and Bao continue with their chase of Chen, and she can see Chulan's lightning pattern through the mirror. She takes a turn into a rough path before continuing via a tarred road. Chulan remains firm behind her as she does all of her maneuvers. She gets to a point and stretches out her hand from the vehicle in preparation to hurt Chulan. Just then, Bao jumps out of nowhere and pushes the van off the road. Bao and Chen fall into the river below. She tries to use her poisonous attack on Bao, but Chulan hits her with a lightning strike. Bao and Chen start to battle it out with hand-to-hand combat. Chen tries to use her talisman against Bao, but it doesn't work because Bao has no malice that the weapon can target. She releases poisonous substances into the water, but this still does not work on her. During this battle, a white-haired man arrives on the bridge and it appears that he is Chen's accomplice. Chulan and Bao charge toward her and are about to pin her down when the man who just arrived draws Chen to the top of the bridge with his weapon, which he uses as a whip. Bao goes after the man, but a golden wall forms around him to protect him from Bao's attack. The man spins his whip around with the intention of killing Bao with it. This breaks the bridge in half, but Bao survives the attack to the man's surprise. The man reveals that he has two talismans. He has one for attack, and the other one is for defense. Just then, a projectile comes from nowhere and flies toward the man, but his golden wall comes up again to protect him. The second projectile successfully breaks the wall, and the man is shocked by this. The man and Chen get into their car before the situation escalates. Chulan checks the group chat to find out that one of the temporary workers who has been hiding too is responsible for the projectile that hit the man. The temp worker tells Chulan to let Chen and his accomplice go because something doesn't feel right. Meanwhile, Meng, Xiao, and Chu have defeated their opponents. Later on, the team meets at a warehouse. This leaves two temp workers who have not shown up, and that is the temp workers from Northeast and Central. Q then tries to explain the situation to the team. He believes that the higher-ups are only messing with them. They have other intentions, but they are using the temporary workers as a means to an end. Q reveals that talisman smelters are very rare. The ones available also find it hard to join any organization or power. However, there are a few smelters who are with some sects. The Tangman has one, the World Association has one, and Kwanzan has unknown numbers of smelters. Woohoo clan also has unknown numbers of smelters. Chu knows that the company is aware of the recent talisman weapons that they have come across, but they didn't say anything about it. He deduces that the company is after the regional managers because they want them to surrender the authority of their temps to them. Chu then mentions that all temp workers are invaluable, and everyone is after them. The particular temp worker who everyone wants to lay their hands on is Bao. Meanwhile, there is a man monitoring the team, and he appears to be the Central Region temporary worker. He reports all the information he gathers to an unknown person. Chiu continues with his deduction concerning their mission. He points to Bao and says, "Everyone wants her, because they know how invaluable she is." Chulan then faces Xiao and asks him what his opinion is. Xiao replies that he doesn't care about anything going on or whatever the higher-up has planned. Chu suggests that they leave their region and head to the headquarters instead. Chulan hears this and starts to think about how he can escape with Bao before anything else comes up. Meng notices that his countenance has changed, and he calls Chu's attention to this. When Chu asks Xiao about his opinion concerning Bao and Chulan, Xiao simply says he believes that Chulan is the master, while Bao listens to him. Chu walks close to Chulan and says all the other temp workers came alone, but Chulan came with Bao. He has also noticed that Chulan is worried about Bao falling into the hands of the HQ. Chiu says he is curious to know what Chulan is hiding. Xiao then points out that he is still content with where he is, so he doesn't feel like leaving his manager. With this, they conclude that they don't need to give themselves up to the HQ. Meanwhile, Zia is busy dealing with the next batch of assailants who came to Jin Feng's house. He has captured one of them, and he is ready to interrogate him till he gives him answers. Up next, the team is having breakfast when the temporary worker from the Central Region, He Guan, shows up. He reveals that he was the one who shot the white-haired man's amulet. He says the 3 shots he fired almost expended all the energy he had, and this is to show how powerful the amulet is. Guan says he had no intention of showing his face to the team before. The day might come when any of them might become his mission or target. He wouldn't want a situation where he is already used to them. Just then, the team receives a call from their respective managers, who informs them that there is a development. It turns out that Chen and the people they have been fighting all belong to one association, and that is the Shinji. Their new mission is to neutralize Chen Duo, destabilize Shinji, and destroy their base, which is the Bu village. Now, in Bu village, Ma asks Qing if he is willing to assist him on the quest he is about to embark on, but it doesn't seem Qing has made up his mind just yet. It turns out that Ye is also in the village. He later changed his mind and came to the village to join Qing. Ma reveals that his main focus is on Ye. It appears that Ye's art allows him to create mechanical objects. Later on, Ye apologizes to Qing and says he is one of the reasons Qing is in the village. He admits to having changed who Qing was supposed to fight during the tournament to himself. He offered to help Shi take Qing off the list of potential threats to Chulan so he could win the tournament. Qing assures Ye that he doesn't hold any grudge against him. Just then, Ma shows up to introduce a guy, Dang, to the duo. He says Dang is someone who likes to fight a lot, and he would love to fight Ye. However, Ye says he is not interested in fighting the guy. He stands up to leave, but he is attacked from behind. His reflex is top-notch, and he is able to dodge the attack. He grabs Dang's hand and throws him away. Dang flies toward a rock and would have hit his head if not for Qing's timely intervention. Yi realizes that the guy is strong but doesn't know kung fu. He has no chi running through him. He then turns to Ma to ask him what is going on. He then asks the trio to follow him. As they walk with Ma, he reveals that it is true that Dang doesn't know how to use kung fu, but he is obsessed with fighting. Dang then reveals how he met a young kid at the boxing gym. The kid challenged him to a fight, and Dang didn't take it seriously at first. The match begins, and Dang soon realizes that the kid is stronger than he gives him credit for. It took all of Dang's strength to defeat the kid. Dang wanted to know how the kid got stronger, and the kid took Dang to his master, who is a blacksmith. Dang gets there and asks the man to teach him kung fu, but the man denies knowing kung fu. However, he asks Dang to be his apprentice. After a month of studying him, the man tells Dang to leave because he cannot give him what he wants. Dang returned to the gym and became scarier than before, but still felt empty. One day, he saw one of Ma's assistants, Yang, at a bar. He randomly picks a fight with the guy, but realizes that the guy's aura is just like the kid he fought. This was how he met Ma. Ching then tells him that the blacksmith told him to leave because he has studied him and has noticed that his chi is locked, which means he cannot access it. Without this, he won't be able to practice Kung Fu. Dang starts to wonder if he will ever have the opportunity to practice Kung Fu. Ma then takes them to a warehouse where he has a machine, Xu Shenlu stored. He tells the trio that the best smelters made the machine. He asked Dang if he was ready to take a step forward, and he said yes. He then asks Dang to step into the machine, and he does so. Ma requests that Yang operate the machine after Dang has entered into it. Yang turns on the machine, and Ma explains to Ching and Ye that the machine is still a prototype, and this is the reason he needs Ye and Ching's help to fix the issues that have presented themselves with the machine in the past. That night, Ma informs Ching and Ye that he is with the belief that the ability to practice Kung Fu should not be limited to a certain number of people. He wants other people to have this chance too, and this is what the machine is for. He promises the two that they will receive a prototype of the machine each if they offer to help him. Ye then tells Ma that he will give him an answer to his request the following day, and Ma accepts. Later that night, Ching sees Ye packing his things, and he is forced to ask Ye why he is doing so. Ye says he has made the decision to leave the village because he doesn't see Ma as a good person. He suggests that they leave together. As they walk toward the outskirts of the village, Ye mentions that Ching has been silent since he came across the machine. Just then, Ma comes out of the forest and reveals his disappointment that the two are leaving without saying goodbye. Seconds later, the operators in the village show up to prevent the two from leaving. Ye reminds Ma that he once told him that they are free to leave whenever they want, but it seems he is lying. The operators attack Ching and Ye at once, and the two find it hard to fight against a bunch of superpowered people. Ching soon finds himself at the mercy of Ma, and Ye is left to fight the operators all by himself. Ye is getting exhausted already, but he knows he has to fight the enemies in order to save Ching from Ma's grasp. Ye is forced to activate his 4-dial art and use it to handle the operators who are charging at him. He is able to suppress 8 operators by himself, but he is exhausted already. Ma leaves Ching's side and walks toward Ye. Ye then shouts at Ching. He asks him to run away when he still has the chance to do so. However, Ching decides to attack Ma from behind. He rushes toward Ma and tries to hurt him, but a protective talisman stops the attack. Ching then tells Ye that he doesn't owe him anything. He tells Ye to avenge him in case he dies at the hands of Ma and his men. Ching then creates a ring of fire around him, Ma and his people, to prevent them from passing. Instead of leaving, Ye then decides to stay. He tells Ma to let Ching leave, and that he will give him what he wants. Just then, Ma reveals that they passed the test. It turns out that he has been testing them all along. He wanted to see how strong their bond was, and how far they were willing to protect each other. He tells the two that he stands on his word, that he will destroy anyone who tries to harm them. He then tells them that the invitation to join him is still open. However, they are free to leave if they wish, and he is not going to stop them. He has been able to judge the character of the people who might potentially work with him, and that's what matters to him the most. As Ma and his people walk away, Ching tells Ye that he has decided to stay in the village for some more days. He doesn't care if Ma is a bad guy or not. He just wants to clarify some things by himself. Ma soon receives a report that Chen is back. Chen informs Ma that there are people after her, and Ma assures her that she is under his protection. After giving Ma the report of her mission, Chen heads to her room, which is located underground. She enters a compartment that appears to have been built especially for Chen. She takes off her clothes, and before she closes the door of the compartment completely, all the rats in the room have died from a strange poisoning. The following morning, Ye requests to see Ma in private. The two enter the forest together. Ye then tells Ma to stop whatever he is doing. He reveals that he has divined his fate, and he has found out that it gave him the same result as Chulan's own. He says Ma will bring chaos to the world if he continues with what he is doing. Ye then puts on his serious face and tells Ma that he will end him if he refuses to stop what he has embarked on. A fight is about to break out between the two when one of Ma's people shows up to tell him that some weird bunch of people just arrived in the village. He leaves the scene to check on those who just came to find out that they are the temporary workers. Chulan tells Ma that it will be best for everyone if he attends to them because the people he came with are psychopaths. Chulan and Ma enter his room to have a discussion. Chulan finds out that Ma is his uncle. He is not his blood-related uncle, but an uncle from the organization where his grandpa belonged. It turns out that his grandpa and Ma's grandpa are sworn brothers. Chulan then reveals the purpose of why they are in the village. He says they are there for Chen, who murdered a company worker. She broke the law, and this is the reason the company is after her. Ma then argues that the company has another motive, because they should have just handed her over to the police if they were truly after justice. Chulan then remembers what Guan talked about in the car on their way to the village. He says the higher-ups are waiting for the temporary workers to fail on their mission so that they can have a reason to take control of the department. He added that the HQ is worried about the red population line. The red population line simply means the number of outcasts in relation to the number of normal people. The number of outcasts should not be more than 1 to 100,000. That is, 1 outcast to 100,000 normal people. It is believed that chaos will arise if the number of outcasts rises past the designated number. This is the reason the company is working toward the destruction of Ma and the BU village. They cannot stand by while he turns ordinary citizens into outcasts. They want to stop this before it gets out of hand. If they fail to do this, the population red line will be completely broken. However, Guan doesn't believe that what Ma is doing is morally wrong. The situation just puts them against a bunch of innocent people. Continuing with the negotiation between Ma and Chulan. Chulan decides to give Ma a response to whatever they come up with in the next couple of days. The two get outside to inform the temp workers that they have come to a peaceful resolution for now. They promise not to go after Chen, and in return, Ma will allow them to stay in the village. Ma also tells his people to not make a move against the temporary workers unless they try to hurt Chen. Meanwhile, Chulan doesn't know that Qing is in the village, but it seems he is aware of Yi's presence. Later on, Qing is seen making advancements toward a lady. Wrong. Wrong ends up chasing Ye out of her room because she sees him as a bad guy. At the same time, Ye is seen meeting with Chulan. Ye tells Chulan that he is ready to help him take down Ma in the village. Elsewhere, Qing meets with Ma. Ma has created a doll for Qing, and all Qing has to do is power the core with qi so it can come to life. He does this, and the doll comes to life. Ma tells him that the doll now belongs to him. As they leave the warehouse, Qing explains the theory and details of how the Shuist works. Ma and Qing head to the warehouse where the machine is stored. They meet Zhao, who is a programmer, but he is now in a wheelchair. The man taking care of him, Elder B, says Zhao's physical body is no problem, but his state of mind appears to be lost. His consciousness is not right where it should be. Zhao's mother is also with him, and Ma assures the woman that they are working on a way to get her son back on his feet. Ma then urges Qing to try out the machine. He says Elder Bai will assist him. They connect the machine, and they are transferred into Zhao's consciousness. He is acting as the king of a superpowered kingdom in his consciousness. He has even changed his name to something else. Qing logs out of the machine to tell Zhao's mother that Zhao is living the best life. He doesn't think there is any need for treatment. Ma is surprised when Xing comes out to say this. He wants to know why Xing has come to such a conclusion that Zhao doesn't need help. He says Zhao appears to be living the best of life where he is and doesn't really need interference. However, Zhao's mother begs Qing to help her bring her son back. Qing then warns them that the method he is about to use might be traumatizing for Zhao. His mother doesn't seem to care. He just wants him to get his son out of the inner state that he is trapped in. Qing accepts to help and returns to the illusion of reality to face Zhao again. Qing comes face to face with Zhao again, and the first thing he does is bring out a sword which he plans to use on Qing. Zhao says Qing is rude and plans to leave, but Elder B begs him to stay. Qing faces Zhao to tell him that he is living in a fake world. Zhao doesn't want to believe this, and Qing says he understands that he was a loner in real life, and this is the reason he has sought refuge in the dream reality. This is where he can control things to his own taste. Zhao doesn't want to believe this. He claims that everything around him is real, and the reality Qing is talking about is the actual dream world. Zhao brings out a sword, and Qing does the same. Elder B tries to tell Qing that they are in Zhao's consciousness, and they are no match for him, but Qing informs Bai that he is a Shuist, and he makes waves in the dream reality. In short, he is as powerful as Zhao even in his own mind. In fact, he is stronger than Zhao because he can easily crush his imagination. Zhao uses his sword attack to slash Qing through reality and space. He believes that Qing is defeated and is about to celebrate when Qing appears in the real form of Zhao. Zhao starts to panic when he sees this. He tries to hurt his real self but finds it impossible to do. His real self then tells him that he cannot hurt him because he is the real deal, and the life he is living here is just a figment of his imagination. Zhao tries to say he controls his imagination, but his real self steps on the ground, and everything Zhao has held dead shatters to pieces. Meanwhile, Ma and those outside have noticed that something is wrong, because the machine has started acting out. Zhao's real self does this to show Zhao how much power he holds in his reality. He tries to lecture him on the logic of things and how they work. Zhao still doesn't want to believe this, because he is trapped in the state of lying to himself. He doesn't want to accept the truth any longer. After some minutes of dialogue about how things work, Zhao starts to realize that his real self might be right. At this point, the machine is already shaking terribly, and those who are watching fear the worst. Ma is forced to shut down the machine. Just as he does this, Zhao walks out of the machine with his own legs. Qing advises him not to fall back into his dream of reality, and he concurs. Qing tells him a parable of how he is supposed to take control of his life and how things should work. Zhao accepts Qing's teaching and thanks him for his help. After Zhao and his mother have left, Ma tells Qing that they have work to do concerning the machine. A bunch of dolls run into the warehouse and start to take the machine apart. Ma tells Elder B that he can leave. He thanks him for his help and says he should tell the rest of the villagers to be of good conduct. The agreement remains. Once they do not mess with the temporary workers, there won't be trouble. He tells Elder B to take a long rest because he has been working for days. After Bai's departure, Ma tells Qing that he has finally found a way to make the machine work to the best of its capacity. The data he gathered while Qing was inside the machine was enough to help him get some things right. He has been looking at things the wrong way before. Qing wants to leave, but Ma says he will be staying with him for the next couple of days. Qing tries to argue that there is no place he will sleep, but the dolls bring out 2 pairs of mattresses and everything they will need to make them comfortable while they are working in the warehouse. Qing realizes that Ma already has everything planned out. He sees Ma as a mad scientist who is willing to do anything to achieve his aim. Ma then gives Qing a device that contains the Shenji Balian. He says he is giving it to him as a reward for his assistance. On the other hand, Bao is already getting accustomed to the villagers. She helps out with the castration of some of the boars. During this time, she gets to learn when some of them became superhumans. She realizes that most of them have something big going on in their life before coming to the village. On the other hand, Chu is having issues with one of the villagers, Chu. He uses a wheelchair to move around but doesn't seem to like Chu for some reason. Later on, the temp team meets for a meeting. During the meeting, Guan tells them about the bunker. Chulan says he has heard of the bunker before, but he thought it was a myth. Guan says he doesn't know the location, but he has conducted missions in and out of the bunker. He was always on escort duty to the bunker, and all areas were always sealed. He narrates how a doctor once told him that he would always be passing out anytime he was around a doctor. This phenomenon is known as the Fate Disruptor. Guan reveals that Chen was once his target. After this, the team decides to reveal everything they have gathered while they are in the village. Just then, the temp worker sends detailed information about every one of the villagers to the group chat. Chulan replies that the intel from her cannot be trusted because she is the only one who has refused to show herself to the team. It is even more surprising that she knows everything going on without being around them. Every of the other temp workers then agrees with Chulan, and this forces the temporary worker from the northeast to reveal something about her. She sends them a picture of herself, and the team is shocked to see her inside a tube. She says her name is Zhuang, and she is the daughter of the Northeast region manager. She says her body is in the tube because it cannot function. However, her ki was able to help her mind. She soon realizes that she can move through electromagnetic waves and be wherever she wants to be. She can access any data or file. Her is basically a supercomputer. This is how she is able to stay around the guys. This is also how she was able to get the information on the village. Chulan and everyone in the room are emotional when they hear this. Her says she can access any device she wants and get the information she needs. Chulan then takes a picture of himself and Bao. He sends the picture to Air, and everyone else does the same. After the conversation with Air, the team starts to look at ways to deal with the operators in the village. They want to know which ones are strong and worth looking out for. Someone points out Qing, but Chulan assures them that Ye will help them to deal with Qing. Just then, Xiao points out that there is a particular operator who catches his attention, and that's Zhao Guizhen. Xiao says he has been able to decipher a lot from Guizhen's image. He tells them how to know people with their images and what they should look like when studying someone's face. He uses Guan as an example of this, and he gets Guan's personality correctly. After this, he tells them that Guizhen is a dangerous person. He sees him as a ruthless murderer, and this is the kind of person he wants because they are the same. Chulan then mentions that he is happy working with the team. After saying this, he asks them how they plan to deal with the situation. Chiu says all they need to do is raze the village to the ground and capture Ma. Chulan reminds him that the higher-ups have not made a decision concerning the villagers. If they are to make a decision without waiting for the board's decision, it will put them in their hands just as they want. They have been looking for a way to make them the scapegoats before, and this will just prove to be the perfect opportunity for them. Chulan concludes that they need to wait for the board to make a decision first. If the board then decides that eliminating the villagers is the best option, they will do that. Elsewhere, Meng makes his way to the shed where Chen is staying. She has two people standing at her door to prevent intruders. Meng calmly tells them that he just wants to see Chen, but the white-haired guy decides to have fun with Meng first. He sends the dog after him, but Meng uses his power to make the dog his friend. He sends insects after him, but Meng uses his power to control birds to get rid of the insects. After this, Chen tells the guys to allow Meng to enter the house. The guys are surprised that someone as weak as Meng is a temporary worker. However, one of them believes that Meng is hiding his powers. He must have other powers, he says. Upon getting into the room, Meng faces Chen and apologizes for not being there for her after he extracted her from the cult. He says he was too busy with work, and this is what affected him. He then asks Chen about the details of how Liao died. A flashback scene shows when Meng took Chen away from the cave where he found her. He is wearing a protective suit, and Liao, who came to receive her, is also wearing a protective suit. Everything around Chen withers and dies off the moment she gets close. Chen is given a protective suit to wear, and this prevents her from contaminating the environment. Meng then hands her over to Liao and says he needs to go back to the cave to investigate why the creatures inside the cave didn't die. Liao took Chen to the bunker, but she didn't speak a word. She is put in a secure room where anyone who wants to enter is required to wear protective gear. One of the staff wants to change Chen's clothes, and this is when they realize that Chen Duo is a walking dish of goo poison. Liao himself took time to feed Chen because she didn't seem to have a basic knowledge of how things work. Soon afterward, Liao goes out of his way to interrogate one of the cult members who was captured. He tortured him hard because of what Chen passed through. The cult is known to gather several creatures and collect goo poison from them. This is then injected into kids in an attempt to make them carriers for the poison. The Yao cult plans to use kids as storage for poisons. They do not teach them the normal way of life. They are just raised with the sole purpose of turning them into goo farms. Later on, the scientists were able to find a way to modify Chen's room, so that she wouldn't have to wear protective gear when inside. The secret behind this is the constituent of the painting that they found in the cave. This was how everything living in the cave where they found her was still alive. Liao is then able to enter Chen's room without having to wear protective gear. However, Chen still doesn't know how to speak or even react. She just sits down there like a statue. Soon afterward, Liao obtains a watch that will help him monitor Chen's heart rate and the like. He will know when Chen is stressed and is about to release poisonous substances into the air. After this, Chen is allowed to visit the basketball court where the staff usually play basketball. She sits there without any idea of what is going on. Liao is trying to find something to get her to react to her surroundings. One day, a young boy, Junyan, joins the staff in playing ball on the court. Junyan tries to talk to her, but she doesn't even budge. Liao is in another room when he suddenly sees Chen's heart rate go up. He rushes to the court to check on her, but he finds out that she has returned to her normal self. Jun and the rest are playing ball in front of her while she sits there in silence. Later on, Liao is able to piece together that the reason Chen's vitals spike is because of Jun. Anytime he is around her, she gets kind of excited. Liao thinks this is because of love and infatuation, but Liao's colleague says no. He says Chen is reacting to Jun because they are in the same age range. She sees him as someone like her and someone she can actually talk to or have something to do with. Chen was raised like a creature and not a human being. She sees Jun as one of her kind, and this is the reason she is reacting to him. With this, the two come up with an idea to let Jun stay around Chen longer than usual. They hope that this will bring about a reaction from her. Jun continues to stay around Chen and even tries to play with her. One day, Chen's heart rate goes very high after Jun leaves the room. She reacts to Jun's absence, and this is the first time Liao will get a reaction from her. Liao then decides to make a risky move. He writes to the board to give him permission concerning what he is about to do next, and they did. Soon afterward, Liao gathers kids the age of Chen on a field. They have been informed of the danger, and their parents and guardians are also aware of this. They know what to expect and what not to. Chen is then brought to their middle to associate with them. They start swarming in an attempt to get her to play with them. But she is not used to what they are trying to do. She stands there looking like a statue until one of the kids falls on her. Liao is scared that something is going to happen, but nothing does. Chen gets scared for the first time, and she draws back. She starts to feel emotional discomfort after this, and Liao realizes that they have gotten through to her, He orders the kids to pull out and they do this. They have finally made headway in getting through to her. He throws a ball to her to see her reaction. She looks scared as the ball gets closer to her, but she prevents the ball from hitting her as she holds it. She sheds tears on the ball as she holds it. Liao heaves a sigh of relief when he sees this. Chen starts to play with the ball around the big field. She runs after the ball around the field and Liao watches as she does this. It seems this is the first time that Chen has felt alive. She looks into the sky and cries out like a newborn baby. This is to signify that she just started living. They return to the bunker and Chen continues to learn the basic things that a kid should know. With further research, Liao learns that Chen's body will never stop producing goo poison unless her organs are removed or the flow of qi is completely stopped. Liao is troubled to hear this. After this, he asks about the doctor who is also being monitored in the bunker. He is informed that the doctor is getting better, and she can now be released. He finds the doctor where she is watching Chen and Jun playing basketball. He tells her that she can now go home. She wonders if her memories will not be cleared, and Liao says no. During the game, Duo cheats and Liao stands up to correct her. He calls her the Goo Child, but Jun cuts in to tell him that she is not the Goo Child. Jun has decided to name Duo. He was the one who gave the name Chen Duo. Chen is Jun's surname, and he added this to Duo's name. Liao has no choice but to accept the fact that the girl now has a name. Duo wastes no time in accepting that she is Chen Duo. As time goes on, other people who are brought to the bunker for monitoring are being released one after the other. A man who looks like a crocodile has been cured, and he now makes his way out of the bunker. Chen Duo asks Jun if he will one day leave too, and he says yes. Soon afterward, Jun is also given permission to leave the bunker. He cries when he realizes that he will be leaving Duo behind at the bunker. He asks Liao to give them a phone so that they can communicate, but Liao reminds Jun that his request is against the bunker's rules. They are not allowed to contact the outside world once they are in the bunker. Jun then tells Duo to come and visit him once she leaves the bunker. Liao takes Jun outside the bunker and he is received by some strange people. He gets back to the bunker and Duo asks him if she will ever leave the bunker, but Liao doesn't give an answer. He just tells her to get some sleep. Up next, Leo learns that Duo's vitals are weakening and she is slowly relapsing. Leo then decides to find a master who is going to teach her how to use her art. This is the only way he can help her while they are looking for a cure. Later on, Liao goes to the board to tender a request. He wants them to give Duo some time to go into the outside world so she can see how things are. They don't want this because they claim that she is too dangerous. Liao then manages to convince them to allow Chen Duo to become a temporary worker, and this is what gave the men a change of heart. With this, Chen Duo is sent out to the field to take out targets. She is very effective at what she does and doesn't miss a target. She is capable of taking out multiple targets all by herself. However, she has a protective suit built for her. She wears this when going out to avoid contaminating innocent people. Unknown to her, the company has a precaution that has been put in place, which is meant to end her in case she decides to go rogue. After several missions, Liao starts to believe that Chen Duo wants a normal life outside of the bunker. One of the scientists tells him that Chen Duo's vitals are always very stable during missions, and this is somewhat bad. One day, Duo's suit gets torn during one of her missions. Liao and the team on the ground are already panicking because of the danger she poses to the environment. However, they are shocked when a cat walks close to her, and nothing happens. They get back to the bunker, and Chen Duo tells Liao not to bother about observing the cat. She reveals that she suppressed her goo poison by herself. Chen says her goo art is already getting better, and this is the reason she was able to do so. Liao is happy to hear this, and he says Chen is a step further to have a good life. Liao later learns that it is dangerous for Chen to continue suppressing her goo because it might end up affecting her. The chief scientist tries to tell Liao that there is a possibility that Chen Duo doesn't even want a normal life. In fact, she might not want anything because she lacks the emotions to want something. Liao doesn't agree with him on this and says, Chen Duo is working really hard so she can have a taste of the outside world. In the next scene, Duo is given a task to chase and eliminate an outcast who was responsible for the death of some company workers. She chases the culprit till they run into Ma. It turns out that the lady is working for Ma. However, Ma wasn't the one who sent her to murder the people she did. Ma tells Duo to leave the lady to him and he will duly punish her. He starts dragging her away, but Duo contaminates the air with her poison. The lady is affected by this, but Ma isn't because of his protective talisman. Liao soon learns that Duo is in the middle of a fight, and she needs assistance. Before getting to her last known location, Duo has disappeared. It turns out that she has been captured by Ma. He is interested in her because she is a goo master. Liao is devastated when he realizes that Duo is nowhere to be found. He informs the board about this, and they tell him to get her back by any means necessary. They order him to use the precautions that have been put in place, but he begs them to give him more time to sort things out. The board agrees to this, and Liao is given 72 hours to locate Duo, or she will be terminated. He appreciates the gesture and promises to find her before then. Later on, Chen Duo wakes up in Bu village. She is surprised when she sees Ma in front of her. The first thing she asks him is the lady she is chasing. Ma points to the lady's lifeless body. Chen Duo is relieved to find out that she has completed her mission. After a brief discussion with her, Ma leaves. He tells her that she is free to go. That evening, he gets back to where he left her to find out that she is still there. He is surprised by this, and he asks her why she is still around. Duo replies that she has nowhere to go. She doesn't even know where to head. She tells Ma that someone will come for her. She touches her ear to check the earpiece there, only to find out that there is nothing in her ear. Ma then reveals that he was the one who took out the earpiece. He also destroyed the GPS tracker embedded in it. By this, Chen Duo has no hope of anyone coming to save her. Ma then takes her to the village entrance and tells her to take the path out of the village. She stands there till night without moving. Ma later comes back to find her there, and this surprises him. Chen Duo says she has nowhere to go. Ma then asks Chen to tell him her story. Meanwhile, Liao and several other company workers are busy looking for Chen Duo. After telling Ma everything about her, she tells him that Liao is the only person who takes care of her and cares for her. However, Ma says Liao doesn't care about her because he wouldn't have left her to become a hitman. He tells Chen to come with him. He shows her the collar that was around her neck. He tells her that he has rerouted the trigger around the collar. He demonstrates this to Chen, and she is shocked to find out that the collar is actually an explosive device that is capable of taking her head off. Ma then tells her that she doesn't need to go back to the bunker again. She can stay with them while they try to look for a cure for her. However, Chen Duo says she would like to see Liao one more time. She picks up the collar, and Ma helps her to wear it around her neck per her request. She contacts Liao to tell him where she is. In turn, Liao tells the board about this, but begs them to let him meet Chen Duo alone. Liao is excited as he heads to the construction site where Chen Duo is waiting. He gets there and holds her hand out of excitement. He asks her to follow him so that they can head back to the bunker, but Chen Duo says no. Meanwhile, the earpiece in Liao's ear is connected to the board of directors' office, and they can clearly hear everything he and Chen are saying. Liao is surprised when Chen says she is not ready to return to the bunker. He thinks she is joking and tells her to stop it. However, Chen insists that she is not making jokes. Liao angrily hits her and tries to tell the directors to calm down. He assures them that he will bring her back and there is no need for them to act. He continues with this effort to convince her, and even hits her hard at some point, but Chen Duo remains adamant that she is not returning to the bunker. Liao then brings out the trigger with him and says he will be forced to use it if Chen doesn't follow him. Chen then asks Liao to follow her instead, but he refuses. Chen Duo says she is happy that she came to see Liao one more time. She hugs Liao and pecks him on the lips. During this process, she releases the goo poison into him. Liao pushes her away when he realizes what Chen has done to him. His body starts to hurt, and he falls to the wall. Chen walks close to him as his eyes begin to turn red. Back in the board's room, the trigger to activate the collar is activated. Ma has previously rerouted the signal to the new trigger that he built, and this prevents the collar from going off. The board is shocked to find out that Chen Duo is still alive. They can hear Liao talking to her through the earpiece before he removes it. Liao realizes how painful it is to have the goo poison inside the organs. He tells Chen that he is sorry that she has had to go through all of this. Chen then tells him that he is wrong to assume that she wanted a normal life. She says she never wanted anything outside the bunker. She draws close to him and whispers into his ear. Liao slowly gives up the ghost as he sees Chen Duo walk away. The board immediately orders a manhunt for Chen Duo for the murder of Liao. Chen then meets up with Ma and Elder B, who are already waiting for her outside. Now in the present day, Meng has finished hearing everything he wants to hear from Chen Duo. Meng returns to the group in tears. He finds it hard to believe that Liao died so easily from something that could have been avoided. He tells the rest of the team the story about how everything came to be. Chulan hears the story but finds it hard to believe all the details that were provided by Chen Duo. He thinks critically about it and realizes that there are contradictions to the story. He has an internal monologue with himself about how everything could have happened. He wonders if Liao was truly intentional about killing Chen. He says Liao could have pulled the trigger if he meant it, but he didn't. Chulan knows that Chen Duo is hiding something, but he doesn't want to talk about it with the team. However, he needs help concerning the situation. He cannot solve it by himself because he doesn't understand how women think and behave. Chulan needs someone who is good with women and can help him out. He starts to think about the people who can help him out. He thinks of each member of the team, but rules them out in no time. He thinks about Ye too, but realizes that Ye is not the woman type. Suddenly, his mind goes to Qing and concludes that Qing is the best person he can go to for advice. He finds Qing and tells him that he needs his help. He narrates the whole thing to him, and Qing says he has heard the story too. He is also aware that there are leaks in the story. Qing says the story is hard to believe because it was told from her perspective alone. He says there is a possibility that there is something hidden between the two of them. There is a secret between them that they don't want the outside world to know. This is the secret they need to know about. Qing says they need to find the true objective behind Chen's lie. They need to know what she desires that will make her happy. Qing comes to the conclusion that Chen's happiness is the key to the mystery they are trying to solve. It appears that Chen never wanted to leave Liao, but he didn't understand this because he is not used to women too. He thought about Chen as the girl whom she raised and not the woman she had become. This is the reason he misunderstood what Chen wanted. After hearing all of these, Chulan realizes that Qing has made his work easier for him. However, he now needs someone to go to Chen again. He needs to hear her story again. He needs someone Chen will talk to freely. To do this, Chulan decides to send Bao to Chen's room to talk to her. He has a mic and earpiece for Bao to help communicate with her. After Bao's interview with Chen, Chulan realizes that Liao wouldn't have had to die if he had just understood Chen Duo. However, this has been able to create a headway for him concerning the case. He now knows what to do. While he is thinking about this, the team receives the order from the high-ups giving them the permission to act the following day. At this point, we have reached the end of our video. If you like it, do not forget to put the like button and subscribe for more new videos. With the start of the new season, the company brass comes together to have a meeting concerning the current issue that they have. The chairman, Zhao Fangshu, talks about how it is bad of them to consider destroying Bu village because of their differences. The chief who signed the document for the eradication of the village says he is going to take full responsibility for it. Zhao continues talking and lets them know that they are wrong for going after the village, and he points out that they would have just tagged themselves as an organization that deals in terminating people and nothing more. Meanwhile, Chulan is also thinking of a way out while he is in the village. Back in the meeting, B suggests that they apprehend the people in the village and rehabilitate them instead of terminating them. He wants them to vote concerning this, and whoever agrees with him will raise their hands. A few people raise their hands to tell him that they agree with him, but the others retain their stand. By 8 p.m. in the village, Chulan goes to the warehouse to talk to Ma. Ma is about to leave the warehouse, but Chulan lets him know that he is not there to talk about Chen Duo, but the establishment of the village. Chulan faces his uncle and asks him what he wants. Ma then reveals how his grandfather was terminated by violent people, and it seems this motivated him in whatever he is currently doing. He reveals that he came to watch Chulan's fight at the tournament, and the guy is already expecting praises, but Ma tells him that he performed like a dumb person. However, it was at this tournament that Ma found Qing and Ye. Ma continues by telling Chulan that they are different now because Chulan is working for people while he is working for himself. He mentions the fact that the machine he is working on is for himself and not for anybody else. He lets Chulan know that he is sick upstairs, and this is the reason he wants to work on himself. On the other hand, Guizhen is trying to leave the village, but he runs into Xiao. Guizhen wonders what the guy wants with him, and Xiao starts by mentioning how there have been 7 homicides in the past few months, and the modus operandi appears to be the same person. He made his findings and he found out that Guizhen left the temple even though those at the temple didn't want to reveal this information. He has come to the conclusion that Guizhen is the serial terminator that he is looking for. Guizhen then tries to approach Xiao under the pretense that he is a good guy, and he uses that opportunity to attack him, but Xiao is fast enough to deflect the attack and throw the guy back. He has a talisman on his neck which appears to be supplying him the power that he needs. A fierce fight breaks out between the two, but Zhao doesn't appear to be stressed one bit. He is even telling guys that he is going to lose the fight because he is solely relying on the talisman that he is wearing. Quiz starts to get the idea that he is in a bit of a mess because he doesn't seem to be able to touch Xiao's mind. He remembers his master telling him that the seal he is using will not work on certain people and all he can pray for is not to meet these people. Unfortunately for him, it seems Xiao is one of the people he was warned not to come across. Xiao then calms down and starts having a conversation with Guiz concerning the Maoshan technique that he uses. He lets him know that he has an idea about how the technique works and those who have used it in the past. Guizhen realizes that Xiao is not someone he can toy with, and he decides to use all of his power to avoid getting annihilated. He activates the dark power he has hidden inside of him. This power makes use of the 7 evil spirits to function, and these are the spirits Guizhen has gathered during his murder spree. His body is covered with faces, and another round of fighting begins between him and Xiao. After exchanging a series of blows, he manages to grab Xiao, and he is about to consume him when the spirit stops functioning for some weird reason. He quickly takes a step back and realizes that Xiao is way above his league. In fact, Xiao is more terrifying than he looks, and he is basically a monster. Xiao condemns Guizhen for killing innocent people, and he promises to punish him for this. Guizhen charges toward Xiao, but Xiao simply puts him down with one hit, and the talisman he wears around his neck shatters from the hit. Meanwhile, the top brass seem to come across a new piece of evidence that probably has them considering their decisions. Now in the village, Huan and two other guys are in charge of protecting Chen when she is in her room. Just then, they spot Meng coming towards them and they get active immediately. Suddenly, Han is shot in the leg by someone who is hiding in the trees. Before he can react to this, his leg and hands have been crippled. Little Dragon manages to drag him inside the house before he is terminated by the shooter. The big guy tells Little Dragon that he is going to go after the shooter. He jumps into the trees and starts moving towards where the shot is coming from. It turns out that the shooter is Guan, and he can see Hari rushing towards him. He is surprised as to how someone as big as him is that fast. He manages to push him back with a shot from his gun. Now in the warehouse, Ma receives a call from his comrades that they are being attacked. After dropping the call, he turns to Chulan and lets him know that he is disappointed with the fact that his people are attacking the villagers after they have come to an agreement. Chulan then reminds him that he once warned him that the temp workers can do whatever they like at any given time. Ma talks about how Chulan is there to distract him while his people are busy dealing with the villagers, but Chulan says he is wrong. He tells Ma that he is actually there to protect him because he doesn't want him to become an enemy of the company. Ma hears this, and he sits down to think first. In the woods, Rong and Qing are having a discussion when Rong learns of what is happening in the village. Rong starts heading back to the village, while also berating Qing for distracting her. Qing tries to stop her, telling her that she owes no loyalty to the village because she just got there. Rong ignores everything that she is telling her and starts running to the village, but Qing follows her. Qing is able to get through to her, and the two connect again, prompting them to hold hands. At Chen's place, Little Dragon calls her out to tell her about the attack. Chen steps out of the basement, unbothered, and walks out. Little Dragon tries calling her back, but she continues walking and he has no choice but to follow her. On the other hand, Guan is still having a difficult time with Hari. Guan can see that the guy is exceptionally good, but he has 5 more rounds to take him down. As they continue wrestling through the bushes, the scene goes back to show us Harry's past of how he met his wife. He comes across the lady's P-site, and he uses the opportunity to approach her, but he sounds creepy when he is saying this. The lady's father and brother beat him up, but even after this, he still married the lady, and they gave birth to a son. He soon finds someone who offers to teach him how to fight, but after he punches the man resigns and disappears from the area. Hari is sad that he has no one to train him until he meets Ma one day. He tries attacking Ma, but Ma easily takes him down with one blow. Now in the present day, the fight between him and Guan continues, and Guan soon gets the upper hand when he uses an evasive move to get behind Hari, before knocking him to the ground. Guan pushes his head to the ground, and he is about to fire a fatal shot into him when Guan is attacked. His glass is shattered in the process, and he only survived the attack because of his fast reflex. Elsewhere, Quizon realizes that he is going to die if he continues fighting Xiao, and he decides to run away when he has the chance. Xiao leaves him to run a little before pulling him back with his power. He knocks him down, and all the spirits he has attached to his body vanishes from the hit. Guizhen starts begging for his life, but Jiao is not the type of guy to negotiate with. He ties Guizhen to a tree and starts playing music to make the scenery scarier for the guy. Apparently, some guys have been watching everything unfold, and Xiao is aware of this. He warns them not to interfere in his business, or else they risk being annihilated. The two guys raise their hands to show him that they want no fight with him whatsoever. Xiao takes out a pack of glucose from his bag, and also a vial of oxygen, which he intends to use in keeping Guizhen awake. He prepared these for Chen before, but after hearing the girl's story, he actually pities her, and he tells Guizhen that he has the intention of terminating him. Rong arrives at the village to find Bi attending to Huan. Suddenly, they see the village go up in flames, and they start rushing over to try and stop the fire. The scene then goes back to how the fire started. Around 9 p.m., Bao started going around, knocking villagers out in their sleep and stacking them on a carriage. Rang sees her doing this and he follows her. Bao even finds a guy on the road and adds him to the collection. Rang follows her to find out that she is leaving them outside of the village. He hides behind cover and wonders what the lady is doing. Suddenly, he realizes that he cannot find Bao, and before he knows it, Bao has appeared behind him. He manages to dodge the surprise hit that Bao tried to use. A close combat fight ensues between the two, but Rang manages to handle the situation and jumps back. He makes some funny moves before trying to get his weapon that is hidden under his shirt. This is when he realizes that his weapon is gone, because Bao already took it while they were fighting each other the other time. Rang tells Bao to give him back the weapon, but Bao runs away, forcing Rang to chase after her. He chases her till they get to the village and Bao jumps on the rooftop. She starts screaming that there is a fire so that the villagers can all come out. They come out, but they find nothing, and they start dissing her. She then shows them what she meant by this. She opens the backpack she is carrying and reveals the Molotov cocktails that she has stored in them. She lights the bottle and throws it on the houses, causing the fire to spread immediately. She escapes from the scene after doing this, and Rang is left in total shock as to how Bao was able to deal with him while also carrying cocktails in her backpack. Meanwhile, Shi is outside the village, and he and his associate are looking for the best opportunity to enter the village to get what they want. On the other hand, Qing and Rong run into Meng, who tells Rong that he has something important to tell her. He tries to explain to Rong that they are not there to disintegrate the village. He says Rong can literally see this because they gave the villagers the chance to escape. He reiterates that they are there to help and nothing more. He continues by saying, Ma is the only enemy that they have in the village. He adds that Rong is different from Ma, but this only makes her mad. She arms herself with her sword and comes charging at Meng, but Meng throws a piece of document at her to check it before she makes her move. Qing is surprised that Rong will see a piece of paper and stop talking. He wants to know what the paper entails, and Meng tells Qing that Rong is not who she seems to be. Apparently, she is into some corporate issues. Rong gets angry and goes after Meng, but Meng hits her with the number of debts that she has in her name. Rong calms down after hearing all of this, and Meng continues reading out everything to her. It turns out that she has fallen in love with several men who end up taking her money, leaving her in debt. Qing hears this and starts to laugh but doesn't make it obvious. She sits down crying, and Qing goes to console her. She manages to stand up after she has received some level of comfort from Qing. Meng then assures her that the company has promised to take care of her debt if she promises to cooperate with them. Hearing this, she immediately shows signs that she is ready to work with the company. Meng is happy to get this out of the way. They are about to relax when they spot Ye in the distance. He is carrying one of the villagers on his shoulder, but as soon as he sees Qing, he drops the villager and comes after him. Ye beats Qing up, but they end up turning into a playful fight. He is surprised that he hasn't left the village yet. Meng then tells Qing and Rong that they need to go down the mountain, where some of their associates are waiting for them. Ye then drags Qing to a place where they can talk privately. Qing then lets Ye know that he was never a friend to Ma. Apparently, he was only deceiving the guy just so he could know the type of person he was. He says Ma is incapable of knowing what is good, and this makes him dangerous. After he has told Ye everything he needs to tell him, Qing and Rong start leaving the village. Now in the warehouse, Ma receives a call, letting him know the situation of things at the village. He is visibly angry at this and tells Chulan that his people are despicable. He tells Chulan to get out of his way, and when Chulan doesn't want to answer, he uses the beads on his wrist to activate his powers, and he delivers a punch to Chulan's chest that sends him flying. Ma walks away with the intention of cleaning up the mess happening at the village, and he tells Chulan not to interfere in this because he would not want to hurt Chulan. While the village is on fire, some of the outsiders run into Chu having fun with one of the villagers. The outsiders are vexed about this, and they make a quick stop with the intention of dealing with the guy. However, he easily takes them down with his power. One of them tries running away, but he catches on to him. After he is done taking care of these guys, he is about to relax when Quill suddenly attacks him from behind, but he manages to dodge the attack. Quill appears to be stronger than she looks, as she makes Chu run for his dear life. Q later drops some bubbles on the ground to trap the lady so he can easily attack her. He charges toward her, but there is some sort of barrier around her to protect her. Chu takes a step back again when he realizes that he is in danger from the little devil. He starts running away, but Quill frees herself from the trap and chases after Q. She chases him to a point, and Q finally stops to tell her that he has a card up his sleeve. Apparently, he has Quill's brother in his grasp, and tells Quill to surrender if she doesn't want to see her brother die. Quill realizes that she is in a bit of a bind when Q explains to him how the technique works. She tells Chu to let her brother go, because she no longer cares about whatever business they have with Chen Duo. She loses concentration, and Chu uses the opportunity to charge toward her, rendering her powerless. Chu then takes out the little storage ball that she has in her pouch. He collects her body and her sister's body into the storage device after this. He then hands the device over to one of his minions for safekeeping. On the other hand, Guan is still having a tough time with Little Dragon and Hari. He is chased through the woods like a typical prey, and when he tries to fight back, he is subdued, and finally, the two guys take him down. His weapon is destroyed, and he is sent flying in the air before finally crashing to the floor. Little Dragon and Hari are pleased with the fact that they are able to take the guy down, and this is thanks to their amulet, otherwise, they are screwed. Hari then says they need to contact Ma to get a handle on things, and also to know what is next. He thinks of listening to the temp workers' conversation to know what they are up to. He wonders what they have come to do in the village. In the village, Rang has organized some people to try and take out the fire that is consuming the village. Rang wonders where Ma is during all of these commotions. Unknown to him, Ma is using a device to watch over them, and he knows exactly what is happening in the village. Ma finally speaks out, and he tells his comrades that he has a handle on the situation. He lets them know that the current chaos is being cursed by the temp workers who came to the village some days ago. He says their motive is to arrest Chen, and he is going to try and stop this. He assures them that he is going to fight the invaders off, and Chen can hear this from where he is hiding. Ma then tells everyone in the village that he is about to turn the entire area into a battlefield, and anyone who is not brave enough to stay should leave now that they have the chance. Upon hearing this, Rang tells the outsiders that whoever wants to leave should do so, and hopefully they will meet again in the future if the village survives. However, some of the outsiders stay to defend the village, and also to get rid of the temp workers. On the other hand, Huan has been put in a safe place, and B is taking care of him. He tells the rest of the outsiders to leave and assist Ma in taking out the temp workers, and this is what they do. After they are gone, B carries Huan on his back so he can take him out of the village. As they leave the village, Bai tells Huan about the village and its need to stand against the company. Elsewhere, Bao has run into an outsider who appears to be tough, and his name is Zhang. Ma is on site too, and he hopes that Zhang will be able to take care of Bao. A fight breaks out between the two, and they use a funny technique to fight each other. The technique calls for them to hold each other and roll on the floor while trying to keep their footing. Zhang is impressed with Bao's fighting style, and he tries surprising her with a doll, but Bao sees through this and cuts the doll off without missing. Nonetheless, Zhang manages to use his power to drag Bao underground. He knows the outsiders have no way of surviving in the underground, and he plans to use the best 2 Minites to get rid of her. Zhang drags her further, but Bao surprises him when she is able to get a hold of herself, and even change the rhythm of the battle. The predator soon becomes the prey when Bao holds on to Zhang and continues to push him further underground while he gasps for air. Zhang has trained his body to be able to stay without oxygen for some minutes, but Bao is taking it to a whole new level that he hasn't seen before. This makes him remember what his master once told him about how it is possible for people to breathe through their bodies, but even his master was not able to get it done back then. His master says this is not achieved through practice, but through a sense of going to another realm. Zhang realizes that he is no match for Bao, and he tries to do his best to escape to the surface, but Bao keeps dragging him back till he finally passes out. On the surface, Ma believes that Zhang has been able to defeat Bao underground because there is no movement whatsoever. Just then, Bao emerges from the ground, holding on to Zhang, who is already defeated. Ma is totally blown away by this, and he realizes that Chulan wasn't capping when he told him that the temp workers are not to be joked with. Bao throws a knife at Ma, but the barrier around him stops the attack. Bao then runs away while teasing Ma to follow her. In the village, Chu is still taking out the outsiders who are there. One of them soon figures out that Chu is not actually attacking them, but he is using some sort of nerve tricks on them. Once this is figured out, Chu soon has a lot of fighters chasing after him. He manages to escape to the woods, but realizes that he is going to get subdued anytime soon. He decides to take an extreme measure to try and prevent this. He puts on a powered glove that allows him to access a different kind of power. This changes how he moves, and he is covered in some sort of glowing bubbles. One of the guys remembers Bai telling him about this sort of power, and Bai lets him know that this power basically makes the user act like a divine being. With what Bai told them before makes them realize that they are in a deep mess against Chu. He is now a totally different person than who they were fighting before. The power is known as the Wu Yu's Godhead Mask. The leader of the gang doesn't want to show cowardice, and he suggests that they continue fighting Chu. Chu starts talking, and it seems he has a whole new voice now because another entity has taken over. The scene then shifts to Guan's side to show Hari and Little Dragon lying on the floor, unconscious. To know how Guan did this, the scene is taken back a few flips. After he is taken down, Hari and Little Dragon try collecting him into one of those storage devices, but it isn't working. They are contemplating on what to do when Guan suddenly stands up with a blistering speed that they cannot react to. He grabs Little Dragon, and this leaves Little Dragon surprised. Hari tries to attack Guan from behind, but a beast under Guan's control emerges and throws Hari around like he is nothing. He explains to them that the clarinet that they broke is not his main weapon, and this leaves the two shaking from fear. He powers his hand and delivers a punch that destroys Little Dragon's talisman to leave him powerless. He then softly hits him in the head to take him out. Hari realizes that he has no chance against the guy, and tries to escape, but Guan stops him quite easily. Hari then gives up, telling Guan that he has won. He surrenders his talisman to him, and Guan knocks him out. Elsewhere, Meng is running to the rendezvous location when Rang stops him on the way. Meng tries to use his hornets to take down the guy, but Rang easily takes them out. Meng uses the dust to charge towards the guy, but Meng sees through this and blocks his attack using his palm. He starts to laugh at Meng for being weak, but Meng lets him know that he already lost the fight. Just then, Rang realizes that he cannot move his body, and Meng explains to him that he has grown more than what they know as a beast tamer. He has improved his skills to be able to tame microorganisms, and it seems he has infected Rang with some deadly microbes when their palms came in contact earlier on. Rang falls to the ground, losing consciousness as Meng walks away easily. Soon afterward, Ma catches up to Bao, and he tries trapping her with his powers, but she literally breaks through the barrier. It turns into a chase between the two, and Ye also appears out of nowhere to join the fight, but he is intercepted by one of Ma's robots, and Jin Yong. Ma tells Yong to be careful when dealing with Ye, and he puts this into mind. He tells Ma to keep his mind at rest, because he is not a savage. Yi laughs at Yong for thinking just one robot can stop him, but Yong surprises him and reveals that he has more in store. He brings out the storage device and lets out more robots that are fully ready to fight. Yeah. The robots go after Ye, and he starts fighting them off while also thinking of the strategy to use when dealing with Yong. He knows that he needs to put some distance between himself and Yong to prevent him from activating his skills. He continues fighting off the robots in a patterned way to put Yong off his attack formation. When the robots appear to be endless, Ye decides to use his divine power to fight them off and easily take them out. He activates his power and he lets out a powerful blast to take them out. He takes several of them out at once, and he continues doing this until Yong tells the rest of the bots to withdraw. Ye activates a very big and long-range fire to take out the retreating bots. When everything settles down, some of the robots survive the attack because they are made from fire-resistant materials. Yi is now ready to fully take on Yong if he so wishes. On the other hand, Ma finally catches on to Bao after chasing her around for minutes. Ma asks Bao why she has been running ever since, and Bao lets him know that there is no need to fight him because the instruction she was given is to trick Ma and get him to the center of the village. Just then, Guan and Chu reveal themselves and they are all ready to take on Ma. However, Ma's associates are also there and they are prepared to take on the temp workers. They rush toward the temp workers, but a bunch of beasts emerges from the bush to take them down. Dang goes after Bao, and Bao is about to unleash her full strength on the guy, but Chu tells her to show mercy because the guy has no magic and solely relies on his strength. After his comrades have suffered several hits from Guan and his friends, Ma tells his people to retreat and leave the fight to him because they are no match for the temp workers. The villagers refuse to back off, and they still go ahead to attack the temp workers against their master's warning. As they rush toward the temp workers, the fear on Ma's face is pretty visible because he knows that the guys are probably rushing to their deaths. Chu activates his power, and he uses this to send the guys flying. Ma manages to catch those that he can catch while the rest hits the floor. Meanwhile, Dang is suffering in Bao's hands, and he is already screaming from the immense pain because he has never seen a kung fu like that of Bao before. Even with the pain, Dang still believes that he has a chance against Bao, and he starts making some funny moves that are intended to take Bao down. He claims that he inherited a powerful chi from his ancestry, and this should be enough to take Bao down. Ma screams out and tells his people to stop the fight. He tells them that the fight has nothing to do with them, because he is the one the temp workers are after. He says it is a mistake to get the guys involved in the first place, and doesn't want them involved any longer. Even after everything that Ma said to discourage these guys from fighting, Dang remains stubborn. He reveals that Ma is the one who made him who he is right now, and he doesn't want to abandon Ma when he needs him the most. He loves Ma and he loves the village too. With his little dumb speech, he is able to get the rest of his friends cheering on and ready to fight the temp workers again. I mean, come on, you guys have lost over and over again. Guan is tired of showing them mercy, and he is already thinking of showing them what the temp workers can do when Xiao shows up, dragging Guizhen's mutilated body along with him. This immediately puts fear in the villagers' minds because of Shio's cold entrance. He reveals that he was told not to terminate everyone when he was coming for the mission, but seeing their refusal to withdraw is making him change his mind. He is prepared to terminate all of them since they are prepared to die with their leader. Ma can sense the terrifying aura coming from Xiao, and he uses his power to forcefully get his comrades out of there, screaming at them to get out. After the villagers have been taken out of the equation, Ma is left to battle it out against the temp workers all by himself. A fierce fight breaks out among them, and Ma employs the use of one of his dolls to support him against the five guys. The bot puts up a hard fight, but doesn't seem to be enough against the strong temp workers. Ma and the bot are soon surrounded by the temp workers, and he finds it hard to target them because he is not feeling any form of emotion from them. They are all mentally stable, and there is nothing like fear brewing inside of them. While they are fighting the guy, they are all on comms with and this literally makes it a 1v5 situation. Xiao gets somewhat serious with Ma, and he ends up destroying the bot in the process. They calm down to have a discussion of what is happening, and this is when Guan asks the guy what he thinks Chulan is currently doing, if he is not with them at the moment. This is when it dawns on Ma that Chulan is up to no good, and he is probably tearing his machine apart as they speak. He starts running back to the warehouse, but the temp workers follow him. A flashback scene shows the temp workers having a meeting prior to the entire attack. They have made plans and provisions concerning how they are going to take on Ma and get him to leave the warehouse. They tell Chulan to get him out in such a way that he will not have the slightest idea that they are after the machine. This is when they also made plans to get the villagers out before starting anything. They already made the plan to reveal their trump card at the last minute. Now at the warehouse, Chulan is armed with a sledgehammer, and he is about to start tearing the machine apart. He lands one hit on the machine, and this deals a lot of damage. It is as if the machine is a part of Ma as he screams out, knowing that his machine is probably being torn apart. He is trapped by Guan and his friends, and there is no way for him to get back to the warehouse to stop Chulan. Chulan is still on the machine duty when lots of bots appear from the roof of the building, and they all come after Chulan. He starts fighting the bots off, but they seem to be endless. A special shows up in the middle of the fight, and Chulan can clearly see that the guy spells trouble. He manages to dash outside with his power, hoping to take on the bots outside. However, he realizes that the bots are not following him, and this is because they are programmed to protect the machine. He starts making plans on how to get to the machine and deal damage to it before the bots can get a hold of him. He throws stones at the bots to destroy some, while he is still standing outside the warehouse. He figures out that the special bot that showed up later moves differently from the rest, and also has a different perception ability. He charges up and rushes back into the warehouse after seemingly perfecting his plan. Meanwhile, Ma is still trying his best to get to the warehouse because he hopes that he can still salvage something if he gets there on time. On the other hand, he is relaxed because he knows that he has a system in place to stop anyone from destroying the machine. To make a stand against the temp workers, he summons another puppet, and he narrates that this is the first puppet that he created. He has been able to get this puppet to learn the skills of the outsiders who are under his care, such as Hari, Guizhen, and Rong. He further explains that the black puppet in the warehouse is his latest work, and the black puppet is deadlier than the white one beside him. It turns out that Ma used Chen's Gu's power in making this puppet, and this makes it even scarier than it already is. Meanwhile, the puppet has been able to get close to Chulan while he is battling it out with the other puppets. He ejects a needle from his hand and pushes this into Chulan's neck. Chulan manages to dash outside of the building, believing that everything is fine with him. However, he soon realizes that he is in trouble because the needle that the guy used on him contains goo poison, and he is already affected by this. He falls to the ground as he writhes in pain and remembers how Liao died from the deadly poison. This causes him to have a weird dream where he is pregnant with what seems to be a ghost baby. Shortly afterward, one of the bots steps outside, and Chulan stands up with his eyes glowing. He appears to be in control, and also not in control of his body as he walks like a zombie. The bot comes charging at him, but he plays around with the bot till he finally tears it apart. Chulan seems to be on another level of strength as he charges into the warehouse with lightning coursing through his body. He releases this lightning out of his body to take down the bots that have him surrounded. He jumps on the machine with the intention of destroying it, and the bots also come charging at him. The black puppet looks terrifying as it flies toward Chulan. Just then, Chulan's spirit finds himself in some sort of baby body, and he tries moving but cannot. Elsewhere, Qing and Rong have met up with the company worker, who is to receive them, and he is already taking them to where they are supposed to go. While they are in the van, Qing asks the man where they are headed, and he tells him that they are heading to the headquarters in Beijing, because the top brass have some questions for them concerning the village. The man assures Qing and Rong that they have nothing to worry about, because all that is needed from them are simple answers. On the other hand, Bi and Huan run into a bunch of company workers who are waiting just outside the village. The old man is asked to cooperate to avoid trouble, and he does just this. He surrenders himself and Huan to them without argument or resistance. Bai enters the vehicle, and he is transported away alongside Huan, who has been thrown in the back of a truck. At the same time, 3 of the outsiders who are trying to escape in a car have their tires burst out, and they find themselves face to face with company workers. Moments later, another batch of company workers are seen waiting outside the village, and their task is to clean up the mess that is left after the battle. While they are there, they receive the storage device that contains Quill and her brother. The 2 are still unconscious, and they use this opportunity to handcuff them and place them in custody. The fleshy entity that came to deliver the storage device hides behind a tree, but his cover is soon undone by the temp worker who is a kid. The team leader gets the fleshy being away from the boy and drags him away. Shifting to the next action scene, Ma is still battling it out with Xiao and his associates. As the battle progresses, the white puppet gets destroyed after Xiao delivers a powerful hit to shatter it into pieces. Ma remembers the first time he created the puppet just like yesterday, but there is nothing he can do about it. Ma gets very desperate in his desire to get to the warehouse, and when Guan tries laying his hands on him, Guan gets burned. Guan falls to the ground while Ma continues his run toward the warehouse. Meng finds Guan lying on the floor, but Guan stands up, assuring Meng that he is fine. He tears off his shirt and lets the guy know that he is just making Ma feel like he has done something. Ma finally reaches the warehouse, and he is shocked to find Chulan standing on the ruins of the machine and that of the puppets that are supposed to protect it. Ma is visibly mad, and at the same time, he wonders how Chulan was able to get it done. Ma is about to go after Chulan when Zia and the soldier guy arrive on the scene. Ma can feel the aura coming from the soldier guy, and he wonders what sort of person he is. Ma now has more foes to deal with, and he has no choice but to use everything in his power. He activates the little drone that has been following him around since, and this injects him with what appears to be a power booster. Ma becomes faster and wild than he was, and he is able to stand toe-to-toe with his enemies. In fact, he puts fear in their mind with the way he is moving and all. While all of this is happening, Chulan is standing by the warehouse door, and the scenery he is looking at resembles the one where his grandfather had to take on multiple enemies who were coming for his power. However, the soldier guy soon shows him what he is capable of doing, and this causes Ma to be cautious. Bao grabs the drone and tries to take control of it, but it inflates and starts to fly. Bao holds onto it, and the soldier jumps on the inflated device. He starts pulling the core, and this makes Ma even more desperate. The soldier guy pulls the core apart, and the device gets ruined immediately. The soldier guy falls to the ground, exhausted, but Bao still has some strength left in her. Ma is still trying to wrap his head around what is happening when Guan shows up. Ma is shocked to find out that the guy is not dead, and this only makes Guan smile. The temp workers come together and try to hit Ma at once, but another amulet shows up above them to protect the guy from their attack. Just then, Ching shows up and tells the temp workers to stop attacking Ma. Ma remains frozen as Ching tries to explain to them what is happening. Ching then strains himself to use his power in order to create what appears to be multiple versions of himself, just so he can get close to Ma. Ching appears to be in slow-mo as he tries punching away all the layers of barrier that Ma has put around himself. Ching is about to reach Ma's amulet when Ma regains consciousness and almost terminates Ching, but he gets thrown backwards instead. However, Bao takes charge, and he delivers several blows to Ma's body that leaves him bleeding. Chulan walks closer to them and tells Ma to stop fighting and just come back with them to the company. Ma laughs this off and says he will never cooperate with them. He suggests that they terminate him now that they have the chance to do so. Just then, Meng shows up and tries to persuade Ma. He lets him know that he has tried and has persevered for so long, but it is time for him to give up. Ma realizes that Meng is right, and he drops his sword. He apologizes to Chen for not being able to stand against the company. Xiao comes behind him and injects him with a substance that releases all of his beads from his body. Bao runs after the beads and she packs everything. Chulan checks on Ching to see if he is okay, and the guy says he is. Ching then tells Ma that he never would have had any reason to fight him if he hadn't built the machine. Ma then screams at the two, claiming that he built the machine to help himself. He reveals that he is trying to bring back his family, or at least the memories of them that he lost. Just then, Xiao walks toward Ma, asking him to produce Jin Feng. Ma tells the old man that Jin Feng is safe, but he still goes ahead to hit him. He is about to hit him again when Chu stops him and lets the old man know that Ma is under the company's jurisdiction. Xia screams at Chu, reminding him of the promise he made that he is going to save Jin Feng. Chu tries to tell the old man that it is not too late to save Jin Feng, but it doesn't seem the man is ready to listen. He turns to the soldier guy to ask him if he has not rested enough, and the guy finally stands up from where he is. Xia continues to cause trouble, but Chu tries to talk sense into him. Xia tells Chu that he will know how he feels when he finally has a love that he calls his own. After shouting for minutes, Xia finally calms down, and he urges the team to help him find Jin Feng, because she is counting on them. Shortly afterward, the company workers make their way into the village to begin cleanup. Ching manages to stand up, and he tells Chulan that he is going to find his way to the nearest mountain. Before leaving, he says something to Chulan's ear, and this is something he asked concerning Bao. The company workers arrive on the scene to tell the temp workers that they will now be taking Ma into custody. It is now time for the temp workers to go after Chen Duo, who has been in the same spot since all of this started. Meng tells them to be careful when dealing with the girl. The team is still preparing on how to approach her when Bao casually walks toward the girl. They get scared because they believe she is going to fight her, but Bao just sits beside Chen to watch her play her game. The rest of the team then proceeds to come out of their hiding places. Meng asks Chen what she is doing at the site, and she reveals that she has been waiting for Meng. The team is confused about what is going on, and Chen decides to explain to them. Apparently, Chen came to talk to her the night before. Bao already told her that they are going to attack the village, and she has the option to fight with the villagers, or just leave the village before everything begins and wait for her in the woods. This is the reason Chen has been in the woods, waiting for Bao to show up. Chulan is surprised to hear this, and he scolds Bao for not telling them about all of this in advance. Chen Duo then asks them what is next for her, and when Meng is about to talk, Chu tells him to speak cautiously to avoid triggering the girl. Chen will be presented with two options to follow. It is either she follows them back to the company, or she dies. This is something that proved to be very hard for Meng to say, but he has no choice but to say it. Unknown to them, Chen actually likes the idea that she can now make her own choices instead of someone or doctors choosing for her. She faces Meng and lets him know that she is ready to die. Meng starts to cry after Chen makes her decision, but he is consoled about this. They let him know that this day was coming before, and there was nothing that could be done about it. He remembers the day he let Chen go and realizes that this is the day all of her problems started. Xiao then walks toward her and lets her know that she has the choice to pick a way that she wants to die. She is happy to hear this, and this makes her wonder what way she is going to take. Guan then asks her if there is anything she wants to do for the next 24 hours before dying, and she says yes. Chen stands up and tears off her clothes, including her protective suit. Chulan gets agitated and tells everyone to run away from her, but the lady remains calm. She assures them that the goo in her body cannot spread, because she has found a way to manage it for some time. Even after all of these, Meng still holds the belief that Chen isn't supposed to die. He compares Chen to his young daughter, claiming that everyone has the right to be happy. When Chen is asked if she is happy, she says yes and calls Meng an unreasonable person. She finally has the option to leave all the things that are making her unhappy, and this is the reason she is not thinking of it as dying, but as a way to get her freedom. Chen is then asked what her regret is, and she says she would have loved to go shopping. They suggest that she goes shopping before dying, but Chulan is against this. He believes that Chen is too dangerous, but after everyone agrees to let her go, Chulan has no choice but to agree with them. They make plans on how they are going to sneak her into town so she can enjoy herself before dying. Meanwhile, the top brass have been informed about the developments, and they are aware that the temp workers have the situation under control. The next morning, the team escorts Chen to town so she can go shopping and do the things she was unable to do while she still had life in her. She starts visiting all the shops available and all the stores where she can buy things. She visits a dress store where she buys a dress, revealing the marks on her arms. One of the security guys takes a picture of her, but the image displays nothing on his phone. Meanwhile, Chulan is not with them because he didn't support the trip anyway. After leaving the store, Chen has her portrait drawn by an artist. She gets herself an ice cream once she leaves this place, and she approaches Meng, who is looking sad. Meng apologizes for what happened, but Chen doesn't even blame him. She starts talking about her experiences, and this makes Meng so sad that he starts to cry. She hands him an ice cream cup, and he takes it. He consumes the ice cream while crying bitterly about Chen's faith. Chen tries approaching people, but they all run away from her. Shortly afterward, the goo starts to spread across her body and she is already getting weak. Meng holds her hand and helps her to walk. The others join them, and they continue walking in the street while everyone stares at them like some sort of creeps. The crowd brings out their phones to take pictures, but everything becomes blurry, and this is probably Ear's handwork to make sure that there is no evidence of her existence in their phones. As she gets weaker, the goo continues spreading through her body. She soon falls to the ground and she finds herself in the afterlife, where Liao is waiting for her. She is happy to see him, and she rushes toward him. Back in real life, Meng is sobbing like a baby over her remains. Xiao bends down above her remains and prays for her soul to find peace. Once Chen dies, police soon arrive on the scene to check out the situation and also take control of it. They try to keep people away from the scene to prevent them from tampering with evidence and all. Meanwhile, Chulan is in the crowd, watching everything unfold. He then starts to narrate how he came to make his decision. It appears he had everything planned out with Bao from the beginning. From the start, when they were coming to the village, he already made plans for what seemed to be an impossible mission, and the only person involved was Bao. He wanted the world to feel sympathy for the girl when she died, and it seems his plan worked after all. In addition to this, he did all of this because of Bao too. She has suffered and has been a company tool for years. He doesn't want a situation where the company will use her and dump her just like they did to Chen. He has thought over this long and hard, and he is with the belief that he can still help Bao out of her predicament. Before leaving the scene, he is relieved to have given Chen this gift. He wishes her good luck on her new journey as he leaves the scene. A flashback scene then shows how Qing dealt with the enemies that he came across, leaving him wounded like that. Yang tries to use another formation to get Qing, but he easily dodges him and delivers a punch to his face to send him flying and screaming from pain. Yang is defeated, and Qing takes a break to look at the situation. Suddenly, one of the puppets attacks Qing from behind, dealing damage to his neck. This leaves him surprised because Yang has been defeated, and there is no one who is supposed to be controlling the puppet. He wonders how this is possible, and he even uses his flame powers to try and get rid of the puppet, but the puppet remains unscathed. He gets even more surprised when the puppet starts to talk. He recognizes this voice as one of the guys who were giving him trouble in the previous season. Apparently, the guy has been turned into a puppet by Ma. The puppet has no more desire, and he runs away, leaving Qing totally vexed. With this, the scene comes back to the present day. Qing makes his way to the restroom where he starts to explain the things he has seen and experienced. He reveals that he took a peek at Bao's fate, and this catches him by surprise. He had always believed that Chulan was the source of everything that was happening, but after taking a peek, he came to the realization that the real problem is Bao and not Chulan. Later on, Chulan and Bao meet with Si in Beijing to have a talk with him. Apparently, Si is there to warn him about his next course of action. He says he needs to disappear if he knows that he cannot cope with the risk of things. Now at the company, Hari and his comrades were put in a holding cell, waiting for the decision of the top brass. They have all been questioned, but they have no idea what is next. Shortly afterward, one of the company workers shows up and Quill jumps at him, demanding to see her brother. The man assures the lady that her brother is safe and she has nothing to worry about. The man tells them that they will soon be released since they passed the questioning phase. Meanwhile, a white-haired guy is taken to the secure facility and he is said to be one of Ma's associates. On the other hand, Ching is being questioned, and he is asked if he came into contact with the machine that Ma built, but he confidently says no, even though he is under a lie detector machine. Soon afterward, Ching and the rest of the outcasts are released from their cells. Ching has a weird and scary vision when he is in the cell, and he still doesn't know what it means. After their release, the outcast returns to Bu Village to settle down again. The outcasts are working when Ching shows up to call Rong. He calls her to the stream of water where they can talk. Rong believes the guy doesn't have something important to say, and she's about to leave when Ching calls her back saying that he has a story to tell her. He starts by telling her that there is a little boy who was born into a family, and everyone rejoiced when he was born. As he was growing up, his father put a huge burden on him. This overwhelmed him and made him desire success every day. One day, he terminated his father so he could receive the family's legacy. Surprisingly, his father was even happy when the guy was terminating him. With this, he gained the power he had always wanted. However, the guy soon met someone with similar abilities, but more powerful than the boy's own. This made the boy sad, because this is the power he terminated his father for. Someone else apparently has a more comprehensive power than the one he has. Secretly, the boy wants the other guy's power and the friendship he has with him is all fake. The boy later meets another guy whom he thinks would be capable of giving him the power that he desires because the new guy has a machine. With everything that he has been saying, Ching is actually referring to himself, and he wants to finish the story. He talks about a girl whom he loves. He draws closer to Rong with the intention of kissing her, but Rong just throws him away, telling him that she is not sure of his feelings yet. Rong leaves after saying this, but Ching doesn't appear to be sad because he believes that it is better for him to have expressed his feelings rather than bottling it in. Later on, Ching sits down in front of the same diary that gave him visions, and he starts thinking of what to do. 2 days later, Rong hasn't heard from him, and she decides to come and check on the guy. She tries touching the book, but he grabs it away from her, telling her that it belongs to him. However, he later changes what he said, informing Rong that he is not supposed to have the book. Rong then sits down with him, telling him that she understands his pain. After talking for some minutes, Ching slowly stands up, telling Rong that he needs her to help guard the door, and that if he is not able to overcome his demons this time around, Rong should just leave. Rong accepts the task and she stays outside Ching's door hoping that everything will turn out well. While in the room, Ching gets transported to another dimension where he is faced with his demons. His demon appears to be himself, and he needs to defeat himself if he is going to come out as a winner. As he continues fighting his demon, the scene gets transferred to when he is in the questioning room. After he is taken away from the room, Bao is the next person to enter the room to get questioned. Before she is asked to enter the interrogation room, the chairman faces her and asks her what her age is. The question signals the end of the season, as we are left to wait for the answer in the next season.